for the rest of their lives, but they eat it as if we're going out of style. Welcome, everybody, to the 2016 Nazare Pro. Manny V here with Terry McKenna, and the day has come. Yes, round number 1 of the men's division is now in the water.
Wow, we got the swell has dropped a little overnight. We've got some spectacular waves. So we are underway after what seemed like a lifetime, an eternity to wait for this Nazare Pro, the main event, to get underway. But many of the boys are in the water, so let's throw to the action and see what's happening out the front here.
That's right. We got heat number 1 of the first round of the men's division. This is a non-elimination round, which means you will see these riders once again. Either you will see them in round number 2 or round number 3. Round number 3 are the winners from this first round, and you're going to see them later on today, or later on in the event. Heat number 1 out in the water. We have Alex Uranga in the red jersey, Marcelo Fondas in the yellow jersey. Sorry, Alex Uranga in red, Marcelo Fondas in yellow, and Christian Perez in blue.
Yeah, well, you can see already a score locked in for Alex Uranga. Of course, Alex is part of the Fab Five. He's in the race for the world title this year, so representing the Basque Country. So, escargasco to all of our friends watching from the Basque Country. Of course, he's sitting in 4th position after Vienna on 15,680 points. Ian Campbell, for the record, 17,760. So Ian has really got some points happening at the moment. But you can see still a little bit of morning sickness here, Manny. But in general, we're going to see a spectacular day of riding.
Yes, I've talked to a couple of the pro riders, and they've already mentioned that, yes, we're going to have that morning sickness in the morning. But later on, it's only going to get groomed with some slight offshore winds, and it's going to be a spectacular day of action here on Praia do Norte.
Well, coming up in the next heat, just a little bit of a highlight for you folks of what we can expect. We're going to see Jeff Hubbard, of course, who was the leader going into this E316 leg here in Europe, but he slipped down to number 5 on the rankings. I don't think he'd be too concerned about that. because he's got 2 Grand Slam events to come back at. But Manny, right now, what's happening?
We got Christian Perez, the rider in blue, trying to make something happen on the inside there, rolls it over. And again, it's going to be a little tough out there with these conditions with that morning sickness. The wave selection is going to be key. Up and riding, Alex Uranga.
All right, Uranga getting a little frothy one, and you can see just overcooking that one a little. Let's go back to the replay. This one here for Perez.
Yeah, Perez is dropping in, and he has his sights on that one section that came up to him, and he was able to pull off a maneuver, a roll right there at the very end. But wave selection is going to be key. There's still size in the water, which means that once you drop in, either you're going to have to hit a lip maneuver at the takeoff or size it up and wait for that end bull. Here's a look at Alex Uranga's last wave.
All right, you can see Alex just exits that one there. There was a bit of an unrewarded finish at the end of that one there for Uranga, representing the Basque Country, of course. Alex in the red, Marcelo Fondes from the Chile in yellow, and Christian Perez representing Spain is in the blue singlet. Christian, for the record, is not ranked in the top 80 at the moment, so he's kind of like the underdog of the heat. And, of course, Marcelo Fondes from Chile, he's ranked in, sitting right now 28th after Vienna. And you know what? He's right on the cusp, Manny. That's where you got to be to qualify for the big league.
And that is where you want to be coming into these last 2 events. I mean, being seated in the main event is like getting front row seat as at your favorite concert. I mean, you show up and all you're doing is focusing on who will end up in your heat, and then you have all this energy ready to go in these first main event rounds. Here we go, Alex Uranga.
All right, so Alex just bouncing his way across that one, looking sort of unfazed about the texture on the wave face. Nice extension on the roll, and a frothy little finish there for Alex Uranga, and he's going to just get a little caught up in the suds there, but he manages to kick his way out, Manny.
Yeah, that is a completed move. The judges are looking for you to come out in front of that whitewash, and that will be deemed a completed move. A little sloppy, of course, towards the end, but you know what? He did come out in front of that whitewash, and that was a completed maneuver. So Alex Uranga making it happen out in this first heat, round number 1 of the men's open division.
Well, I tell you what, Manny, Pride the North the last couple of days, haven't we seen it just fire up? 2 days ago, we had Mike and Dudu out there putting on an absolute clinic of big wave bodyboarding, and then yesterday it was just big soup bowls. It was all over the shop like a dog on lino. But today we've got some nice little waves, and it looks like we got a wave here for Christian. Is this Christian Perez again?
Yes, and he finds that section, but as you can see, that wedge ramp section is coming towards him, and he didn't hit it properly, and it just pretty much just slapped him down, and he wasn't able to pull off that maneuver. But to add on those big wave activities, it wasn't only Dudu Pedra and Mike Stewart. Yesterday afternoon, late night, was a post from Isabella Sosa.
Wow.
Her and Dudu Pedra actually went out there yesterday afternoon and got her towed into some bombs.
Oh, she
so
is not
history
scared.
was made in the last 2 days, and guess what? History is going to be made during this event. We do have the Pro Juniors also going for a run in the title for a title at this event.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll see those Pro Junior surfers. I don't think we'll see them today because we have a lot of men surfing to get through, folks. But big afternoon, that's the plan if everything goes to plan right now. But it is Alex Uranga in the lead with a 4.0 and a 5.25. Building house, he's got his foundation scores in, Manny. So once you get those first 2 early waves, you can sit back and go cherry picking.
Yeah, I've brought it up a few times. Guilherme Tamega is a master of getting out there and getting 1-2 waves within that first 5, 6, 7 minutes of the heat. And when you do that, you have that much more time to go out there and pick the right ones and the good ones. Look at this, Christian Perez on the outside, trying to look for that section. He does find it closer to the outside, and that's the end of that wave, and that's what we're talking about. There's not going to be too many sections to hit, but if you do see one present itself in front of you, you have to do something.
All right, well, I hope you're enjoying the action, folks. We're finally underway here at the Praia do Norte in Nazare for the first round of the Pro Men's Division. Coming up next, it's Jeff Hubbard taking on Dudu Pedra and Eric Gamez, it is, I think. Eric, of course, is representing Morocco, but he's a French-Moroccan who's also got a Cook Island heritage. So he's a real mixed bag, that's for sure.
Well, I mean, he's got a lot of time in reef breaks and a lot of time in the Moroccan point breaks as well, but we'll see how he fares out here in Praia do Norte. Out in the water, Marcelo found this in yellow.
All right, well, Marcelo just getting, once again, almost snowboarding across that frothy section. Just a lot of froth around here early this morning. We're coming off a bit of an early low tide, so hopefully with a bit more water, and that wind will kick in a little later on. Speaking with, of course, Dina Casimiro, who's been our go-to guy. As we check this one out, I'll come back to that. That's Alex Uranga.
Alex Uranga, look at this. Nice, clean invert, but he just mistimed it just a little bit, and he got hung up just a tiny bit, but was able to fall down and land and pull this off. Let's take another look. His timing was just off just a little bit. As you can see, his bottom turn right there was solid, but then just didn't have the projection he wanted, but he was able to come out in front of that wave and pull that off. And a nice, clean in and out right there. A quick one, but a barrel nonetheless on the outside. Christian Perez in the blue jersey. Can he pull out in front of that whitewash?
Oh, well, he's just going to get a little caught up in the froth at the end there, but nice exchange there between red and blue. So they're sitting 1-2 on the leaderboard at the moment as we go to the APB replay. And that's a nice little cover-up for Christian Perez. Just kind of put the pie in the oven just for a little moment there and slipped out of the end section of that one. So the boys, as we said, feeling their way through the first heat of the day here at Praia do Norte.
And you can totally tell that there is a morning sickness out there from what you're seeing on your screen. But from what we've been hearing is that it will be cleaning up throughout the day. And there's this crazy rip current just to the north of us that has been ripping through right in front of the contest area. So that's only adding to that morning sickness. But it all seems to be calming down as the tide does change and the wind does switch. So this is just a little taste of what we're going to be expecting for the morning few heats. But then it's going to get, according to the locals, a little better.
Well, we spoke about Dino Casimiro. Dino, of course, is he's our go-to guy here. He helps us make the call every morning. Dino was saying to me earlier, Manny, that he believes that we're going to have nice, clean offshore winds until about maybe 12 or 1 o'clock this afternoon. And then we've got a light onshore wind this afternoon, but we are going to power on through. But have a look at that. That's why we came here. Praia do Norte is just such a beast of a wave. And as you said, a lot of water through the lineup. It's almost like the Zambezi runs through this thing. It's got a big current as we see Marcelo Fondes.
Marcelo dropping in, stalling. As you see, he's spreading his legs, slowing it down a little bit, waiting for a section to come up, and nothing served up for him on that wave. But you're going to see a lot of riders looking for that section. Some waves do offer up 1 to 2 sections, and if you can hit those 2 sections with the lip maneuvers, that's only going to help you get those higher points and advance on. These are 25-minute heats. Top 2 waves are scored. This is an APB Grand Slam event. What does that mean?
That means that we got the best of the best. We're using a different format, of course. It's a 3-man first round with 16 heats. First position from the first round will skip round 2 and go straight into round 3 man on man. And all the second and third place getters from these rounds will go into a do or die round 2 battle. So it's a great format. Really showcases the best riders in the world. I'm a big fan of 3-man heats, Manny, because I found that over the years, all the heats that I've watched, that 3-man heats really most venues have like 3 waves in a set. So 3-man heats are pretty good, but for 4-man heats, there's usually 1 guy left in the lineup.
Oh, my God. You don't want to be that guy.
No, and you don't want to be the 1 guy. Normally in a 3-man heat, it's third position that gets eliminated, and there's a bit of extra pressure that goes with that. With a non-elimination round, these guys can cut loose, man, and this is what it's all about.
Wow, look at that set right there. Ducking under that one is Alex Uranga, and you can see there's still size out in the water. This place has been no smaller than 4 feet since I've arrived here. This place is pretty phenomenal.
It's one of the most exposed venues in Portugal, and of course we spoke about it a couple of times, but it is the canyon that actually directs a lot of swell directly towards Praia do Norte, and it's a canyon that runs a couple of 100 kilometres off the coastline, finishes about 1.5 k's off the headland here, straight in front of the fortress. And what it does is channel those swells from the Atlantic directly towards this beach. They then meet with the north swells, create those infamous A-frames that it's famous for.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a few days where it did max out. Well, I don't even know when it maxes out, but I mean, these perfect giant peaks roll through, and from 15 foot to 4 feet, you got these peaks all the way down the beach. This place is pretty amazing here in Praia do Norte in Portugal. Nazare, Portugal.
Yeah, I tell you.
I've been trying to working on my pronunciation. Nunito and Vilma, they've been helping out on the pronunciation of proper Portuguese.
Yeah.
And I'm hoping by the end of the day, we'll be nailing it down. So you can see these swells still rolling through. Look at this. Alex Uranga taking a look.
All right, so Alex, I tell you what, this kid is such a precise rider. He always buttons everything up, and there he goes. Nice big move on that section. And again, he's got those 2 waves under his belt, Manny, so he can afford to take some risks now.
Yeah, that was a pretty solid ARS maneuver from Alex Uranga. Lined it up perfectly and waited for that section. And here's another look. As you can see, there's not a section right off the bat, but he knows it's there, and he's got to take advantage while he can and pulls off a perfect textbook ARS on the outside and lands perfectly, Alex Uranga.
All right, well, he is on a roll, and he's looking very focused. Alex, of course, rolled up. I remember when he had a really cool victory in Reunion. I think he won the Reunion contest back in 2012, and he's just been such an incredible talent ever since then. He's been in the top 5 or 10 on the rankings. And one of the most consistent performers. I tell you what, if someone from the Basque Country won the World Bodyboarding title, man, that place would just go nuts.
They would definitely be partying for sure. And I want to come back to that event that Alex won. But first, look at this one. Marcelo found us.
All right, so big shout out to all of our friends in Chile. Of course, Chile is... Well, along with Portugal, one of the superpowers of the sport at the moment. It used to be dominated in the early days by Australia and Hawaii, but the pendulum is swinging, Manny.
Yeah, Alan Munoz in one of the last events and taking a win on Chilean Independence Day.
And you've got to also put in that superpower frame. You've also got to throw in South Africa because, of course, Jared Houston unfortunately had a pretty gnarly shoulder injury leading into this in the free surfing sessions. And we'll come back and talk more about that one. Christian Perez, there he is, the Chilean. They all have a very good nose for a tube, the Chile guys, because they surf those incredible reefs over there. And as we said, buenos dias to all of our friends watching from Chile.
Buenvenidos todos los amigos in Chile. And I do have to give them credit. Not only are they charging, putting together a nice, clean competition resume as well, but their style. I got to give them A+ on their style, keeping it nice and flowing, projecting perfectly, bottom turns, and I probably have to say that it's the gnarly reef breaks that they're growing up on in Chile. So I got to give them a check mark for sure in the style column for the Chileans.
Absolutely. I went to Arica, I think 2008 was my first year there, and I've just watched the Chilean riders just improve constantly year by year, going up like 10% every year, and it's not out of the question these guys could win themselves a world title in the future. At the moment, well, they're not really in the top 5, but we've got, we'll talk more about the title race, of course, throughout the competition. But hope you're enjoying the action, folks. It is day number 4 for us here, but it's the first round of the Pro Men's Division. The main event is finally underway.
Yes, that's right. And we're going to give you a quick summary of what's going on. You can see it on your screen, too, but we have about 8 minutes and 30 seconds remaining in this first heat of the day. Round number 1 in the men's division, the non-elimination round. These are 25-minute heats, and out in the water leading the charge is the Basqueman, Alex Uranga, who is sitting very comfortable. Went out there, caught 2 solid waves right off the bat. Second, we have Christian Perez in the blue jersey, and right underneath is Marcelo Foundas. Again, you're going to see all these riders in the event. First place goes straight into round number 3. Second and third, you're going to see them do battle in round number 2. So that's one of my favorite parts about this format.
Yeah, that's right. And the non-elimination aspect of round number 1 here at the Grand Slam does allow the riders to take a few more risks. And you know what? The judging criteria, it says that you take a risk, you get a reward, you make the move, you get the score.
Yeah, I mean, that's gold. If you're in that first place spot, you got that extra heat to save energy, keep an eye on the water, and then be ready to go. System. I mean, I don't know what I want to say there, but you know what? APP Grand Slam event is one of those events you definitely want to get a really good placing in.
That's right. It has a profound effect on determining the World Championship. And effectively what we have is a 4-in-1 scenario, Manny. So it's your 4 best Grand Slam events, and then it's your 1 best other event in the star ranking. Of course, we had some star ranking events in both Sintra and also in Vienna, and it's been a very successful, as I like to call it, E316. It's been a very cool... Last time we were here and you had this many events, we had 3 events in Portugal. It was 2009 for the E509 series, and of course that included 2 events in Spain. There was one in Doninhos Beach in La Coruña, And then we had, of course, Sopolana. So a big shout out to Gonzaga and all of our friends over there. It's been a long time. It seems like a lifetime ago that we were in Sopolana, that's for sure.
Well, E3, the European 3 legs, we saw Centra, we saw Viana, and here we are in Nazare. And let me tell you, the waves have been incredible here so far. And we are now rocking and rolling through the first round in this event of the men's division. Shout out to our sponsors.
Yeah, thank you very much to all of our sponsors that have been super supportive, including ISS. Thanks to the guys at Stealth, BBK, of course, Bodyboard King, NMD. Thank you, Mez, always there for us whenever we need you. And also to you riding the journey.
Yes, we do have the virtual event online right now. Just if you don't have the event, the game on your phone, hold on to that. Here we go. Alex Uranga, up and riding.
All right, so Alex looking to improve on a 5.25. Well, not a lot of options on that one. He'll slide down the priority ladder now. First priority will go to Christian Perez. And Christian's currently sitting in second spot. If you look at his ranking, he's not even in the top 80, whereas Marcelo Fondes is sitting in 28th. That's right on the cusp of qualifying for the next year's GSS and getting that all-important seating. So Fondes would be looking to try and get himself out of trouble here to at least move to second. I guess the big mission here, and the scores are reflected on screen at the moment. Many of the scores for second and third are to take first position, so it's not to go to second or scores to first, because that's what it's all about in round number 1.
Yeah, again, a non-elimination round, which is one of my favorite things about this format. You get to see these riders once again, whether in round 3 or 2. Alex Uranga taking a look and pulls back. And, yeah, I mean, if you can get on that first place spot, you get that extra time to save energy. And just keep an eye on the ocean. Look at this. Marcelo found this.
All right, so here goes the rider in yellow, ducking in and out of that one pretty quickly. And I guess the first heat of the day, man, you can feel that offshore wind just starting to kick up a little, by the way. So conditions cleaning up as we're speaking. But the first heat of the day is kind of like sacrificial to the rest of the field because these guys have to go out there like lab rats and find out exactly where the waves are breaking. And then the guys in heat number 2 can really learn from their mistakes.
Yeah, I mean, if you look down the beach, you'll see the competitors in the next heats totally keeping their eye on the water and seeing what these guys can do out there. And that's what that's what the caliber of riders have in their back pocket. They do everything they can because they want that win.
That's right, exactly. So time remaining 3:30 on the clock. This is heat number 1, round number 1. You're watching the Grand Slam event live from Praia do Norte here in Nazare in Portugal. It's just one of my favourite parts of the world, and we have had a great couple of days to just cruise around and check out some of the castles, some of the sights and sounds of this wonderful town of Nazare.
Yeah, this place is spectacular. Not only the beach. If you come here for the waves, you are going to be given waves on a golden platter. If you come here for the cultural side of things, this place is phenomenal too. And I love just coming to Europe, period, because buildings have been around for 100, 200, 300, 400, 500 years. And it's just amazing. Here we go. Marcelo Foundes looking at to make something happen towards the end of this heat. 2 minutes, 50 seconds remaining, and no, he's just going to bounce his way out of that one.
Yeah,
so,
well, that was just a froth monster there for Marcelo. And, as you mentioned earlier, Manny, wave selection will be paramount at a venue like this. I do like the fact that, Alex Uranga, as you said, look, he's got quite a lot of waves there, but he's got a 5.25 and a 6.5 as we see Christian Perez using up his priority.
Here we go. Christian driving pretty fast down the line on this right-hander. Stays on that high line so he can punch through that wave and pull off a roll, and he pulls that off cleanly. So pretty smart riding right there for Christian Perez, but the question is that a 7.01 maneuver wave? I'm going to say probably not, but it's still solid riding, and you can see we still have solid waves. A lot of waters moving out there, a lot of power behind these waves.
That's right. Well, the judges will compare that to the 6.5 that we saw from Alex Uranga earlier. Alex's maneuver, of course, was a more technical-based move. He got that nice ARS off that one, but that good, strong roll, that kind of 101 bodyboarding like that, hard bottom turn, good, strong rolls, and hanging on in those down sections is probably going to score pretty good today.
Yeah, I can't wait to get some insight on what type of boards these guys are riding, because you still want your board to bend a little bit to get that projection off the bottom turn. So I'm wondering what kind of boards these guys are opting to go with. 1-stringer, 2-stringers, softer core. It's going to be pretty interesting once we get to talk to some of these guys.
Absolutely. And with that cold water, it makes a big difference. And that's where ISS comes into it. And that was just an incredible, innovation in sport of bodyboarding. I'm looking forward to the next couple of ones. I mean, in surfboard construction, there's been some quantum leaps forward over the last couple of years. And I've heard some rumours that some of the bodyboard manufacturers are talking to the material guys that make all the raw materials. And there could be exciting stuff happening in the next couple of years in this sport as well.
Yeah, I have a bunch of surfer friends that they still don't understand that we have professional top-level, high-caliber bodyboard shapers that are shaping these incredible machines that cater to specific waves, specific riders, and it's pretty awesome to see a board being shaped for these high-caliber riders from beginning to end.
All right, well, that was a 4.95, that last wave for Christian Perez. Judges compared that to the 6.5 of Uranga that we saw earlier, so that still is the yardstick. And
down the beach, it looked like Christian Perez.
Well, he got kaplunked on the landing on that thing. And there's Uranga. Once again, a lot of texture on the wave face here in these early heats.
Oh.
That's how you do it, folks. Nice pop off the lip there for Alex Uranga, and you can hear some of the locals just giving that one a bit of a clap, and rightly so.
Yeah, he's going to ride this one all the way in as the time runs out. Let's take a look at this replay and look at the timing. For Alex Uranga to hit this perfectly, it was all about the timing, and he got projected, used the lip and the power behind the wave to project him out into the flats. That was a solid air roll. For Alex Uranga.
7.50. So Alex is going to skip around. The other two guys will go into that do or die round.
Yeah, all right. You guys don't go anywhere. We're going to go into round number 1, heat number 2, once we get back right after this. Welcome back, everybody. Manny V here with Teza McKenna, and we're giving you the live feed here from the 2016 Nazare Pro.
Unbelievable stuff. 7.5 for that last wave of Alex Uranga. So the Basque Country local, as we said, part of the Fab Five, the 5 guys that are running for the world title this year, is going to skip around. So he started off his campaign perfectly here at Nazare.
Yeah, we're looking at some solid conditions out there. Still 3 to 5 foot range Hawaiian size. So you got some pretty tall 10-foot face waves still rolling in. Heat number 2 out in the water, and let's take a look who we have.
Yeah, we got a great heat on your hands, of course, folks. In the red singlet, we got Jeff Hubbard from Hawaii. Jeff, of course, the multiple world champion, needs no introduction. Was sitting, he was the leader coming into E316, into this European leg, but he has slipped back after Sintra in Vienna. He slipped back to number 5 in the rankings. As we said, he wouldn't be too concerned about that one because he's got this Grand Slam and, of course, Fronton to try and capture another world title. So that's Jeff Hubbard in the red. Dudu Pedro, of course, big wave specialist from Brazil. A bit of a legendary guy. He's a judge. He's a good bloke. He's super fit. And it looks like in the blue singlet is this guy's Eric Gomes.
Eric Gomes made a showing in one of the previous events, and here he is. Nice, clean bottom turn. Comes around that section. Goes for a roll. Nice, clean extension. Lands perfectly. Lands back on the face of the wave and is able to ride that out. But it's going to be a wave that is going to work for him. Solid to get these waves right off in the first 5 minutes.
Well, I've always said that it's important to use all the heat time. If you have a 25-minute heat and you wait 10 minutes for your first wave, you've turned it into a 15-minute heat.
Yeah, exactly.
So, it's a good old coaching cliche, but, if you can get off to an early start, you're going to use the heat time and take the pressure off. So Eric Gomes, of course, is sitting in 51st on the rankings coming into here. He's a French-Moroccan bodyboarder that's got a Cook Island heritage, and he's wearing the blue singlet.
Yes, and it's a pretty stacked heat. All these riders know what to do. Once you get into the first round, you're going to have the caliber of riding that I want to say they're on the same level, but they're all not on the same level, but they're at that high caliber of riding where anything is possible on these types of waves. And Jeff Hubbard in the red jersey, taking a look at this one. And you can see a little bit of texture on the water. That's that rip current that rips through there. Eric Gomez on his second wave of the heat comes around that section and kicks out before it shuts down on him. So Eric Gomez currently in that first place spot. Jeff Hubbard taking a look at this one.
All right, well, this is Jeff up and riding zeros in. Oh, my goodness. He just got some lift off on the end of that thing, but overcooked it and landed in the back seat. So that's just a nice little way to start. But Jeff Hubbard just showing off on his first wave, as he does.
Sorry if I interrupt you with my excitement. I get really excited when these guys take flight and hit it perfectly.
That's what we love about you, man. That's why you're here, man. That's, of course, why you're here. So coming up in the next heat, we're going to see Matias Diaz.
Dudu Pedra.
Yeah, Dudu getting a quick little wave there. We're going to see Matias Diaz. He'll be in the red singlet, of course, from Chile. He's along with Nelson Flores from the Chile, will be in the yellow, and Goncalo Pinheiro, one of Portuguese finest. He got a wild card coming into this event here at Nazare. So that will be the next heat in the water, folks. It will be Matias Diaz, Nelson Flores, and Goncalo Pinheiro coming up in heat number 3. As we mentioned earlier, Alex Uranga won heat number 1 of the day, and he'll skip round number 2 and go straight into round number 3. But the wind just starting to, nice little offshore wind, Manny, just starting to kick up. We've got the some of the Portuguese people starting to roll up, but they are pretty, they're pretty famous for liking a bit of a sleep in.
Oh my goodness! Talk about Portuguese time. I went to Costa Rica and I was in a different world, but Portugal, you know what? They're enjoying the life. That's what I've learned. They take full advantage of the night and take a full advantage of the entire day. So
I think I've taken full advantage of the food and wine since I've been here, Manny. I'm dragging around an extra couple of kilos since I arrived. Just a couple of nice little opening waves there, and you can see it looks like a yellow singlet paddling for this one, Dudu Pedra.
All right, Dudu, look at this thing lining up for Dudu. Nice, clean bottom turn. Big, oh my goodness, a high-flying ARS. That thing looked like it was slow motion. We saw 2 waves from Jeff Hubbard, but that thing right there was incredible. Look at the timing.
All right, here goes the APB replay, and Dudu Pedra pulls that one, no problemo, ducks out the back, and that's going to be a pretty good score there for the Brazilian wildcard wearing the yellow singlet. So this guy is the full box and dice, isn't he? I mean, he's got the big wave skills, he's got the small wave skills, and, you know, he's a judge, he's a fitness fanatic, and he is just really something special.
Yeah, Dudu Pedro actually was the driver on the jet ski for Isabella Sosa when they went out and did some toe-ins yesterday when it was massive. That was really fun to see this morning on the Facebook timeline. So we are standing by right now getting Alex Uranga and Vilma. Oh, yeah, so I think we're ready. Vilma, take it away.
Hello, guys. Good morning. Thank you so much. I'm already here with Uranga. He was winner of the first heat of the day. So I'm going to ask him, what did you think about the call about the 2 late days, the decision of starting today again? Was it a good choice?
Sí, hombre, los días anteriores han sido muy bonitos para estar aquí, han sido como ha habido espectáculo y para la gente que venía a ver el campeonato, pues en vez del campeonato ha podido ver olas muy grandes, gigantes y bueno, ha sido todo un espectáculo. Para hacer el campeonato estaba muy difícil, había mucha corriente, casi imposible. Y hoy las olas han bajado de tamaño, pero hay unas buenas que dan para hacer buenas maniobras. Lo que pasa que ahora, a primera hora, la marea está muy llena y hay un poco de bote, entonces está un poco difícil. Pero bueno, se ve que ya la gente está despierta y ya se ve como Jeff está volando, Dudu también en las últimas olas y bueno, vamos a ver qué espectáculo tenemos hoy.
Okay, he just told us that was a good decision, of course. In the last 2 days, the waves were too big and the current too strong for the competition. We could see some good waves, of course, but not for the competition. Today, it's much better. It's a little bit tricky still, but we're going to see a big show today. So let me just ask you one more thing. What kind of board are you using?
Estoy utilizando un buggy sniper modelo Alex Uranga, que es un PP y con stringer y una malla, o sea, es un modelo normal que utilizo también en casa y que el agua aquí no está muy fría, entonces me va bien, como tanto en casa y aquí. Así que nada, un PP, modelo Alex Uranga Sniper y que me va muy bien.
Okay, thank you so much. So back to you guys.
All right, well, thank you very much to Vilma, having a bit of a chat there to the winner of the first heat, Alex Uranga. Thank you, Vilma. Escariscasco to, of course, Alex Uranga and all our friends watching from the Basque Country.
How many languages do you know? Oh, my goodness.
I only know a couple of words in each one, but it's enough to get by. As long as you can order a beer in 5 languages, you're going to survive.
You're golden. All right, welcome back, everybody. This is 2016 Nazare Pro, an APB Grand Slam event here in Praia do Norte in Nazare, Portugal. And out in the water, heat number 2 of round number 1. Jeff Hubbard looking solid, but Dudu Pedra's last wave.
Yeah, 6.5, and that was a nice high-flying move. Look at the silky smooth lines coming through now. Definitely that offshore wind is just starting to groom this beach here at Praia do Norte, and it's definitely one of the best bodyboarding beach breaks in the world, Manny. I mean, we had contests all around the world, and we've seen, Itacoatiara, we've been to Zicatela and all these different spots, but, mate, for my liking, this is definitely one of the best venues, beach break venues, for this sport on the globe.
I was talking to a couple of the locals, and let's take a look. First, Jeff Hubbard, in and out. Not much there for hubby guys. But, I was talking to some of the locals. I'm like, you know what? Last year I watched the live feed, and the waves never got big. It was just small. So in my mind, not knowing much of the history about this wave, I thought this place was a hit or miss kind of fickle wave.
Sure.
And then I get here, and it hasn't been smaller than 4 feet.
Yeah, that's right. You know what? Last year, some of the local fishermen said that they hadn't seen a flat spell like that for like 5 or 6 years.
It was a miracle that it was flat for that long last year.
You know what it did prove is that like Nazare is not just about big waves, and that if you want to come here and you're not a big wave specialist, that you can come here and have a cool little holiday with your girlfriend, even if you're just a recreational rider, and you don't have to surf like 20 foot every day here in Nazare. It has a great variety of waves, but when the swell is big, this is the spot to be.
Yeah, no, this is one of those special places. Something magical is happening. I'm going to have to give it 95, almost to 100% to that canyon that's located just outside of the point here.
That's right. We're going to get some graphics. Actually, we've written away to the man to try and get some graphics viewers. We see Jeff Hubbard once again just punching that move under the lip, and Jeff really knows how to surf the criteria, doesn't he?
Oh man, he's a multiple world champion. He knows every maneuver. He knows how to ride every single wave. Jeff Hubbard, definitely one of the top guys in this decade for sure, in this generation.
Yeah, that's right. Well, he's got a higher hit rate than Google, Jeff Hubbard. He's just such a consistent rider, and it's going to be interesting to see what the judges throw. 5.25 on the end of that one. So sitting on an 8.0 on his opening wave, looking to upgrade that last score with a 5.25. Right now, it's Eric, of course, is in the blue singlet in second, needing a 7.6 to go to first. He's got priority, and Dudu Pedro chasing the exact same score to take the lead.
Yeah, again, this is round number 1, non-elimination round, and it's all about that first place spot in these first 16 heats. That will catapult you into round number 3. Here we go. Eric Gomez in the blue jersey, stalling on the takeoff, but sets his line, has the speed now, and he saw that section wasn't really forming up for him, so he kicks out of that and heads back out. Eric Gomez in the blue jersey.
All right, well, it's a lot smaller today, folks. Let me tell you, 2 days ago, some of the wave faces here were probably pushing 15 to 20 feet. I wouldn't call it 20-foot waves, but definitely 20-foot faces. That picture of Mike Stewart that's cruising around the internet at the moment is just next level. For a guy who's 53 years of age, he's still pushing the envelope of this sport. But we were staying pretty close to the venue, Manny, and the ocean sounded like a battlefield that night. There were just bombs detonating everywhere.
When I came came to the beach that next morning, I still felt the thunder through the sand on my feet as we left the car park heading towards the shoreline, and it's a ton of power here in Praia do Norte.
All right, so I hope you're enjoying the action. Don't forget to jump on the APB Facebook page. I did put a little picture up of Manny and myself just as we went into the broadcast. We would love to hear from you people, so jump onto that APB Facebook page. If you haven't liked it, please do so, and tell us
where you're from and what time it is.
Where you're at.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Where you at, brother?
That's the one. I've been waiting for one of those. I love that stuff.
I was wondering why you were tapping my shoulder, and I'm like, oh,
Where you at?
Where you at?
Yeah, I love that stuff. So, all right, well, we are down to half-time at this second heat of the day, and it is Jeff Hubbard from Hawaii holding the lead, folks, and looking to significantly upgrade a 5.25 second-best wave. There's a nice little shot looking up towards the fortress. You can see it on the left, top left of your screen, right under the Pride de Norte logo, and that fortress is pushing 600 years old, Manny. And talk about history, and you talk about Portugal.
That's what I mean. It's like this was, as I mentioned, end of the world, but the Portuguese say no, it's the beginning of the world. This is where they launched a lot of the expeditions. Look at this, Hubbard with a big section and a clean reverse. Oh, my goodness. So Jeff Hubbard taking full advantage of these ramps here in Praia del Norte.
Wow, nice methodical approach to that maneuver there. And I tell you what, this kid's got an uber smooth style, hasn't he, ladies and gentlemen? Jeff Hubbard just lines it up, launches off the end of that thing, and that fluoro slick on the board there, really highlighting the maneuver. And that is just spectacular stuff there from Jeff Hubbard. And as we said, he's in the hunt for another world title in 2016.
Yeah, I mean, with these two last Grand Slam events, this one here, Nazare Pro, and the Fronton King Pro coming up in the Canary Islands after this event, totally possible for Hubbard to jump back into that first place spot.
Absolutely. Well, 7.50, so that puts the other guys on notice. Eric and Duda now chasing 9.01, which is not out of the question at a place like Praia del Norte because, whilst there's a lot of wash going through the break on this early couple of heats here this morning until that offshore wind really cleans things up, there are some spectacular waves coming through where you could easily get a 9 or a 10-point ride.
Yeah, I mean, if you get that solid, perfect, lined-up peak, you're able to pull off a barrel off the top. Let's see what Dudu Pedro can do on this section right here, coming right at him. Not enough speed. He just kicks out of that one. But you can see that these waves are peaking perfectly and offering up ramp sections or take-off barrel. So we're going to see a ton of perfect bodyboarding today, incredible bodyboarding down the beach. Looks like, in focus now. Jeff Hubbard streaking down the line, staying really high on the face of the wave to maintain that speed, drops down, and then sees this section. Oh, my goodness. Jeff Hubbard with a perfect invert, lands perfectly, and kicks out of that one. I mean,
How smooth is this cat?
He's very, very smooth, and his timing is like no other in the world. Let's take another look.
Yeah, well, he's an absolute magician at joining the dots, isn't he? And he's just so consistent. Again, just nice invert. Beautiful technique there and just flawless performances here on round number one from Jeff Hubbard from Hawaii. Winning the first hit was Alex Uranga from the Basque Country. Jeff Hubbard, well, that's a 6.0. It just fell short of going in the top two. But he's really got the other guys on the back foot. And both Eric and Dudu chasing 9.01 to try and scoop the lead and skip round number two.
That's the thing. You want to get in those first place positions in this first round, in these first 16 heats, because you get that little bypass of round number two, and that could be to your advantage for sure. But although I've heard some people don't mind going into that second round because they get more water time, a little bit more knowledge of being in the water, where the waves are breaking. But you can also get that from land too if you keep an eye on what Mother Nature is doing.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, in general, I think everyone's trying to get their first position, but they're not going to be too worried because it's a non-elimination round, and they do get a second opportunity to head in there. But, you get knocked out in round number two, it's a 33rd place, and it's not going to really feature heavily in any kind of, title race. Maybe for guys, that are down a little lower on the rankings, like Eric is 51st at the moment. He'd be happy with the 33rd.
Look at this. Jeff Hubbard dropping in, holding a nice, clean bottom turn, and he saw a section, but it didn't end up being there. And look at that, another clean reverse. How is he doing this? You can see at the takeoff, he tried to stall and try to find a quick section off the bat, but when he saw that there was nothing there, you can see he stalled a little bit, went up to the top, not much there, but he was able to gain speed when he got up to that high line and just hit that thing perfectly for a perfect reverse. That was Jeff Hubbard in the red jersey. Incredible.
Well, this is heat number two, round one of the main event here at the Grand Slam at Praia del Norte. And I'll tell you what, so far, from all of the surfing that we've seen so far, Jeff Hubbard he has been the LeBron James of the contest so far. He's really lifted the bar big time, Manny.
Yeah, I mean, this is round number one of the main event, and I'm telling you, everybody wants to show what they have here in these first heats of the main event, because that's going to pretty much set the pace for not only for what the viewers are going to see, but for themselves out as well.
Well, Jeff is, what is that? That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. He's had 8 or 9 waves. I mean, it's just, he's pigging out on this stuff. He loves it.
That's right. When you've been sitting around waiting for a few days for the event to start, you're going to want to grab everything you can when your heat is on. Here we go. Eric Gomez taking a look at this one. He's riding into that rip current section and has the speed and finds a section and does a maneuver and lands out in front of the whitewash. But Eric Gomez.
All right, well, just lost a little signal there. One of the problems that we have here at Pride of North, folks, just so you people back home understand, is that this beach here, because the waves are so big and they explode so heavy on the sandbank, it almost puts a mist up into the air. That mist goes in through all the leads and camera connections, and boys are running around this morning, Manny, with a hairdryer, making sure that everything was going to connect properly.
Exactly. That's what you have to do. If you look around, there's nothing around. I mean, we're pretty much on the other side of the city, where that's where all the people live. That's where everybody's at. But once you get onto the north side of that fortress, there's nothing on this beach for miles.
No, it is very much just a barren wasteland, but it's I tell you what, it's fast becoming pretty popular as one of the world's best beach rakes. That is for sure. All right, well, we're into heat number 2. We have right now 6 minutes left on the clock, and Jeff Hubbard effectively putting on a clinic with an 8.0 and a 7.65 on that last wave. So he has now lifted the boys. They need some serious scores, as we see. A 9.16 needed for both Dudu and Eric to try and take the lead.
Really, let's quickly touch on the priority system for those of the viewers that don't understand.
Yeah, okay, so priority starts with neutral priority. It means that everyone just has no priority. First guy gets a wave, goes into third priority when he gets back into the lineup. The other 2 guys left in the lineup are sharing what we call neutral priority. So they have priority over the guy who caught the first wave, who's in third, but they don't have priority over each other. So what you do is you have a little opportunity at the start of these heats where if there's any kind of hassling or jostling to go down, you'll find it will happen before everyone gets their first wave.
Yeah.
So once the second guy gets his wave, of course, whoever's left in the lineup will assume first priority, and the sequence begins.
There you go. So if you didn't get that, we'll be explaining that throughout the event, throughout the day as well, just so everybody understands how or why some riders are not going and some riders are given the opportunity to go, even though it seems like that person may be in position to catch that wave. But more on that throughout the day. But we are at that 5 minute break, or 5 minutes to go in this heat. Jeff Hubbard looking really solid. Eric Gomez in second. Dudu Pedra. Kind of a slow morning for Dudu Pedra. I wonder if he's lost a little bit of energy from riding some of the waves these last few days.
I don't think so. Have you seen that guy without a shirt on? He's a machine.
I know.
So he could just do that all day. In fact, on that big day, I think Dudu stayed out for like 3 or 4 hours, which is just crazy.
Yeah.
Coming up, heat number 3, the Chileans are going to be loving it. We got the dynamic duo from Chile, Matias Diaz and Nelson Flores, taking on Goncalo Pinheiro. So that will be heat number 3. And big shout out, as we said, to all of our friends in Chile, including Arturo and Billy and Glenn, of course, from Antofagasta. Didn't have the event there this year, but it looks like it's going to be bigger and better next year. And of course, all of our friends to Tomate and all the guys and Yo-Yo, of course.
Yo-Yo.
Hey, El Yo-Yo.
We saw Eric Gomez on that last wave. A roll, not high scoring, but a maneuver nonetheless. Look at this. We do have Jeff Hubbard taking a look and cutting out of that one. So Jeff Hubbard back out into the lineup before Eric Gomez can get back out there. Look at these waves still coming in.
Man, I tell you what, there is plenty of action wave-wise here today, folks. For the first round of the Grand Slam event, you're watching, of course, the 2016 Nazare Pro, Pride of North in Nazare in Portugal. And Tez McKenna hanging out with Manny Vargas. Of course, we've got a few guys on the call team here. Nonito, of course, Nuno Cardoso, one of the best ever, and a really handsome guy from Portugal, along with Dave Hubbard, of course. And it's great to have someone like Dave who's competing in the event and bringing an insight into the commentary booth like that. It's just something that doesn't happen in other sports.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be pretty awesome. He's actually going to David Hubbard's going to come in the next heat. It's going to be pretty fun to have his insight on what boards and what fins people are using out there, because the water temperature, major factor.
Absolutely. All right, well, we're coming down to the pointy end of this one, folks. 2 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock. Jeff Hubbard, as we said, with an 8.0 and a 7.65. And you know what, Manny? It's really contagious when someone gets a good one, because then everybody else wants to start. That sets the bar for the day. And Jeff has done that in heat number 2.
Yeah, we're still waiting for Dudu Petra to get another solid wave. His 3 waves that you see on your screen, pretty good. Or actually, the 2 waves, his 2 top scoring waves you can see. But that 3.10, if he can get another solid score in the 9s, he can probably take that first place spot away from Jeff Hubbard. Jeff taking a look and kicks out of that one. But, yeah, I mean, it's still anybody's ball game. All the way down to the last second of the heat. And we've seen some heroics in previous events where everything could change before the horn has been rung.
Absolutely. When you got this sort of caliber of rider in these kind of conditions here at Praia do Norte, like, anything can happen, that is for sure. Some really cool heats coming up throughout the day. Jump onto the of course, the live side of you, and you can click on the refresh, and you can go through all the different rounds. You can have a look at some of these heats that we've got here, and you can have a look at some of the results that we've also had. Of course, we had the first round of the women's on day number 1, Manny, and we had the pro junior guys are just dying to get out there, but they'll probably won't surf here today. They'll be back tomorrow.
Yeah, and the caliber of riding in those divisions as well, top notch, and it's going to be pretty fun to watch them do battle in these conditions. Look at that one, Jeff Hubbard almost getting caught on the inside of that set right there, but we do have some pretty insane 4 to 6 foot waves still rolling in, and the conditions are getting, as you can see right there, getting a lot cleaner, smoother wave faces, which means they're going to be able to maintain their speed and get even higher on their lip maneuvers.
All right, well, it's been all one-way traffic for the rider in red. Jeff Hubbard dominating this one, as did Alex Uranga in heat number 1. So looks like the top seeds, of course, wearing the red jerseys right throughout this whole first round of the Grand Slam event here at Nazare. And coming up next will be Matias Diaz in the red singlet, taking on Nelson Flores. So coming into this contest, it's going to be Matias Diaz with comes in as the number 12 seed off the APB rankings. He's not 12th on the rankings, but he's the 12th seed according to who's here. Nelson Flores, 21, and a wild card, of course, is Goncalo Pinheiro. That's the next heat in the water.
That is going to be coming up soon, as we only have 10 seconds remaining in this heat in the water. And look at Jeff Hubbard on your screen. He's scrambling, trying to get in position for his last wave. And I don't know I can't see how many waves he's caught, but that list is very, very long.
All right, well, it looks like that is going to be the end of it's a beautiful wave there, and conditions are looking sensational. So Jeff Hubbard has taken that first heat. Dudu Pedra, Erica are both going into the next round. It looks like we're going to take a short commercial break, and we'll be back with more action live from Nazare right after this.
Ghost rider, motorcycle hero. Baby, he's a looking so cute.
Welcome back, everybody. Manny V here now with David Hubbard. And David Hubbard's all smiles. He actually got in the water yesterday, felt what the Mother Nature had to offer. And here he is now for the 2016 Nazare Pro, bringing it to you live from Praia do Norte here in Nazare. So, are you ready?
Ready for it, for sure, and ready to see this awesome matchup we have happening in the water right now. It's heat number 3. Let's go out there. And this should be a good one, but we've been watching the waves all morning, Manny, and we're excited to see some of these guys get out there and get amongst the conditions. It's been exciting start, and I do expect to have great conditions throughout the rest of, hopefully, the whole day. We might even get into round 2 if we can.
Yeah, I mean, the conditions you can see already from the morning first heat, now in round number 1, heat number 3 out in the water. The water is actually looking really good, and the waves are looking really fun. Still size out in the water. We've seen some 4-6 foot sets still rolling through, but the ramps that are being offered from these peaks have been so far amazing. Riders taking full advantage. All right, out in the water, we have Matias Diaz in the red jersey taking a look at his first wave, dropping in.
This one's shaping up nice. It's a nice right-hander. He gets a nice roll off the start of that and then even finds another roll section there on the inside. A very complete ride from the Chilean Matias Diaz.
Fellow Chilean Nelson Flores will be in the yellow jersey. Juan Carlos Piñero is out there in the blue jersey. Let's take another look at Matias's last wave.
And there's that nice roll at the start. Pretty vertical there, and now he finds this section's much more difficult to push through, but he does complete it. So great ride for Matias. That'll open up his account with a strength solid score.
I always give props to those riders that get those first 2 solid waves under their belt within that first 5 minutes of the heat. That gives them that extra, that extra time to be able to go out there and be a little bit more selective on their next waves that will follow. And it relieves some of the pressure too, I believe, as well.
And I think those kind of strategies of getting busy early, getting a good score early, as you're mentioning, are very important because we saw Jeff Hubbard do similar things in that last heat where he stayed very active. Also, Alex Uranga, winner of the very first heat of the morning, was very active, and they both got decent scores on the board early. Like you said, relieve some pressure, frees them up to explore more possibilities in the lineup. Here we see Gonzalo Piñero. He's up and riding on this left-hander, got a ton of speed, throws it up there. That was fascinating.
Was that a completed move? That is the question. I mean, he had a ton of speed, was able to do like a floater reverse on the top of the wave, and then came down and landed. Let's take another look. And as you can see, we're slowing it down just a little bit, but man, look how much speed he's able to get right off the bat. And he tried to go for an air reverse, but was still sticking to the water. Still a clean maneuver, but the question is, are the judges going to say that was a completed maneuver?
So it was a reverse re-entry. Like you said, there's a floater aspect to that. I would say that the reverse itself was complete. The re-entry was incomplete. And so ultimately the bulk of that maneuver, and we're likely going to be combining those into one maneuver and saying, it's a reverse re-entry, a floater reverse, and it does come in at a 1.5. So they deemed it to be incomplete, but we do see a 6 coming up on the board for Matias Diaz. Great start for him, as we mentioned.
Check this out. We did post something on the Facebook page just to reach out to our viewers out in bodyboarding world. We do have Tarek tuning in from Durban, South Africa. Next time, you guys, tell me what time it is there, too, because I'd like to know what 9 o'clock here is and what time it is where you're tuning in from. Stuart from London, that's another South African tuning in from just across the sea here, or just across the channel. Lachlan Quinn, we are rocking and rolling through the first rounds of the men's heats. We got about 16 heats in round number 1. Ismael is tuned in from Morocco. Shout outs to the Moroccans in the event. Aiden is chilling in Bali, in a bodyboarding villa, and he's got a very sweet thing that he's got going on there. So if you want to go check out Bali bodyboarding with Aiden. Arnaud is tuned in from France. Ortiz is trying to stay awake to watch the feed, but he's a little tired. Ben in Gold Coast, and Lloyd Llewellyn. He has been tuned in from day number 1. This guy does not sleep. He eats and lives and breathes bodyboarding. What up, brother?
Yeah, Lloyd. We love the support. Thanks so much, and thanks so much for everybody, not only who's tuning in, but who has jumped on that Facebook post. And Manny just listed just a few of you guys, but We definitely appreciate all of you guys for tuning in and staying active with our social media platforms.
That's right. That's where you're going to get all the info. The Facebook page, APB Tour, that's going to be our most lively of all our social media. But we're pretty much covering all the bases on the APB Tour social media sites. So out in the water, we're about 19 minutes, 5.5 minutes into it. And Matias Diaz is looking really sharp. The sun is coming out here in Nazare.
It has changed, drastically. When we showed up, it was kind of foggy, and it was still dark. I mean, we got here right on dark, and I was in the competitors area just before, and Tanner McDaniel said, "Looked like somebody switched the filter setting in the last 5 seconds because now it's a lot brighter." Somebody swiped to the right.
No, that's right. No, the sun is coming out. We're going to see the water just turn. I think it's got this dark green, blue color to it. But that rip current, you can see it ripping through the contest area, bringing some of that sand in with it. But yeah, the sun's going to come out. Time to take the jackets off and enjoy some of Portugal's best export, the sun. All right, check this out. We have the winner of the next heat standing with Vilma. Vilma, take it away.
Hi, here I am. Jeff, congratulations. Welcome to Portugal.
Thanks. I'm so stoked to be here. It's a beautiful country and just wonderful people and great waves. Wow, we've been surfing a lot of good waves.
You think it's one of the best waves, beach break waves in the tour?
Oh, for sure. This has so much power and it's so consistent. As we saw, every day is like almost too big. So it's really cool. So we're having a lot of fun.
Okay, when the European leg started, you were first and now you dropped to fifth. So are you worried about that?
No, I'm stoked. I was a premier decision that I just wanted to make. I knew I was gonna slip in the rankings, and I'm happy being in fifth place right now, coming into the last leg of the tour. So it's been I'm enjoying it. I love it.
Thank you so much. Okay, back to you guys. What's happening?
All right, so hubby guys making it through that heat and out of the water. We have heat number 3, Matias Diaz leading the charge, Gonzalo Pinheiro in blue second, and Nelson Flores again. Round number 1 in the men's division, non-elimination.
And it gives these guys the opportunity to get out and feel this lineup. It also gives them the opportunity to kind of get used to their equipment, kind of get the bugs out. A lot of people travel from so far away to come to these competitions, and it's so beneficial to them to just be able to get out in the water and not have to worry about going home immediately. Having a non-elimination heat, they get to kind of feel it out. And, hey, if they win, they're rewarded. They skip a round, and if not, they'll still move on to round 2, second and third, going to round 2. First place, moving straight into round number 3.
I've been mentioning it a few times, but let's talk about the water temperature and how that affects the equipment of some of these riders.
Well, I know that, for example, Jeff Hubbard brought a fairly worn-in board, a board that he's been using for many months. So he wanted to make sure that that board was well worn in because the temperature of this water, it's a little chilly, it's a little brisk, and that'll tighten up the cells in the board, and that'll give the core kind of a little resurgence of strength, actually. So in, back home in tropical waters, Jeff Hubbard may have been ready to put this board to bed. Boom, he brings it over here to Portugal, and it is back in its prime.
So what, how much flexibility or how much flex do you want in the water on riding some of these types of waves, thick barreling beach breaks?
Beautiful question, for sure. And I think for the viewers, we definitely want to explain that these big peaks, and sometimes it's a bit chunky. So you're going to want flex. You're going to want to have total control of your craft as you try to maneuver around the face. And we can see, just looking at the screen right now, it's fairly glassy, but it's not sheet glass. It's not totally smooth. So there are some bumps out there to negotiate, and we've seen some of these waves this morning fairly heavy, and sometimes also not only that drop when they're trying to shoot under the curl, but when they're trying to go for the section and hit a nice big section, they want to cut up very sharply from their bottom turn, and you need the board to flex a little bit to be able to really knife it up to that lip. And so a little bit of flex is, I'd say, very important. And I think most of the riders are going to be using here at Praia del Norte boards with some flex. Just, maybe not too much.
That looks like Nelson Flores, yes, on his second wave. Oh, loses control on that roll, but very interesting. I think he may have bailed halfway through knowing that it wasn't going to be the maneuver that he was after. But Nelson Flores, that was his second wave, and time is running out. It's already been 10 minutes, and he's only had 2 waves, and one of which was not really a high-scoring one, and this one, again, will not be high-scoring for Nelson Flores, the Chilean. So Nelson Flores is going to head back out there. And we talked about the priority system, and right now he is in that 3rd priority. So he's going to have to wait for the waves to come through either straight to him if he's off by himself, or he's got to let the waves go. If in this instance, if Matias Diaz wants to go, Matias Diaz can catch the wave from Nelson Flores if he wants, because I'm guessing if Matias has the priority.
Right, and it does appear that Matias is sitting in priority 1, and he's got just that 1 wave counting. So after he's scored that 6-point ride, he's been sitting and waiting patiently for his next ride, which could be happening on screen right now, Manny.
All right, Matias Diaz dropping in on this one. A little bumpy on the takeoff. As you can see, he's trying to maintain. Oh, a backflip right off the bat. Was able to time that perfectly with the bump coming up the face of the wave, and he hit the lip perfectly and timed it. Was spot on. So Matias Diaz with a nice, really quick, snappy backflip. Let's take another look.
Yeah, here he stalls. He waits for that section, and he finds it. Snappy backflip, indeed. Pulls it around very smoothly. Complete ride for Matias. So a great way for him to back up his 6-point ride. He's sitting very comfortably in first position now, because not only does Nelson but also Gonzalo have very little, both of them, on the board. So now in the first half of this heat, we've seen Matias dominate, and Gonzalo and Nelson still just kind of faltering, haven't been able to find a score, but we're about to move into the second half of this Heat 3 of round 1, and anything could happen in this next half.
No, we've talked about it before. It's not over until that horn has been rung, and we've seen some pretty incredible things go down just at the last few seconds in previous events. So, I mean, it's really anybody's ball game. And again, if you're just tuning in, this is a non-elimination round number 1 of the men's division, which means you will see these riders once again, and that I love that. That's one of my favorite things about this format.
Oh, for sure. We've got such talented riders here in round 1. Here's one of them now, Gonzalo Piñero. He's up and riding. He's coming around on this left-hander. He's hoping for a nice section to boost a clean roll-off and thinking about that transition, and he cuts out. So finally now Gonzalo gets on the board with a maneuver.
Yeah, that was his first solid wave right there. And let's take another look. You can see that it's all about timing. And if you're going to wait for that last section, and he timed it perfect right there, but that last section, if it gets away from you, these waves are really short. They're kind of breaking close to the beach. They're really peaky. Unless you get a nice rampy section at the end, these waves can just turn away from you and turn into nothing. So what Gonzalo did right there was perfect. I mean, lucky for him, the wave stayed up, and he was able to pull off that maneuver. And Gonzalo heads back out into the lineup. So, again, these waves are a little shorter, breaking pretty close to shore, but are able to offer up some sweet section if you get a nice, clean barrel at the takeoff, or if it starts coming towards you and offering up sweet ramp section. But, yeah, it's pretty incredible right now here in Praia do Norte in Nazare, Portugal.
And here we got Matias Diaz having a look at this one. It is a right-hander, little carve to spin. Now he's eyeing up something, doesn't see what he's looking for, and he's out. Matias Diaz still on the hunt. He's got a 4.5 now as his backup for that 6. And now he's got a 2.25. So just 3 rides for Matias, 3 for Gonzalo, and Nelson Flores being very patient, now sitting with first priority with just 2 rides.
Well, there's plenty of time. 10 minutes in these conditions. Ton of time for him to make something happen. And again, first place in these heats, these first 16-minute heats, you go straight into round number 3. Second and third do battle again in round number 2.
And it's an awesome opportunity. And using his priority, that's why he was able to take off on that wave from the shoulder.
Yep.
He does get a nice roll there, and we're not totally sure how he finished that wave. But Nelson Flores getting on the board. That'll be his best score.
All right, so we are still plugging away here in the third heat of round number 1. Make sure you don't go anywhere. We have all the big names coming up in round number 1. In the next heat, you're going to see Jacob Romero, Nicolas Chiara, and Julien Lesehan from France. So, yeah, those are coming up in heat number 4 and heat number 5, 6, all the way through heat 16. You're going to see top riders in the world out in the water.
All right, so just about 9 minutes remaining now, and we have a lot of action on our hands. As Manny said, we're going to be going through all of round number 1 and hopefully moving into round number 2. We'll have to just wait and see how the conditions hold up to determine if we are actually able to complete round number 1, but also how far we can get into round number 2. There will be a very, very short break, possibly to establish a quick reseed, because we're going to reseed our competitors for round of the men's main event division here at Praia do Norte's Nazare. We are on screen. You can just see now up and riding Nelson Flores with a nice roll. So he's finally kind of getting on the board and pulling these maneuvers completely. Gonzalo did get a 5.85, so he's in second at this point. But if Nelson finds something, he could overtake that. And it does look like Nelson Flores is moving into second place. But again, the situation is trying to get in first, and look at this one. Gonzalo deep in that barrel. He ends up even rolling out through the lip. Incomplete, it appears, but a terrific effort.
Oh, my God.
That was radical.
Look how much water is moving. His board was tombstoning, which means he was still getting hung underwater. And when the board is tombstoning, the leash is on his arm. So that is just saying how, and his leash just broke, and he's got to come in and grab his board. It looked like he was holding on for a second. He is going to lose time, but not any points from that last maneuver. But that's how much power this wave has. And that board is coming all the way to the inside. So, 6-7 minutes remaining. He has time to grab his board and get another wave for sure.
He's got time. One thing I noticed about these 3 individuals is they all paddled out 2 minutes before their heat began. So they didn't opt to use the 5-minute paddle out that is allotted to the competitors before their heat begins. So I'm thinking, hey, if they've paddled out in 2 minutes before this heat, there is a chance that he could get to his board within the next minute. Take 2 minutes to paddle out. That'd still give him a few minutes to potentially catch another ride. He's going to need a 6.16 at this point. That would put him into first place. He's gotten to the shore now. He's got that leash bunched up. Not sure if there's going to be assistance to give him another leash.
You can see him running down the beach right there. And after getting a beat down like that, after getting a little beat down right there, he grabs his board. Oh, he just tossed his leash. His friend's going to grab the leash, and he's going to head back out without a leash for the next 6 minutes. Do you think that was a smart move? Do you think he was able to get a leash and get a new leash on there and have enough time to get another wave? Or you think he'll be okay without a leash out there?
Well, thank you, Nuno, who's going to be jumping in the booth in the next heat, but he was there assisting Gonzalo, and stringent regulations on exactly how much Nuno could do with his equipment. Gonzalo is going to have to grab his board on his own power, so I don't think grabbing the board was a problem, but I think if it was handed to him, so that's why Nuno dropped it. And yeah, I would think that that's not too bad of a call. Putting another leash on would have, taken finding a leash to do that if he doesn't have a caddy set up ready for that situation. So that could have eaten into some time, but then 2, putting it onto the board, it's another 10 to 30 seconds. So he's going to hopefully get back out, and he needs to hold on to that board during those duck dives. That's the main thing.
Or if he does a big maneuver.
But then he's going to have a ride, but yeah, holding on to the board for that big maneuver, it's going to be his last chance to get a score realistically. So leash or no leash, he's going to have to hold on during the maneuver. But, at this point, he's looking to try to get one more score. And, hey, he's going to get back out there in probably the next minute or so.
Matias Diaz is currently in that first place spot, which will catapult him into that third round, passing second round if he ends up in that first place spot. But looking pretty good right now with time remaining is Nelson Flores in the yellow jersey. Those little P1, P2, P3 you see on your screen just to the right of the scores, that is the priority. And you can see right now, holding priority is Nelson Flores in the yellow jersey. And down the beach, taking advantage. It comes out of that little frothy barrel. Nice clean reverse and pulls it off, looking for a 7.51. That may have done it for Nelson Flores to jump into that first place spot.
Yeah, so this was cool. Let's take a look as he got kind of barreled as the peak kind of rolled over him at the start. And then he gets this nice little bank revo going down. So I think it's going to better one of his 4s. Not sure if it'll quite be the score he needs, but with 3 minutes left, now less is required of him to attack the position held by Matias. And, Matias has strengthened. He's backed up his 6 with another 6. So he's strengthened his position in that first spot, and he's holding first priority. With under 3 minutes to go, this is, Matias is sitting in a good spot. Nelson still has a shot, and so does Gonzalo.
All right, yeah, after looking at the replay, that's 7.81 or 5.1 probably not going to happen. But, again, we're not in the judging panel. We're sitting here talking to you from all over the world. And that, let's just say hi to everybody tuning in. We got Nicole in Cape Town, South Africa. Thanks for tuning in, Brew. Wait, can you say Brew to females? No.
You can call him a bookie, maybe. Bookie.
All right. Well, Nicole, let us know the proper name to call the lovely ladies of South Africa. We got Al in the UK, just across the English channel here. Bodyboarding Center is tuning in Anglet, France, one of my favorite places to visit back in the heyday in the 90s. Jean-Pierre in France is tuning in. We got Don from...
Yeah, Don.
Yeah, McDaniel from Hawaii tuning in. What time is it over there? Isn't it like early morning? Here we go. Matias Diaz taking a look at this one. A little bumpy on the face of the wave, but he's able to maintain that speed, looking for the high line. And clean carving reverse, and that was it for Matias Diaz. We have 1 minute 45 seconds remaining. Ben is tuned in from Australia. And Jay Fajardo, Jay Cation, is tuning in from California. I don't know how he does it, but it always seems like he's always on vacation. Love you, brother. Josh is tuned in. Dwayne as well. And Gustavo in Panama. And Chris Santos is tuned in from Bali. How nice would it be to be in the warm waters of Bali?
It would be super terrific, and it's awesome that we have just such a beautiful grouping from all around the globe tuning in to this broadcast that we're bringing you live. The APB Tour is here in Nazare, Portugal.
I mean, it's pretty awesome that we have international viewership, but, I mean, we got an incredible international field of bodyboarders, all of them converging here to Praia do Norte in Nazare, Portugal. And the waves here, incredible. Peaks just down the beach. Definitely want to put this on the must-come-back-to list. Look at this, Matias Diaz coming around that section, finding another little section, but didn't have enough speed to pull off a maneuver as that wave was coming towards him, and he kicks out of that one. But Matias Diaz in that first-place spot. You can see the riders down the beach getting ready for the next heat. Look at that thing.
So that was Nelson Flores. He did get a 6.15, the best score of this heat. But he needs to back it up with a 5.86. He's got 10 seconds to do, and he's paddling on this one, Manny.
All right. Can he come around that section? Yes, he does. He finds a little check turn on the top of the wave, has that speed still, and opts not to take advantage of that little whitewash coming towards him. And yes, that is the end of the heat. And it looks like Matias Diaz will hold on unofficially to that first place spot. Nelson Flores and Gonzalo Pinheiro, you're going to see them again, even though they didn't win that heat. You're going to see those two in round number 2. So don't go anywhere. We have to pay for our coffee and bread here, or sandwiches. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back right after this.
I feel like I'm gonna drop real soon. My mind's a hurting, I'm over the moon. Pulses sagging out and losing the pace. It's the way you feel, man, not the way you taste. Rebel, rebel, I see you with your gun.
Welcome back to day number 2. This is the main event of the men. So we're surfing men's round 1. Dave Hubbard here alongside Nuno Cardoso. Welcome.
Nice to be here next to you once again, Dave. And we're at day 4 in Nazare, but competition-wise, this is actually day 2, like you mentioned, Dave. And right now in the water, we do have your country fellow man, Jacob Romero.
So let's get right out in there. This is heat number 4.
And still with Jacob Romero, your countryman from a while, like I was saying, it's Nicolas Chiara from Argentina and Julien Dessin from France. I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly, as my French is not the best. Although I did study it in school, but I'm still working on it. So let's see what this heat number 4 of round 1 of man here at the Nazare Pro brings.
Yeah, I'm super excited to see these 3 out in the water. And Nicolas Chada has been turning heads all throughout the South American leg, and now we see him joining us here in Nazare. And, of course, I'm super excited to see Jacob Romero, the bearded brethren from Maui. He's going to be taking on not only the Argentinian, but also the Frenchman, Julien.
Listen, I think that's the right pronunciation, like I was saying before. And Nicolas Chiara is currently living in the Canary Islands for a couple of years now. Although he represents Argentina, is a local country, but is most like an European nowadays, we could call it, as Nicolas charges the waves in the Galdar area, where the next event of this world tour it's gonna take us after this Nazare. But meanwhile, we still have a lot of action in this event.
Yeah, let's not get too ahead of ourselves, but of course we are looking forward to not only this, but the final event of the tour in Fronton, where the world title race of the men's will be decided. But we are going to be deciding a title race here at Praia do Norte. It is going to be the Pro Junior division that will be battling it out for that world title, as well as the women battling it out for the event championship title of the Praia do Norte champion, and as well as the men's, and valuable points for the men's as they will be continuing on to Fronton after this. But we have an amazing event ahead of us because we've had a lot of waves, actually. This is a great problem to have because the waves have been too big for a few days now, actually. So it's actually good that the waves have calmed down enough, and now we're able to get out there and kind of get some nice action. Take us through this one.
Having a look at this one was Nicolas Chiara, the man wearing the yellow singlet. The first wave was ridden in this heat, but it was just a look. But meanwhile, Julian from France applying that roll move on that nice section on that left there, and is gonna post his first score as the man in yellow, Nicholas, did not get a move on his wave. So we're waiting for more action on this heat. But like you were saying, we did crown already this year's women's division world champ as well as the DK division. So we're still waiting to crown 2 more world champions this year in the men's division and the pro junior division.
And that should be super exciting. One of those, as we mentioned, is going to be crowned here in Nazare. And we will have to wait and see. And like Tessa said earlier, the juniors are itching to get out into the water. And they're going to probably have their own full day of competition. And maybe it'll be over the weekend. We'll have to wait and see. Today, it's going to be strictly men's action. We're going to be doing round 1. And hopefully more, even dipping into round number 2, a good chunk of it at least. So we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, that is correct, Dave. We'll be waiting for the last 2 days, as we told you previously that we had a very, very big Praia do Norte here at Nazare, and the waves were not contestable at all. Yesterday afternoon, we even had a tow-in, an historic tow-in session with Isabella Souza, actually the world women's champion this year, and she went with Dudu Pedra and had a go at the tow-in session yesterday when the swell picked up. And there was easily some 12 to 15-foot bombs still yesterday in the afternoon. The swell dropped a little bit today, and we do have some contestable waves, as we saw the previous heats being really well-ridden waves by the previous competitors on this round. Meanwhile, we have heat number 4 of round 1, and the first wave of the blue rider, Julien from France, has just dropped with a 4-point.
All right, well, we do have Matias Diaz down on the beach with Vilma, ready for an interview. So take it away, Vilma.
Yes, that's true. I'm here with Matias Diaz. How was it? Do you like these waves? You've been here last year. The conditions are a little bit different.
Sí, este año ha estado bien diferente, mucho más swell. Nada, esperar a que se acomode un poquito más la ola. Se ve que se vienen muy buenas condiciones para los siguientes hits. Así que nada, muy feliz de haber pasado.
Is very, very happy to pass through to the other round. And of course, the conditions are so much different from last year. That shows that Nazare has good conditions in different sizes. That's what you were talking about before the interview. So what do you think about the waves of Nazare and all the Portuguese waves?
Sí, en realidad está muy buena la ola, izquierda, derecha, bien buena. Esperar un poco la ola, pero como se está moviendo mucho, había que estar tratando de buscar. Aparte estaba con mi compatriota Nelson Flores y mi amigo Hugo Pineiro. Y haber pasado.
Gracias. Back to you guys.
All right, welcome back. Thank you very much, Vilma, for that terrific interview with Matias, and congratulations to Matias as well as pretty much all competitors, because everybody's moving on after round 1, possibly to round 2. And the winners are going to be moving on into round number 3. Here we see Jacob Romero hoping to get an express journey into round 3 with a nice invert there. That'll be a solid score and a good way for him to start his campaign, as we've gotten 7 minutes into this heat with only 3 rides ridden from 1 from each guy.
Yes, that's correct. As I take you through the replay here from the wave of Jacob Romero, nice, speedy, times it quite nice. The wave was pretty fast, but there was a nice section there, and he applied the invert move. So Jacob Romero got his first wave under his belt, and it moves up to the first position in this heat with a 6.25. Only 3 waves ridden, like you said, Dave.
So good start for Jacob, definitely. And we know that he has Just incredible skills doing those aerial maneuvers, inverts, and air reverses, and even a few other tricks up his sleeve, like the backflip and the ARS. And one thing I'd love to see him do is that Hoggestan, that handstand maneuver he does. But let's see Nicholas on this one.
Yeah, Nicholas is a specialist in front-on waves, and this added like a front-on kind of esque thing up in there in that last section with a very curvy ball, but he was not able to reach it on time, so he just apply that roll, that small roll. He has a 1-point wave, probably better situation, but there's still plenty of time in this heat, and I think the riders still need to build their scores and try to advance into that first position that Jacob Romero is holding, and that's an express ticket up to round 3.
Yeah, and he's hoping to get that express ticket so he can take the time tomorrow morning to take his brother Jonah to the airport in Lisbon. Jonah's been visiting for a few days, and his flight's tomorrow morning. And if Jacob has to surf round 2, it's not going to be likely that he'll be able to give his bro a ride. So that's one of the reasons Jacob's hoping to get to round 3. And a lot of these competitors want to get to round 3 just to have that security moving past round 2, because round 2 is elimination. We're in round 1. It's not elimination, but there's going to be riders getting ousted from the competition. 16 riders will be eliminated in round 2, and another 16 will be eliminated in round number 3. So, you know, if you move on into round 3, you skip that possible elimination round in that second round.
Up in riding, the rider in blue, Julian from France, he has a look on that right-hander, but the wave doesn't offer him much, so he decides to skip out of that one and pedal out the back. Meanwhile, Jacob, leading this heat, is holding the first priority, and Nicholas is holding the second priority, and we're still waiting on some sets. But like you said, Dave, there's still plenty of time in this heat for the boys to rack up some points and jump into that first position that allows them to skip through round number 3. There's only one position that allows you to take that round 3 express ticket, and the second and third placed riders in this heat will go into elimination round number 2. And from a strategic standpoint, do you think most of the riders want to jump that, or some of the riders will want to compete in round 2 because it gives them a little bit of more of water time, like Manny was mentioning earlier?
That's what I was thinking when I saw the potential forecast. I was thinking to myself, hey, I'm going to go try my best in round number 1, but I'm not going to be phased one bit if I surf round 2, because I think potentially getting a little more water time, feeling out the water, getting a little bit closer to that rhythm, another opportunity to ride right out here in the competition area at Nazare, Praia do Norte. So it could be a good option. Let's see yellow, Nicholas Chiara.
Meanwhile, up in riding, that's the rider in yellow, is trying to find a section on that left. He's still riding a pretty long wave there, but as he comes into the inside, the eating sections are more available on the outside. He'll try to, if you see this morning, you're trying to catch a wave that's really short in length and trying to find that end ball so you can attack a lip move and perform like your brother did on heat number 2 of this round, and he was able to land 2 complete air reverse moves, which gave him really high scores early in this competition, and setting the bar per se for all the riders that are watching here in the sand and waiting for their respective heats.
Yeah, beautiful display of high performance bodyboarding, and we I guess we've kind of come to expect that from Jeff Hubbard, a multi-world champion who's also hoping to notch another one of those on his resume. We'll have to wait and see, because he's battling some fine competitors for the chance at a world title happening here in 2016. That'll be decided, as Nuno mentioned, at Fronton. But these are super valuable points, very critical. The performance of, I'd say, all the riders in about the top 8 if one of the riders in the top 8 wins this event, they're going to be in a stronger position to strike that world title. And we're going to see, that field really narrow down from about 8 or so riders, probably down to about 3 or 4. Jacob Romero having a look there. He had first priority, and he was too deep on that peak.
Yeah, it looks like Jacob was looking to get a second wave in this heat, trying to back up that 6.25. But meanwhile, up and riding, that's Nicolas Chiara going for that move. And Nicolas is trying to better off his 3.5, that previous roll that we saw on his second wave. And he needs to build some scores if he wants to take that first place away from Jacob Romero. And getting back to that second round issue, if you want to compete or not in that elimination round, like you were saying, you're not too phased off if you don't go through up to the round number 3, just through this round number 1. But if the waves are epic and we're looking at a nice forecast, I think every rider in the beach wants to ride every possible round that they can, because the waves are so good, and you want to wear those airball sections, and probably we get barrel sections as well, as the conditions look like they're cleaning up.
Exactly that, Nuno. Great point, and we are expecting some amazing waves, and I think a lot of people are thinking along those lines that if it's pumping out here, they want to be in the water. And we do have a pretty large contest area where the competitors can surf. There is a little bit of room for free surfing on the sides of where we're holding the event, so I guess you could go on free surf. I know Alex Uranga went right back out into the water after he won his first heat, so to get a little bit more water time. And there is the opportunity for some free surfing, but the competition area is definitely where the best peaks are, and to access them, you're going to have to be in one of these heats.
Definitely. Here at this year's event, here at the Nazare Pro, we do have a mobile jury stand with a big van, and we were able to set it up at the best bank here at Praia do Norte Beach. We'll get back into that as we watch Julian from France, the rider in blue, having a look at that wave. He has a 4-point wave, and he is looking to back that up or even improve it, but that is not going to be that wave. But like I was saying, we have a mobile infrastructure here, and we did stand it at the best sand bottom that we have here at Praia do Norte. So we're looking at the best part of the Praia do Norte here for the competitions day, and a little bit further north. You cannot see it from the camera here, but we have a free surf area, and like you mentioned, Alex Uranga knows that he skipped into third round, so he probably will be not competing today, so he'll be training as hard as he can on that little end corner that we call the Promontorio here at the Nazare City. And a lot of space still if you go a little bit further south as well. So there's waves for everyone here. The competitors, the free surfers. This is an amazing place, Dave.
It is. Here we have Nicolas Chiara up and riding. And not exactly sure what transpired on that one. We'll have to wait and see what the scores brought in. Sorry about that. But still, Jacob and Julien on the outside. Jacob with first priority now. Nice set wave coming in.
Wow.
See if it kind of catches them a little off guard. They're a little too far inside. One thing I did notice, Nuno, was some of the waves breaking further inside are a little cleaner. But to sit inside, you're going to miss some of those bigger waves, like what just happened with these guys.
That is true. And you can see now Jacob paddling for this one. The wave just after that big set, and he goes for a nice roll, and he completes that move. He was in the need of a backup wave. And out the back, Julien from France, take us through this one, Dave.
Well, he's up and riding. He's got a clean line, big section.
Oh.
Throws the reverse air and gets absolutely devoured by the whitewater. So incomplete ride for Julien. He was looking for a 6-point ride. Jacob Romero
waiting for the scores for Jacob Romero, but meanwhile the replay from the rider in blue, as you mentioned, he goes for a nice big reverse air, but there's a very strong punch in that whitewash here at the Praia do Norte, and he was not able to turn that move around and in front of the foam of that wave, so it was an incomplete move. And meanwhile, we have the replay of Jacob's wave.
I think this is live. That was the replay, and it was that roll, and it did come in at a 5-point ride.
Yeah, true. And the previous wave from the rider in yellow was a 5.5, so we do have a nice battle in our hands for the first place now, as we have 7 minutes to go on this heat. And now Nicolas Chiara, the rider in the yellow singlet, is in the need of a 5.76 to take that lead away from Jacob Romero, and Julien Lassahan from France is in the need of a 7.26, as that last wave won't improve his situation in this heat.
So this is getting kind of down to the wire, because each rider has a mid-range score that they could use in their hunt for that first place position. Jacob Romero is sitting with the highest single wave score as well as the highest cumulative score, and thus he's sitting in that first spot, looking pretty to give Jonah Romero a ride to the airport tomorrow morning. But the heat is not over yet. 6 minutes remaining. I tell you something, to have the support, Jacob came here last year, and some of his family was also with him. Mark Sitz, as well as his mother and his niece and cousin. So he's kind of kept that trend going this year with his fiance and now his brother visiting him. But wow, Julien with a nice deep keg on that left-hander. Beautiful bottom turn to swooping cutout. That was solid. That'll give him a nice score. He needs 7.26 to get ahead of Jacob. Not sure if it'll quite be that, but it could be really close.
Yeah, but he could now start to build up his campaign on this heat as we watch the replay. Nice scoop into that barrel. And like I was saying, Dave, the conditions are cleaning up a little bit, and I was mentioning we could see some barrel action, and there it is. Julien Lassahan from France just getting that barrel, and was rewarded with a 5.25 for that wave. So is improved the situation in this heat. He still is in third position, but he now needs a 6.01. Very attainable.
Very attainable indeed, and great to see that riding from Julien. It's taken him a little while to get kind of excited and find something nice out there, and he finally did it. Like you said, that is going to help him attack that first place position. He now needs the 6.01, and Nicolas Chiara needing just a little less than that. About a 5.76 will do it to attack Jacob Romero's hold on first position. Nicolas with first priority, but we see Julien going for another one here.
Yeah, you mentioned the inside ones, and he attacks this one. He goes for another air reverse there off the end of that right-hander. Is waiting to see if he pulls the move, but we see him getting stuck there in that whitewash, and that is not the complete move and not the 6.01 that we need. Take us through this replay, Dave.
Well, this is the second attempt on an air reverse from Julien, and this one he gets a cleaner boost. He almost completes it there. It was well executed. Unfortunately for him, incomplete.
Yeah, 4 minutes to go on this heat, but like you were mentioning, we see the riders setting up a little bit on the inside. And from my experience in this beach, when you're sitting a little bit on the inside, you can actually see what the wave is doing, opposed for where you're standing on the outside, and then it's more kind of a gamble. And we do see the riders getting caught up in the inside when the big sets came, but those are kind of rare. But that's the things that happen here at Praia do Norte. You're surfing like 4 feet, and out of the blue, there will come out 6 or 8 foot wave, double the size of what you're surfing, and you're caught up by surprise on the inside while you're competing. That's not good while free surfing, not to mention competing.
Very much so. We do see live action now. It is Nicolas Chiara milking that one all the way to the inside.
Yeah, true. We're waiting for the score of that wave from yellow Nicolas Chiara as we watch the replay. Nice backflip off of that little section there on the left-hander, and he does complete the move very cleanly, and he was able to bring the wave up to the inside and complete it with a roll, and we do have scores for that last wave, Dave.
7 points. That's enough to put him into the lead. So Jacob Romero now needs a 6.26 with 2.5 minutes remaining. The extension on that requirement has increased for Julien, now needing a 7.26.
That is correct. And Jacob Romero was leading all this heat since his first wave, and right now at the end of this heat, Nicolas Chiara getting that last wave that we saw on the replay with a combo of a backflip and a roll, and it was deemed a 7-point by the judges panel, and he now takes that first position that will allow him to advance to round number 3 and skip elimination round number 2, which Jacob Romero and Julien seem to be adding at if the waves do not cooperate with him.
Well, Jacob Romero having a look at this one with under 2 minutes remaining. He's hoping to get back into that leadership position. A huge flip on the outside, completes it, and now eyeing up a section for a thick roll through the froth section, but pulls that as well. It's going to be a big number. I think it's going to be enough to re-obtain the lead. Take us through the replay.
Yeah, nice right-hander there. Cleaning conditions, like I was mentioning. Nice backflip there. It was able to land it and combo it with this roll at that end section, kind of a frothy section. But we do see Jacob Romero getting in front of that foam, and he replied to that wave from Nicolas Chiara. 2 moves, 2 combo moves, same as Nicolas, with a backflip and a roll. Let's see what the judges award them without last wave. Jacob Romero could jump into first place once again, and this is a shootout now between the rider in yellow and the rider in red.
This is definitely just that, and we've got under a minute. We're down to that manic minute, so we're going to have to wait and see what transpires, because we're expecting a big number. Doesn't need to be too large for Jacob to move into that first place position. Judges deliberating on this very important score as we are crunching down the moments left in this heat. We'll give you the score as soon as it does pop up on our screen.
And not much more time here, but the score did drop, and Dave, tell us what it is.
It's a 7.5. It is enough, Nick. Nicolas Chiara has been bumped back down into second spot. Jacob Romero wins that round 1, heat number 4, and he's moving on into round number 3. Nicolas Chiara and Julien Lesehan moving on into round number 2. Let's take a short commercial break, and we'll be back with heat number 5 right after this.
2, 3, mic
One,
test.
two,
1,
three.
2, 3, mic test.
All right, well, welcome back, everybody. It is day number 1 to the main event here at Nazare. Tez McKenna taking you through heat number 5, round number 1, along with Nuno Cardoso. So, g'day, everybody, and welcome along to Praia do Norte. Finally, Nuno, we're underway.
Yes, it's an amazing day today here, and the sun just popped up, and we have a little bit of kind of a light breeze, so the conditions are really improving, and we're waiting to see those ramps and those barrels here at Praia do Norte, and they're showing up today.
Absolutely. Well, let's go out into the water and have a look at what's happening in heat number 5, folks. We have some pretty radical surfing happening here today, and we just want to do a shout-out also to a lot of the people that are tuning in from all around the world. Jump on that Facebook page and send us a bit of a shout-out, and we'll be able to talk to you guys via the Facebook page.
Definitely, and we got a banger in our hands as we watch and ride Kevin Orihuela, the rider in blue in this heat, hailing from Gran Canaria, the Canary Islands, and in red, Sasha Damjanic from Chile, the young gun from Chile, and Antonio Cardoso riding the yellow singlet, one of Nazare's finest, and he's up and riding, Terry.
Yeah, well, there goes Cardoso, and, well, nobody knows this joint as good as Antonio. Big hit on the end of that section, and coming into Nazare, Cardoso sitting on 19 on the rankings, so he's looking pretty solid right now.
Yeah, right, and up and riding now, Kevin Orihuela from the Canary Islands. Nice roll as well, replying to the wave of Antonio with the roll as well, Antonio, and we'll wait for those first scores there as this heat is already underway, and we have 20 minutes to go. Take us through the replay on this one, Terry.
Yeah, this is the APB replay of Antonio Cardoso. As we said, sitting on 19 on the rankings. Nice big king hit. This is the only of the early stages here. And right behind him in the blue singlet, it was Kevin Orihuela, of course, from Canary Islands. Kevin currently ranked 32 coming into Nazare. Of course, Nuno, it's all about the top 28, mate. You want to try and get into the 28 if you want to make the top seeding for the Grand Slams in 2017.
Yes, that is true. And especially for the Canary riders, they are wanting to take that 20-weight position to allow them to be in the main event at the front on. But meanwhile, we do have Vilma with the winner of the last seed. So take it away, Vilma.
Here we go. We are on. So tell me about your heat. How hard is to find a good section out there?
Yeah, it's kind of difficult. Like, you see a peak there, and then you see a peak on the other side, so you're kind of like moving back and forth. But I was lucky to get that one last one at the end with like a minute or two left. So I advance on, and hopefully it gets a little bigger. I know we had it big the other days, but I just a little bit bigger would be sick.
Okay, can you tell me what board are you using?
I'm using the number 6 Beard J-ROM. It cruises well on waves.
Okay, very.
All right, well, thank you very much. Of course, that is Vilma Vincent and Jacob Romero, who's talking about his equipment, and he's a character, isn't he, Jacob Romero?
He is. He is always with a smile, and he brings his funny antics into the interview, so it's so good to watch him in the interviews with Vilma. But meanwhile, up and riding Kevin Orihuela, a nice spin there, a little bit of off-the-lip spin, and he duck dives out of that one, waiting to back up his last wave of overall, which was a 4.75.
Yeah.
Take us through this replay, Terry.
Yeah, here's the replay of Kevin Orihuela, as you said, from the Canary Islands, bouncing his way along a little froth monster. Gets a nice little forward off the lip on that one. And, well, he's sitting in a lead, and he's probably going to improve his position. 3.90 last wave score there for Kevin Orihuela. So he's in the lead. Antonio Cardoso, of course, the local here at Praia do Norte, is holding on to a 5.25. That's the best wave of the heat so far. And in third position is Sasha Damjanic, of course, is from Chile. little Antofagasta local. And it's all about coming first in round number 1. Nuno, you want to try and win your heat and skip round number 2.
Yeah, definitely for those riders to get to rest that round number 2 is already an elimination round. So riders want to skip that round because they could get knocked out on that round, and it's too early to be knocked out for people who want to have an intention to get that top 28 place and allows them to be seated into the last event of the fronton, which all riders want to be a part of. And I've been talking to the riders, and everyone is frothing. But meanwhile, we're here at Nazare. We've got Antonio Cardoso, one of Nazare's finest, and sponsored by the Praia do Norte Nazare brand here at Câmara Municipal de Nazare. Thanks for the mayor for supporting bodyboarding in such an high fashion, and it's an example for all of Portugal and all of the world.
Absolutely. We went to lunch with Walter, the mayor of Nazare, yesterday. He's become a good personal friend of mine over the last couple of years, and we talk even outside of the competition right throughout the year. So nothing is impossible for Walter. This is what we say. He loves bodyboarding, and we love Nazare. It's a great relationship. So coming up in the next heat, we're going to check out Alan Munoz, of course, from Chile, won the Sintra contest and is in fine form. Moved him up to number 9 on the rankings.
Wow, that's a big, big win for Alan Munoz. He was searching for a win in a World Tour event for a long time. He wanted to do that at his own place in Arica or even at Antofagasta, the events that we were held events of the APB Tour previously. But he did not get those wins at home, but he got a win here at the Sintra event, and that was a big thing for him.
It was a pretty incredible story, actually, Nuno, because he sent me a message from, I think he was coming through Philadelphia and New York and all these stops. He took a cheap ticket. All right, so it took him forever to get to the contest. He rang me from Lisbon and said, Terry, when's my heat? I said, it's in 1 hour, 40 minutes. He said, it's a 1 hour and 10-minute drive from the airport. I said, Alan, you want to hurry up, man. So leading into about 3 or 4 minutes before the cutoff time, Munoz pulled up in a taxi and said, Terry, and I said, Alan, go and get your singlet. And he ran down, won his heat, and ended up going on to win the contest.
Yeah, he actually won all the heats he went in Sintra. So that's an amazing performance by the Chilean rider. And he looked on point as he was applying moves both on left-handers and right-handers and took that win away from Ian Campbell that won the last event at Viana. So this has been a very interesting European leg at the end of this World Tour.
Absolutely. Back in 2009, we called it E509 because we had the 5 events in Europe in 2009. Guess what? Now we can call it E316, right? Because we got the 3 events in Europe, and it's been a really great success this leg. We started off in Sintra, had some real punchy shore breaks. This time Sintra had some nice banks for bodyboarding, big single manoeuvres mainly, not a lot of combo surfing. On the high tide, some guys got combos, but it was effectively about the single big manoeuvre. Then we went up to Vienna. In 2009, Vienna didn't come through with the waves, but this year in 2016, it came through big time, Nuno, and we had some really fun surf up there at Vienna.
Yeah, it was nice to get the likes of Mike Stewart coming back into the IPB World Tour in that event. And we see a lot of shakeups on that event. But meanwhile, we hear the whistles, we see sets approaching, and we're waiting for more action here on this heat number 5 of round 1 of men. This is day number 2 of competition, day number 4 of the waiting period. And let's see who has got priority. At the moment, it's Antonio Cardoso, Nazare's finest, and we'll wait to see if there's any wave ridden in this set, as we do see some sets punching this shores here at Praia do Norte, but there's no takers. But going through the history here in events in Praia do Norte, we did this is a build-up. The event World Tour is a build-up for a specialty event that we used to run here called the Nazare Special Edition. That was been around since 2003. We'll get back to that as we watch Kevin Arreola on this wave. He had a look, but he skipped that wave because it didn't have the potential that it was looking for. But we have been having that event since 2003, and it was kind of a 2 years thing. So we had 2003, 2005, 2007, 2009, 2011, and now we have the World Tour here. This is amazing. This is a very nice build-up in matters of history concerning bodyboarding here at this beach. And it was a special event. that invited riders from all over the world. And for the likes of Antonio Cardoso, growing up here as a kid and talking to him, and he was just a grommet. He didn't even bodyboard the first time that this event came here. So this is history in the making.
That's a nice bit of history you've taken us through there, Nunito, because a lot of people watching the event would think that last year was really the first year. It was the first year of the World Tour coming here, but prior to that, the APB and prior to that, the IBA even sanctioned Nazare as a specialty event. And I remember when we sent Mike Stewart here years ago, and he came back and he said, Terry, we got to get an event at Praia de Norte because it is one of the best venues on the planet. Once again, we've got some, and he won it in 2009, of course. All right, well, you can see the competitors bobbing up and down, waiting for something to come through. Arnaud Dejean from France has the webcast on in his bookshops. Hello, mate. He's probably got a nice little cafe latte, reading a book. He's got the heater on under his feet in the bookshop. So good on you to Arnaud Dejean.
Bonjour.
Bonjour. Aidan Salmon is also chilling at the Bodyboarding Villa in Bali as well. So big shout out to all those people, and it's super cool to have you people jump on the Facebook page. Manny actually posted a where you at kind of a post, and we'd love to try and interact with those online audience while we're here in Nazare.
Yeah, definitely. Do tell us where you're watching from as we are taking this first round of the men's division, and in the water we have round 5.
Got some incredible action coming your way with heat number 6 coming up next, folks. And we're going to see Mike Stewart, who had a great result. He got onto the podium in Vienna. He finished 4th there, but he was on a real roll. And Vienna, Mike has that beautiful blend of new and old school riding, and that's what Vienna really offered. So big move on the outside section, combos all the way through to shore, and I tell you what, it was just spectacular to see Mike Stewart in Vienna make the podium at 53 years of age. This is really something special.
And talking about podium, how good is our beach stand there for the live webcast as the Câmara Municipal de Nazaré set us up here in the beach. We got the waves in our back, and this is an amazing. We got the feet in the sand, and meanwhile we have a very traditional Nazaré fishing boat. And this is the kind of things that if you come to Praia do Norte and Praia da Vila and Praia do Sul here in Nazaré, you'll watch these boats, and this is very traditional. These were the fishing boats that the fishermen used to take. And if you've been looking this last days with the big swell here at Nazaré, those shore breaks are very hard to handle with these boats, but we'll might action. And Antonio Cardoso is up and riding a nice reverse off of that end section. And Cardoso will try and post a score to back up that 5.25 that he previously got on his first wave.
All right, well, here's the replay of Cardoso. You can see him just... his timing is just impeccable here at Praia de Norte. That way there had some bumps and lumps, and Cardoso just whipping off just a big blowtail reverse on the end section there. And very good riding there for Antonio, whose score will be coming through shortly. He was sitting in second place, what did he need, like a 3.5 point ride. I got a feeling that he might be taking the lead.
For sure, that was a very nice, modern, progressive move, and it did complete it with such a fashion and style and smoothness, so he'll be awarded with a nice score in this heat. 9 minutes remaining, but we were talking about the traditional fishing boat and the shore breaks here at Nazaré. Can you imagine how hard it would be to get the boat out into the water and bring it back in full of fish? And we do have Widow Lagoon area called Widow Lagoon situated in the Village Beach. This information is from the locals. Meanwhile, up and Ryan will get back to that story. Sasha Damjanik with a nice invert there of the end section of the left. And we do see as it tries dropping that left, looking for a nice punchy balls.
Yeah, that's right. That north wind just starting to kick in, and we can see here this is Sasha Damjanik is from Chile. Really starting to develop into a great young rider, and just a good wave there for Red. Sitting on 18th on the rankings leading into this event here at Nazare after Vienna. So Sasha really starting to climb his way up into that top end of bodyboarding, and of course trying to make the all-important top 28. But back to that story, yeah. So there's like a what do they call it? The widow's
Widow Lagoon. But meanwhile, we'll get back into that as we have Kevin Orihuela looking at that right-hander, the leader of this heat. We got a young gun battle here with Kevin Orihuela from the Canary Islands, Antonio Cardoso, the Portuguese rider here that hails from Nazare, and Sasha Damjanic from Chile. And going back to that story, we got a place that's called the Widow Lagoon. So that's where these traditional boats would try and make their way back into land. And usually they will
flip over.
Yeah, flip over, and fishermen would die in front of their wives.
Wow, it's
basically
heavy.
That's heavy stories, but it's called the Widow Lagoon. And
Yeah.
this is how brave and how fierce is the ocean here in the Nazare.
Well, the big waves of Nazare don't just go back to when Garrett McNamara made history, but it goes way beyond that. We're talking hundreds and hundreds of years, and of fishermen trying to negotiate some of these incredible swells that hit this tip of Portugal. And on screen at the moment, that is of course Mike Stewart, currently ranked number 20, finishing fourth in Vienna. Really pushed Mike up the rankings, and he didn't have a top 28 seeding last year, but he's busted his way at 53 years of age, has busted his way back into the top end of bodyboarding, and that guy's an inspiration to millions, isn't he?
I think is an inspiration to all bodyboarders in the world. There's not a single bodyboarder that does not know Mike Stewart and his antics and his contribution to bodyboarding worldwide. It's like a legend, living legend.
Absolutely, and I guess Mike being such a down to earth kind of a guy. He's very humble, very health orientated. He eats well, he trains hard, and what he's done is he's really been the ultimate role model for the sport of bodyboarding. But we're going back to live action now. It's Cardoso again driving this one off the bottom and looking for a couple of options here, Nuno. And this is a little clean face. Rolls it up and looking to try and finish off. Very important to finish these waves. Keeps it quite simple, but a couple of a nice little melody of moves there for Antonio Cardoso from Nazare.
Yeah, I think we're still waiting for the score on that reverse move that Antonio Cardoso pulled earlier, and he just trying to keep it up his rhythm as he finds this right-hander. As I take you through the replay, kind of speed checks the wave there, goes for a nice roll, tries to find another momentum on the end section here, and he completes it and combos it with another roll, and this wave probably will back up and improve his situation as he's now standing in third position and he's needing of a score.
Yeah, so that score will come through, but assuming first priority will now be Sasha Damjanic from Chile. So very tight little heat this one, Kevin Orihuela. Just a little look at that one. He had a little sniff at it, but he didn't like the smell. Got off pretty quickly. So, Praia do Norte, one of the best bodyboarding venues that I've ever seen in my life as far as beach breaks goes, because you've got Itacoatiara in Brazil, which is renowned. Big, heavy breaks. And then, of course, you've got Zicatela in Mexico. And now we've got Praia do Norte. And I think this is probably better than all of them. Maybe not today, because today the swell has still got a little bit of residual wobble from the big swells that we had the previous days, and the swell has probably dropped a little quicker than we saw on the forecast as well.
Yeah, definitely, Terry. And we do see some surprise sets still coming here at Praia do Norte, but basically the conditions are what you see, and we have live action. Sasha from Chile having a look at that left-hander, but skipping out of that one because did not bring him the section that he needs, as he's now standing in third position. And the last wave of Antonio Cardoso dropped as a 5.1, and he jumped from third into first place.
Yeah, so Cardoso leapfrogs the field, hops, skips, and jumps into the lead, and it's now Kevin Orihuela in second, and Sasha Damjanic from Chile holding down third. So right now we're coming down to the closing stages, around about 4 minutes remaining, and what's been another great heat here at Praia do Norte.
Yeah, this is one of those, like I mentioned before, big young gun battle. We got the young guns from different countries, and it's a very interesting battle because this is the future of bodyboarding, especially in the APB World Tour. We'll be seeing a lot of these guys in the future, and meanwhile, we're seeing Kevin Orihuela going for the backflip. That was a clean move, and he combos it with the roll and the end section.
Whoa.
And he pulls that through with very style and fashion.
He is a very smooth operator, Kevin Orihuela. He's just, he's really He's such a charger. The score that he needed wasn't too big. So let's just wait and see what the judge's interpretation in the form of numbers is when that score comes through for the last wave of Kevin. Is it a popular first name? That's a very English kind of a name, Kevin. Or is that Kevin is something that's used in Spain and Portugal?
No, usually. But meanwhile, we have the replay of Sasha Damjanic, the wave that we missed previously, and he got a nice barrel in a roll. And he does not complete that last roll, but the best part of the wave he did was able to perform with the nice barrel. So let's wait for the score on that one. That was the last wave of Sasha Damjanic. We didn't see that live action, but we do have a great team with us. So we brought you the APB2 replay, and we were able to show you that one. But yeah, going back to Kevin's name, that's not very common. I'm not sure about the origin of Kevin's name there, but Orihuela definitely is Spanish. But I'll ask him because he's a good friend, and I'll get into that and get back to you as Kevin. Kevin just taking the first position now and advancing to round 3, so we'll be watching more of him. Even if he's placed second and third in this round, this is a non-elimination round, so we'll be watching Kevin, and we'll get back to that. But meanwhile, situation has changed.
Yeah, well, so it is Kevin Orihuela who goes into the lead with a 7.0 on his last wave. So Sasha Damjanic is from Chile in second now. Let's see what he can come back with. And Antonio Cardoso back into third place, but he's got priority, and here he goes.
Yeah, he goes up and riding the man in yellow, Nazare's finest, Antonio Cardoso, having a look at this one. Nice invert there, and he was able to land it quite nicely. So we'll wait to see if that's the 6.51 that we need. Take us through the replay.
Yeah, here's the replay. Well, he needed a 6.51. He sets it up for the one big maneuver, and he kind of just hits that pretty sweetly. Tweaks the board through the back. He didn't get a lot of pop off the lip there. Unfortunately, the lip was coming down, and it stopped him from really flying high on that invert. That might just shave off a couple of points there, so it'll be interesting to see if Cardoso gets the score required. But we're coming down to the mad minute, folks. So hope you're enjoying the action. Coming up, heat number 6, we'll have Alan Munoz from Chile, Mike Stewart Hawaii, and Rui Barrera from Portugal coming up next.
Yeah, as a wild card. Rui Barrera is a local here at North Beach for many years, is one of the experts here and veterans in this area of the Nazare, so it'll be good to watch that. But meanwhile, all the action seemed to be at the end of this heat.
Absolutely. Mad flurry of rides in the closing stages of this one, folks. And, well, there's a little score in there for Sasha Damjanic. It's a 6.65, so that's not enough to take the lead. So Kevin Orihuela looking like he might be able to skip around here and go straight into round number 3, which would push Sasha and Antonio into that do-or-die second round of the competition.
Yeah, there was a very interesting battle here between the young'uns, like I mentioned before, and it looks like it's over, and Kevin took this one. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back here for the Nazare 2016 Pro right after this commercial break.
Welcome back, everybody. Manny V here with Teza, and yeah, I mean, the waves are perfect. On my little break, I was just sitting there in awe on how perfect the waves are. The riders are taking full advantage of what they have to deal with, and yeah, it seems like it's just getting better as the day goes on. So Round number 1, heats 1 through 16 going down this morning, and it is one of my favorite formats, the non-elimination round.
Yeah, absolutely. 3-man heats, and not a lot of pressure on the guys here because no one's eliminated, but of course it's all about coming first, Manny. You want to try and skip round number 2 and conserve energy.
And that's vital for a lot of the riders, but I've heard also that a lot of the riders want to have that round number 2 to
That's
get
right.
a little bit more water time.
That's right. It's a nice little insurance policy in the back pocket anyway. But you can hear the hooter in the background there, folks. So let's go out and have a look at what's happening. This is heat number 6, round number 1 of the Grand Slam here at Praia de Norte. And we have some fun waves. But have a look at this lineup. Manny Vargas. We've got Alan Munoz from the Chile, Rojo. He won Sintra, and he's sitting at number 9 on the rankings at the moment. Mike Stewart from Hawaii.
Yes.
Moved up to number 20 after that podium finish in Vienna. How cool was that?
Epic.
And Rui Barreira, of course, is a wild card. He's a Portuguese rider. He's wearing the blue singlet, and this is going to be a spectacular heat to watch.
It's going to be very exciting. And just if you're watching, if you're tuning in, again, this is the first heats of round number 1, non-elimination. But also, watch Mike Stewart. He's one of the most flowing, most fluid, most functional bodyboarder on the planet. So if he's going to draw a line, he's going to probably be drawing the cleanest lines. And when I say drawing a line, I mean setting the rail on the face of the wave to go for the most speed. And that, if you can control your speed on these waves or
Sure.
any waves, you're going to be able to do these incredible maneuvers either in the barrel, on the face of the wave, or even hitting the lip to get projected on aerial maneuvers. So Mike Stewart, definitely keep an eye on him.
Yeah, you betcha. Well, I don't think there's anyone with a greater commitment to the rail than Stewart. I mean, he just knows how to soak the rail from nose to tail. So this is a banger of a heat, and it's going to be super cool to watch. Don't forget to jump on the Facebook page, have a look at the Where You At kind of post, and let us know where you're watching from, because we've got Micah Caleb Kalama tuning in from Hawaii.
Oh, brother.
Yeah, you know this guy? Kale Bowen, I think it is, from Perth in WA. G'day, mate. How are you? Lloydie Llewellyn from the sunny coast. Tim Gradwell he's a Safari. He's living in Dubai. Kent Hatashita from Japan, and Ismail from Morocco. Just a few of the people that are loving this webcast from Nazare.
Well, thank you all for tuning in, and guess what? We do have the winner of the last heat with Vilma. Vilma, take it away.
Hello, guys. So I'm here with Kevin. You were asking before why does his name is Kevin, and I have to ask him.
Yeah, it's because my mother and my father, when it was in the belly of my mother, he saw the film Alone in Home. I don't know how do you say in English. Yeah, for this reason, my name is Kevin.
It's a good reason. It's a good movie, funny movie. So, what about the waves? Let's talk about serious stuff.
It's so difficult out there because you see someone is looking good, but when you go, it's like foam and don't get a good one. Even roar, and that's it. So life for me.
Yes. And what do you think about Nazare?
Nazare is incredible. It's the best beach break in my life. And it's so powerful. Hopefully get better and pass some show.
Of course he will. To the guys that are watching at home. So, guys, do you want to leave a message in Spanish?
Un saludo a Jonay, a toda la gente de Brisa, a mi familia, a mi novia, y muchas gracias por estar ahí. Vamos para la siguiente ronda.
Okay, guys. See you.
So he's super stoked, and yeah, he is actually going to round number 3 for winning that heat. He said he's going to round number 2, but yeah, round number 3 for Kevin Orihuela from the Canary Islands.
Well, in the interim there, during that interview, and the guys in the webcast team at Refresh did a great job to bring the action and the replays to those viewers at home, but Alan Munoz opened up with an 8.0, so he's really set the yardstick. And then, of course, we saw Mike Stewart. If there's anyone on this planet that's got a nose for a tube, it's Mike Stewart.
Yeah, definitely one of the best tube riders in the world, along with Ben Severson. Back in the day, these two battled it out at every single contest. It was first and second between these two, but Ben Severson, another great barrel rider, but Mike Stewart still competing on the world tour, doing his thing.
unbelievable at 53 years of age, and not just an inspiration to bodyboarders, but just to the guys who are over 50 in general. And it's incredible stuff. So great to see Mike, and he's moved up to 20th on the ranking. So at this point, Mike's looking like he's going to. I mean, how long is this going to go on? Are we going to see 60-year-old Mike Stewart still doing the world tour, still making podiums?
Well, I wouldn't put it past him. I mean, if he's still doing what he's doing now, 10 years from now, he's still going to have a place on the world tour for sure. So if you're just tuning in, one more time, welcome to the 2016 Nazare Pro, brought to you by our two main sponsors, Praia do Norte, and the Nazare Municipal Council.
Absolutely, and a big shout out to, of course, the Mayor Walter, who's a fantastic friend and loves bodyboarding as much as we love Nazare. So it's a great relationship that we have with that guy. But scores locked in, as we saw, for an 8.0 first wave scores for Alan Munoz. There he is on screen there at the moment, and Alan sitting in second priority. Mike Stewart dropping a 6.0 Manny on his opening wave.
Yeah, he had a nice clean barrel ride and was able to come out with some speed and actually make it around that section and pull off one last closing maneuver, which was a roll through the white watery lip. And that was a solid wave to start off. And we're still waiting to hear from the Portuguese, Rui. Is he going to be able to catch something within that first half of the heat? That's the question.
Well, he's a wild card. I mean, they don't hand those things out to anyone. Rui from Dubai, Japan, as we said, London and Morocco. Big shout out to Ismail and all the gang watching the webcast.
Looks like Rui finally getting his first wave of the heat. Comes around that section. Nice clean roll. And he's going to decide whether to get into it and for another maneuver. And yes, he does. He's able to pull off a roll and slide behind that inside section and pull that one off. So not a bad start for Rui Barrera.
Yeah, Rui Barrera. So where's the replay? This is the APB replay. You can see Rui setting it up. Looked like it had a lot of potential on the takeoff. Good strong roll right in the pocket. So Rui surfing to the criteria on that first maneuver. Trying to get those moves happening in the zone, in and around that curling part of the wave is where the judges are looking for those strong maneuvers to get the big scores.
And to be able to do that on these waves, because they're very peaky, you have to be able to control that speed. And here he released his rail on the top, and had enough speed to come around the section, landed perfectly, and was able to get another move before kicking out of that wave.
Well, it was interesting because that wave kind of dissected with a bit of kind of sidewash, and that's one of the characteristics here at Praia do Norte is that we do have like a kind of a wash that comes through from the canyon. It sends those waves from left to right on your screen. They meet the swells that come from the north that are coming from right to left, and it makes those insane little teepees that we all love.
Look at this. We got a split peak, and oh my goodness, a big backflip right there from Alan Munoz, and he pulls it off, lands with speed, and goes for a banking reverse on the inside. Alan Munoz putting it all on the line right there. And it was Mike Stewart splitting that peak on the right, but oh my. Let's take another look at Alan Munoz.
Oh, Alan Munoz, he is just in incredible form at the moment. And I tell you what, the Chileans way back over there would be so fired up right about now. And a big shout out to all of the boys that we know over there. But we'll just wait for that score to come through for Munoz. Here's the replay for Stewart.
All right, great. So we do have what happened to Stewart. He went on the right. And he went for a reverse on that. Didn't have enough speed, and you can see right there that speed is crucial if you wanted to pull that maneuver around. So Mike Stewart, actually Alan Munoz getting the better of that peak.
Yeah.
Alan Munoz, he's on a high right now, coming off a win down south.
Yep.
And here he is. And we've seen it with Ian Campbell too, winning that event down in Arica and still feeling that stoke and bringing it into the next event as well, Alan Munoz.
Well, he goes Munoz just having a little look at that. But back to Ian Campbell, and you've got to be thinking that Ian is the alpha male of the tour at the moment because, I mean, he won Arica, then he came and got a second in Sintra, and then he's won Vienna. So, I mean, he's got a real job at the moment. I mean, that kid's picked up like 15 grand or 20 grand in the last three contests. Good on him.
The cool thing about Ian, there he is. He's sitting back here, and he can hear us. So, Ian holding the South African flag really high, but Tristan Roberts, and a bunch of other the South Africans are rolling up to these events with very determined eye of the tiger feel.
Yeah.
And they're making their presence known.
They're feeding off each other. They call themselves the squad. And I tell you what, it's working for them, whatever they're doing, that's for sure. But we go back to the action in the water. It's Alan Munoz set the pace in this one with an 8.0 and a 7.75. And then you got Mike Stewart with a 6.0 and a 125 for that little wave. And then, of course, Rui Barrera opened up with a 375. And Barrera is holding first priority with around about 14 minutes to go.
And you mentioned they don't just hand wild cards out. I mean, they're not going to give it to somebody who is who's going to get in the water and cause issues. They're going to go out there and give them to the riders who are going to make a presence.
Absolutely, and I'd love to see a little more swell here for Barrera because he's a renowned charger, and the locals will be hoping that he's just going to show up and blow up. And at the moment, he's chasing numbers, but this is the current heat leader. This is Alan Munoz. That one there, when they've got all that froth on the wave face, Manny, it's very hard to get much speed happening because all that foam and the suds on the wave face really can slow the board down quite a lot.
Yeah, and you hit these little mini chops as you're going through there, and that's going to slow you down as well. But Mike Stewart turning around, and he is going to drop it, and he's able to just time it perfectly and get a little barrel right off the top, but knows that there's not much there after that, so he kicks out. But to be able to see the wave and say, hey, it looks like I can sneak a little barrel out of there,
yeah.
And he pulls it.
Absolutely. I don't reckon there's any human being on the planet that spent more time in the green room than Mike Stewart.
I think I might have to second that for sure. And not only the green room, but every green room on the planet.
Yeah, even dark green ones and light blue ones.
Alan Munoz taking a look at this one. Nice clean bottom turn. Holds that speed.
Oh.
And a huge invert right there from Alan Munoz. He is on fire right now in this heat. Heat number 6 out in the water.
Well, I tell you what, Alan Munoz, they say that you got to risk it to get the biscuit, and there goes Munoz. He hit that one so sweetly. That was a skyscraping invert on the end section there, so Munoz just firing up.
Munoz's timing was perfect on that one. From the bottom turn to the hitting the lip, he was... if we can see that again, that would be perfect. Let's talk it through one more time.
Well, here he goes, Munoz, and take us through this one, Manny.
So his bottom turn wasn't all the way to the bottom. If you notice, he actually went halfway down the face of the wave, knowing that wave was going to close out on him. And that little half bottom turn was enough to get him to project off the bottom with speed and hit that lip perfectly. So a solid way for Alan Munoz.
I've noticed a lot of guys in this European Tour are using that same tactic. In fact, Ian Campbell is a really fine example of it. Ian sits really high in the top third of the wave and then right at the end just drops down, but not right to the very bottom of the wave because you're going to lose a lot of speed if you go right to the bottom. So they kind of bottom turning at the 3/4 mark, and the wave's still got a lot of energy because the wave face is vertical.
So as you saw right there, he didn't go all the way down to the bottom, and to be able to cut halfway down, halfway face of the wave with that much speed, it's difficult, and that's why it's really hard to maintain that rail in that higher line because the wave itself wants to pitch you over, but to be able to hold that line, you're going to hold a lot of speed, and another perfect. That was a perfect ride for him.
Munoz. Great execution. Again from Alan Munoz, who is just, as we said, he's one cincher. He took Vienna off. He could afford to. he had the money to pay for a little holiday down south, and here he is at Nazare and just nailing it with a 7.0 and an 8.0. Mike Stewart sitting in second, needing 9.75. And it looks like Rui Barrera is the unfortunate resident of Combo Land, population 1.
Exactly. You don't want to be there. But again, you're going to see Rui in round number 2 if he stays in that position. So we do get to see him go at it again, and a great shot of the beach down the way. Coming up next, you see in that blue jersey that is William Lourenço from Portugal. Stretching, getting ready.
Yeah.
And,
look at that ballistic stretch motion. I'll tell you one thing.
Can you do that?
No. Are you serious? Only when I'm trying to wait for a beer. Like I'm standing at the back of the bar and I'm just like trying to get myself a couple of cervezas, maybe. But that is just crazy warm-up routine. And these Portuguese bodyboarders, I would say that they're some of the most professional guys that I've seen in the sport to date. I mean, they've just got their act together so well over here. Bodyboard coaching is a huge thing. They've got, bodyboard schools. They've got high performance centres. There's 4 of them in Portugal that really support bodyboarding. And these guys not just aren't just great bodyboarders, but they're super fit. They've got physiotherapists and guys that are helping with a whole bunch of stuff. There's the iconic fortress there. 500 years of history right there.
That if you've seen those giant wave photos, that is the fortress that's in the foreground. And let me tell you, that thing is probably about 250, maybe 300 feet tall from the water. And right out in front of that, the last rock is the beginning of this giant canyon that runs to the south, which is amazing and is the reason why we have these waves here.
Yeah, that's right. The camera just panning out, so it probably half a kilometre out from those rocks is where the canyon finishes. And at its deepest point, the Nazare Canyon is 5,000 feet deep, 5 kilometres deep.
That's just
it comes along to 3,000 feet, just a kilometre and a half off the shore, and then it goes from 3,000 to like 160 metres or 60 metres or something. And so the big swells roll down the canyon, and big chunks of water just get pushed vertically, and that's what creates the phenomenon that is Praia do Norte.
And that is the sole reason why there's so many peaks running down this beach for miles. It's pretty incredible to see that. And the thing with that is it's peaky when it's 2 feet, and it stays peaky when it's 15, 20 feet.
Absolutely.
And to see that is pretty incredible. Alan Munoz taking a look and pulling back on that one. So Alan Munoz, Nunito and I, we went for a sunset walk.
Uh-huh.
I know that
you weren't holding hands,
no,
right?
We weren't holding hands, but we did go down to the water's edge yesterday and did a little polar bear plunge in our trunks for the sunset. But on the way back to our hotel room, Alan Munoz and Sasha Damianic, they were kicking the soccer ball around, and and the competitive side of me said, all right, line up the goals. Bring up the goals. So we set up goals with our T-shirts, and we had a little game. And Alan Munoz halfway through was like, wait a second, I got to compete tomorrow. I don't want to be too tired.
Exactly.
And obviously we didn't wear him out enough because here he is sitting comfortably in that first place spot in his first sleep of the day.
He is really on fire at the moment, and he's just been such a great role model for guys like Sasha Damianic and all the other young guys that are coming through Chile at the moment. As we said, Chile, Portugal. Gee, I tell you what, there's 2 of the new superpowers, along with South Africa, of course, really just with Tristan and Ian, and, of course, Jared, the current world champion. And for those people wondering where Jared Houston is in the draw, Benny, tell us a little bit about what happened to Jared.
I wasn't here, and I just spoke with him briefly, but, this wave is so powerful that on the waves a little bigger than this, apparently he was out there and just landed wrong, or he hit the wave wrong, but it pulled out his shoulder out, his arm out of the socket, and he was in pain for, I believe it wasn't for an hour or 2, maybe 4 hours before the doctors can get that thing back into place. So imagine just sitting there as the adrenaline starts running out.
Wow.
And the amount of pain he's probably went through. But Jared Houston, not somebody to hold back. So when the waves were big, he went for it all in. And this wave, because of its power, got the best of them.
Absolutely. Well, that's Praia do Norte for you. It's normally man against ocean material, that's for sure. But right now, it's Alan Munoz really nailing it with an 8.0 and a 7.0. Mike Stewart, as we said, 976. Well, when you got Mike Stewart in the water at Praia do Norte, 976, not out of the question. It's a tough ask, but it's not impossible. And Rui Barrera, well, he needs something special at the moment as we move towards the next heat. And there's a little wave there. Just clearly he's got some great skills there, Rui, but wave selection is paramount here today. Tanner McDaniel, Miguel Rodriguez from Peru, and William Lorenzo coming up from Portugal in the next one. We saw Tanner on screen a little while ago, so big shout out to Dawn and Tanner's dad as well. So a big aloha to the McDaniel family who are watching from Hawaii. And I actually put a post up of Tanner and myself the other day on my Facebook page when I was commentating with Tanner and Zicatella. And it was only 4 years ago, but in the last 4 years, that seems like an eternity, that's for sure. All right, so there's a little bit of there's on screen, that's who we're talking about right there, Tanner McDaniel, coming up next. Tenors, the number 8 seed coming into heat, taking on Miguel Rodriguez from Peru. Miguel comes in at number 17, and the wild card, Miguel's number 25, and the trials qualifier was William Lourenco, who really surfed good from Portugal. So we'll wait and see what happens there.
All right, looked like Alan Munoz support crew, the fellow Chileans were in there as they were watching Tanner McDaniel make his way out into the water. So Mike Stewart, Alan Munoz, and Rui out in the water currently for this heat number 6. We're going to for sure run through the first round of the men's division, which includes 16 heats. Each one of these heats is 25 minutes long. And once we get closer towards the end of these 16 heats, we're going to have a call to possibly even run more heats if the conditions let us do so. So make sure you stick around. And if you haven't done so, head over to our APB Tour Facebook page and let us know where you're tuning in from and what time you're tuning in from, because I know some of these viewers are tuning in at 1 to 3 a.m. in the morning. So big props to you guys for tuning in.
Absolutely. And as we said, we've had a whole bunch of people that we've did some shout-outs for this. Mike Stewart, that's a little throwaway one. So, yeah, Arnaud, watching Arnaud Dugene from France. He has the webcast on in his bookshop.
Oh, nice.
So that's pretty cool, man. I hope you got some. I hope you got a Maury's book in there. There's some great books on bodyboarding that have been released over the years, and Maury's is one of the more thorough ones that I really enjoy to read there. So Anu, I hope you've got that one in store at the moment, mate. Big shout out to Aidan Salmon chilling out in the bodyboarding board store. It's the villa that sells bodyboard stuff in Bali.
Well, he actually has. Wait a second. Back to the live action again. Alan Munoz with a big backflip, lands perfectly, and he's still on the face of the wave. A little frothy white foam on that face of the wave, but he's going to end that wave with a spin, knowing that there's about 2 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. So Alan Munoz throwing down the big backflips in this heat number 6. Let's take another look.
Yeah, well, Alan Munoz is not mucking around, folks, at the moment, and that's the difference between a good score and a great score. So Munoz just doing all the right stuff, ticking all the boxes, and really surfing to the criteria.
Yeah, I mean, his little support crew on the beach just hooting and hollering, giving him a thumbs up for that wave right there. And it looks like he is looking very strong as Mike Stewart and Rui still waiting for 2 solid waves to come their way.
All right, so coming down to the closing stages, it looks like it's going to be Alan Munoz. So far today, Manny, it's Alex Uranga won the first heat. Then we had Jeff Hubbard really dominated the second one. Matias Diaz, he was victorious in heat number 3. Jacob Romero, the high-flying Hawaiian, won heat number 4. And here's the man himself, Mike Stewart.
Mike Stewart sliding under the pocket right there and holding on as much as he can. You probably can't see it, but he was stalling, which means he was holding on to the speed and hitting the brakes as much as he could to get as much barrel time as possible. Probably because he didn't see a section, but here it is again. Nice, clean, quick scoop is what we call that, and gets under the lip inside of the barrel and comes out clean. Mike Stewart.
Yeah, he just loves it in the tube, and we love watching him as well. That is for sure. Thank you very much to some of our APB brand supporters, including ISS. Thanks to Stealth, Bodyboard King, and NMD, and of course the guys from You Riding the Journey. Available now. Download it onto your Android or Apple device immediately.
Yes, the Journey also has a multiplayer. You click on multiplayer, and you can actually compete in the Nazare Pro virtually against the best players in the world. So make sure you download it and get over to the Nazare Pro in the Journey. Look at this.
All right. Well, this is, again, Munoz just unfortunately hitting that one a little bit too late, but he surfed a brilliant heat, Alan, and he will take victory here in what will be heat number 6. Back to the Journey, Manny, I've seen the last couple of days, I've seen you just giving instructions to a whole bunch of old guys trying to learn how to play that, but it's pretty easy when you learn from the experts like you.
Yeah, well, no, the tutorials are dead on. I think what's happening is a lot of people just want to start playing and not going through the tutorials, and the tutorials will get you going really, really good and quick. We got about 5 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining in this heat. Alan Munoz, wow.
Yeah, well, that is a great victory for Alan. He's going to skip round number 2, and will be Mike Stewart and Rui Barrera that go on through into the next round. That's a do-or-die round. We're going to have more live action coming your way, folks. Stick around. We're live from Nazare for this Grand Slam event on the APB World Tour. All right.
Shark Island's an incredible wave. It's a wave that you can get very hurt on.
The Skid Kids were this wild bunch of dudes from Cronulla.
Surf hard, play hard.
It exemplified everything, surfing was not.
They weren't afraid of the ramifications of what they did.
Welcome back, everybody. Manny V here with David Hubbard. And yes, we are bringing you live action here from the 2016 Nazare Pro. And yeah, Dub, what do you think?
I think it's great. Great to see these guys out in the lineup, and they are shredding it for sure. And we've got more action, plenty more round one action to bring you. So let's get right out into the water to see this matchup that we have on hand.
Yeah, out in the water right now, heat number 7. This one's going to be a fun one to watch. Out in the red jersey, Tanner McDaniel. And we also have
Miguel Rodriguez from Peru and William Lorenzo here from Portugal. So this should be a terrific matchup. Tanner McDaniel currently ranked number 10 on the APB World Tour. And he's also in contention for a Pro Junior world title. So very exciting.
It's pretty cool to see Tanner grow. I mean, if you've been watching bodyboarding for the past 5-6 years, you've been watching the Tanner McDaniel just growing up right in front of your eyes. It's pretty awesome to witness and to watch.
It certainly is, and he's been so, such a big part of that Grom movement that is currently really sparking a lot of interest in the sport of bodyboarding and definitely getting lots of people fired up. There we do see a nice on-screen chit-chat from the competitors in the previous heat. Looks like Mike Stewart and Alan Munoz having a little chat down there about what just transpired in the water. But again, yeah, Tanner McDaniel, not only just such a talented competitor fighting for a Pro Junior world title, but he's been ripping it up in the men's. He qualified in the top 16 last year. He's, like I mentioned, ranked 10 overall right now. So he's one of the best bodyboarders in the world, hands down.
And the best part about it, he always has a smile on his face. So look at this. First wave of the heat in yellow. It is Miguel Rodriguez from Peru. Nice clean roll and kicks out of that. Not a bad wave to start off his campaign here in heat number 7. The Peruvian starting it off with a nice clean maneuver right there. Let's take another look.
Yeah, so the interaction was a non-priority situation, so there's another competitor kind of looking to go at the peak of that one. And as he skirted around that section, he did find a roll before that heat lapsed up. But here's the camaraderie. This is the sportsmanship that we enjoy as bodyboarders.
Oh, it really drops up.
Oh, earplug. He's got it.
There it is. So why are people wearing earplugs? I mean, I wear earplugs for the cold air that sometimes hits the water, and it helps to protect and keep those air canals nice and warm. What are other reasons why people would wear earplugs?
Well, from what I've understood, in cold water, there can be bone growth if you expose your ear canals to cold temperatures frequently. So some of the riders who do surf in cold water temperatures throughout the year will use earplugs to protect their ears from the potential bone growth. I'm not sure the clinical name of the condition, but I think that's what you were asking about to explain to our viewers, of course.
Let me ask you this. Do you wear them?
I do not.
Because you're probably in warm water.
Most of the time.
Okay. All right. There you go. A little heads up. If you're surfing or bodyboarding in cold surf, highly recommended to wear earplugs just so you don't have... We should look that up. If you know what that word is, let us know. But, yeah, you really want to avoid that. You don't want to go through the whole process of getting that removed. So, earplugs for sure. Okay, out in the water. 21 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. Thank you all for tuning in. And if you if you weren't here earlier and you're just tuning in, this is the 2016 Nazare Pro here in Praia do Norte in Nazare, Portugal. And a quick little little insight on what you see on your screen. The little P3, P1, and P2, those are priority, order of priority. P1 meaning that person has the first priority and so on. So really quick, a rundown on what priority means.
Priority is a system that we've been using that allows the riders to wait their turn and surf the waves that they want to without being pressured by the other riders as far as their positioning is concerned. So, gentlemen's rules out in a free surf, you've been waiting longer, you have the first choice of a ride. And thusly, the priority system kind of emulates that gentlemen's rules system. So if you've been waiting longer, you've got first priority, and if you've been waiting, not quite as long, but not the shortest guy, priority 2, and then the last guy that has just ridden away, priority 3.
All right. Thank you we're going to give you another heads up right now later on the whole priority system once again, but check this out. We do have Vilma with the winner of the last heat. Vilma, take it away.
Hi, Alan. Congratulations. You're trying to repeat Sintra's results?
Yes, thank you so much. I repeat, I like more Español.
Sí, puedes hablar español, ¿no?
Nada, feliz. Me tocaron las olas desde el principio. Me tocó con Big Mike, que para mí tiene todo el respeto y mi admiración. Y también el otro de acá, de Portugal. Nada, difícil también las condiciones, no están muy cómodas, pero se puede surfear, así que feliz.
He's very happy to press this first heat. Of course, he said is always the hardest one against Mike, a big legend of bodyboarding, and against the Portuguese guy. What do you think about the waves here in Nazare? Quite different from Sintra, huh?
The ramps, the good waves, good one. No sé, pienso que tiene mejores rampas tal vez. La otra es muy buena playa, un beach break buenísimo, pero esta te presenta la rampa todo el tiempo, tubos y versatilidad izquierda y derecha. Entonces creo yo que el que pueda conectarse con la ola la va a pasar bien en el agua.
Congratulations. Thank you so much. So he loves this wave, and it's a little bit better than Sintra, and very good ramps and good tube. So whatever wins the best, right? Okay, thank you so much, guys. Back to you.
Welcome back, and yes, congratulations to Alan Munoz for absolutely putting a solid heat down for his first heat. He will go on to round number 3 in the men's division, bypassing round number 2 for that win. Here's a look at Tanner McDaniel, live action.
Quick look, and he opts out of that one, kind of closed out in front of him. That was one of the first opportunities Tanner's taken so far in this heat. We're about 7 minutes in. Just really that one ride from Miguel is counting a 4.75, and then William and Tanner with a few throwaways. But something I have been hearing being announced here at the beach concerning our previous topic of priority, they've been shortening priority and saying prio. It's super cool. So they'll say first priority is with yellow, second priority is with blue, third prio red. And it's been super cool to hear that.
Well, right now, holding that first priority is Miguel Rodriguez in the yellow jersey, the Peruvian. But, yeah, big shout-out to everybody who's been tuning in. If you are tuning in, let us know where you are tuning in from. We do have something on our APB Tour Facebook page. That's where you'll see a quick post throughout the day. We want to give a shout-out to all of you that are tuning in. So check it out, and that's where you can get the latest information on some of the most of the stuff that's going down here in Praia do Norte.
Nazare. We're so stoked to be here. It's such a rich little town as far as culturally rich, wave rich, certainly, and the hospitality. You know, they're rich in human spirit. Just beautiful place here. Terrific place to visit. I would certainly recommend it. Did you speak yet about that monastery that we just took a short drive to? Man, the culture and the history here, it's just fascinating. Luckily, we had Nuno Cardoso to give us a little tour guide, keep us informed as we checked out the Monasterio de Batalla, I think it was.
Yep.
And wow, 500 years this large, massive building's been sitting there.
Well, let's see how long William Lorenco can stay in the barrel. He actually more of a pocket ride and finds that end section, goes for a reverse, and not much there for Tanner McDaniel again. So he kicks out of that one. But, yeah, the monastery up the road. It was about 25 minutes here from downtown Nazare. Here's another look at William Lorenco. Going for a maneuver at the end of that, but timing was totally off and did not pull that maneuver. So William heading back out after a 1.5 on that. But a ton of history. This is the old country. I mean, buildings have been standing here for hundreds and possibly thousands of years. So if you ever get a chance, I think I said this for the Itacoachara event, if you ever get a chance to actually go on vacation and come to one of these events, this may be right up there with Itacoachara. I mean, there's so much here to see and ride. I mean, the waves here are incredible.
They are definitely superb, very world-class. One of the best venues potentially for us to have this year on the World Tour. And we've been to places like Pipe Tahiti, Chile, Brazil. We're going to Fronton. And that being said, this still could produce the best waves of the 2016 Tour. I mean, it has that potential, Manny.
Have you been looking at the forecast? And if so, I guess you haven't. But if you have been looking at the forecast, what have you seen?
Well, from what I hear, I let other people look at forecasts, and I interpret their perspectives, and I do a collective sweep of what people are saying. Then I kind of make a medley of what people are saying and kind of find the commonalities.
Yep.
And so it does seem like we're going to get good waves today and tomorrow, potentially another massive swell rolling in on Saturday. It could hold us off from running on Saturday, and then just gracious conditions for the rest of the Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. But let's see this very gracious Portuguese going through the lip for a nice through-the-lip roll there for Lorenzo. He's coming in.
And, yep, about 14 minutes. He's riding that one almost all the way to the beach. But he has 14 minutes remaining in this heat to get back out there. That is going to push him up into that first-place spot. A little bit of a slower heat, and we've seen these types of patterns where you get 2-3 solid heats that have a ton of waves, and then you'll have 1 or 2 heats where the waves seem to have stopped or taken a quick break. But I think before this heat is over, we're going to see some pretty good sizable waves come through, and these riders are definitely going to put it down on the line. But Tanner McDaniel, he's sitting in that rip current that seems to be just rushing through the middle of this contest area. You've been watching the wave for a little bit. What is the actual tide doing, and how is that going to affect the rip current?
The tide is draining out. It's getting lower tide, and that does allow more rip currents to form and affect the wave conditions. But some of these peaks can actually be assisted by the rip current. That's why it seems like Tanner might be sitting, just off to the side of one of these rips, hoping that it peaks up a wave, and then he can find the clean water next to the rip and access a nice big ramp. Because as you would know, Manny, we've seen some aerial maneuvers going down today, and that's because of these beautiful peaks meeting up with a nice solid ramp.
And that's when you're going to see some high-flying action if the riders can they get their wave selection down and get these waves that are just projecting a perfect ramp towards them. And it's going to be pretty exciting to watch as the waves do come in and pick up throughout the rest of the week. Again, Manny V here with David Hubbard, bringing you the live feed from the Nazare Pro here in Praia do Norte. If you're just tuning in, we are in round number 1, heat number 7. Currently out in the water is the situation that you see on your screen. It's been a pretty slow heat so far, but again, we have about 11 minutes, 55 seconds remaining in this heat, so a ton of time still for each one of these riders to get into that first place spot. And if they get into that first place spot, they go straight into round number 3. So, Dub, you got a heat coming up. What's your strategy?
I'm going to have to keep my eye on the conditions, as we just mentioned. With the tide changing, the peaks could be shifting around, so I'm going to be definitely keeping my eye on the conditions. Here we do see Tanner McDaniel up and riding on this. He makes it through that real frothy section, finds a roll as that wave starts to kind of split and get two-tiered there. He went for the high road on that roll. We do see Lorenzo giving it a go on that one. But yeah, strategy-wise, find those peaks, find where they're breaking, and then stay active. I want to get out there and catch a lot of rides, hopefully quality ones. But Tanner finding his first quality version of a ride on this one. He did great to make it through that initial section. Ton of whitewater poured down upon him and almost seemed like it was going to collapse the cavity of that cavern. Here we see William, the heat leader.
William in and out of that last wave. Not much there for him, so he cuts out. So Tanner, he is going to definitely move up out of that third place spot. And now it's Miguel Rodriguez looking for his second wave, and this is it, Miguel.
He's flying down the line on this left, doesn't find what he was looking for, and he cuts out.
Yeah, this is one of those heats where it seems like Mother Nature is taking a quick little break from serving up the tasty, bigger size waves. But don't be fooled, because there will be some bigger waves for sure throughout the rest of the day. And the forecast is looking solid for the rest of the week, too. So I'm really excited to see some of the other riders coming up in this first round. Omri Laverne is down in Heat 16. We're going to see him coming up. You're going to be coming up in Heat 15 with a pretty stacked heat. Socrates Santana from Brazil and Julian Marimont are waiting for you in Heat 15. Be ready.
I'll try my best to be ready. As we see, Tanner was ready to flip the script on this heat. We've seen a big shuffle up now in the standings, and this is our current heat leader, Tanner. He's up and riding. He's going to throw the flip and comes down just a little sticky, tail poked on that landing, but with that 5.25 on his last score, he has moved into the lead. This would have projected him further above the rest of the crew as he projected himself up and throughout that maneuver, but just comes down a little bit off kilter and is unable to complete that maneuver. Miguel Rodriguez doesn't need much at this point to overtake Tanner, and also for the man in third place, but sitting in first priority, William Lorenzo. Not needing much.
We're about that 8-minute, 45-second mark, and that's a ton of time to be had. And, I mean, some of the maneuvers we're going to see, pretty much all of them that are in the book if the riders get that opportunity. This is a really peaky wave, and if you're lucky, you'll have that end bowl ramp section coming towards you. But, again, one of the main factors is the temperature of the water. It's definitely in that 50-degree range. I'm saying mid-50s. It's pretty chilly, and a lot of the riders are opting for those little bit more flexi boards in these conditions.
For sure, and most of the competitors we're going to be seeing today accessing the water in a full suit. We are going to see some Mad Dogs in maybe short arms, but whoa, that was a gnarly roll, and it looks like the nose came down ahead of the rest of the rider. An incomplete maneuver for Tanner McDaniel.
So what do you think happened in that situation where he had a ton of speed and he looked like he got projected, but his landing was just a little bit too harsh?
He might have been surprised by the projection he got, and he might have been leaning forward to push through the section. And as he rotated through, he continued to lean forward. That might have just, again, kind of off kilter. He's leaning in the direction that he's going just a little too much. So he's getting, blasted on those landings. It's tough.
Wow, the sun is bright, and it is shining here in Nazare, Portugal. And so far, so good on the trip here in Portugal. Have you had one moment that sticks in your mind that you've enjoyed so far?
Yeah, I think Sintra was really special. Just the win that I had over there, I was stoked on that. But just great times with friends, and seeing some other people win some of their first events has been great. And looks like Lorenzo was able to survive that, as he seemed to be just swallowed. But Tanner McDaniel finds a left to cut out on. And I like that in the second half of this heat, Tanner's become very active, swinging at almost everything that comes his way. I think that's the approach needed, especially in such a slow heat like this. Nobody has a backup score yet. So since he's got the highest score of the heat, even without a backup, he's in the lead, but he's going to want to back that up. He's got 6 minutes to do that. And if he's able to, he might be able to edge out Miguel and William and move into round 3 while they get sequestered into round 2.
How do you feel about those riders that say it's okay to go into round number 2? They say they get a little bit more water time and a little bit more knowledge of actually being in the water. What's your take on that?
Yeah, I was thinking exactly that thing, yesterday. Kind of just going over in my head what the conditions might be like today, kind of mentally preparing and thinking, hey, it could be totally fine to however I place, to just move into round 2 and start building momentum from round 2 onwards. Because, I had a feeling today we were going to have decent conditions, pretty good, and we're going to keep seeing the conditions improve. So I was thinking round 2 would be in better conditions. So that was my thinking as far as, hey, if I surf round 2, it could be better and get more experience in the water.
Miguel Rodriguez, the Peruvian, slides under the pocket, comes out pretty out through the whitewash, and does he have enough speed to punch through that wave and pull off that roll? No, he doesn't, but he still went for it. Still got projected, but there wasn't enough speed to actually carry that projection out in front of the whitewash. But he will get scored for that in and out barrel that he got from the takeoff. Tanner McDaniel taking a look at this one.
Nice left-hander forming up. He picks the high line, takes a lot of speed there to that section. It kind of bent away from him. He still did a little flippy trick off it and then ends up getting out of there. It might improve on one of those other scores he has if the judges deem that a complete maneuver, but really up to an interpretation on that.
So Tanner McDaniel trying to make something happen, but right when he went up to hit the lip just turned into this whitewash feathery thing that somehow was able to pull off an ARS on that maneuver. Tanner McDaniel trying to better a 1.65, and that may have done it, but again, 4 minutes remaining, a ton of time for each one of these riders. It's just a matter of waiting patiently and waiting for that set to roll in. The question is, will it?
Yeah, I mean, great question. Like you had asserted earlier, the conditions do continue to kind of shift and change. With this lowering tide, we are seeing less sets in each heat, so I think that is the question that is on the minds of all 3 of these competitors, because they need another score. Everybody needs a score at this point, even our heat leader. So Tanner moves slightly ahead of the rest of the field with a 3.75 on his last wave.
Look at this one.
Let's see William.
All right, William. Oh, big old ramp coming towards him, but he wasn't able to get to that right part of the wave to blast a big air. So unfortunately, that did not work out for William Larenko. Why do you think he wasn't able to get to that lip?
Well, it happened really fast, and he wanted to get down so he could bottom turn up to it, and that took too much time. Let's see Miguel.
Nice.
Tucks under the curl, and he even finds the roll section. A lot of water converging in that intersection. Let's see if he pulls that roll. Unable to, but that barrel was cool. He doesn't need a massive score to overtake Tanner, and we'll see if that barrel was enough.
Yeah, again, this is a pretty low-scoring heat, but here's another look. Nice clean bottom turn, scoops under the lip and gets inside of the barrel, and then he comes out, doesn't have a ton of speed, but he still goes for that maneuver, and just like you said, ton of water just converging in that little area from the main peak and the side wave coming together. Tanner McDaniel up and riding.
Nice left-hander here, and he tries to find a nice ramp, and he flies an invert. That was cool. He even pulls this maneuver. Miguel did move ahead of Tanner on the strength of his last ride. He got a 5.85, but I do have a feeling this wave of Tanner could bring him back into the lead.
Look how much speed he has, and he releases his rail, and then boom, right there. It didn't look like he was going to get projected that high, but because of his timing, perfect, and he was able to go skyward easily about 2-3 feet above the wave and lands perfectly. But now look right there. He releases his rail, comes to the bottom, and then hits it perfectly and just sends his legs skyward, and he pulls off a nice clean invert right there for Tanner McDaniel. Definitely the biggest wave and high-scoring wave of the heat, and yep, there he is launching. We're going to show you one more time. Right about there, he releases his rail, comes down to the bottom part of the wave, and then projects off the bottom and hits that lip perfectly. Tanner McDaniel with a nice air maneuver right there.
Yeah, I like how it flung him. You know, we saw his legs go sideways. That was cool. He had to deal with a lot of bump on it. Let's see Red. He's up and riding again. There's a nice carving reverse, unable to re-enter the wave's energy, and comes off the back.
All right, Tanner McDaniel instantly getting another wave right after that big invert. Turned around and, you know, he knew he didn't have priority, so he opted to catch a good wave that came right to him.
Beautiful.
So, yes, the Monastery de Batalla. I think it was about, 25 minutes away from downtown Nazare.
Yeah.
And definitely just one of many things that you can do, not only in Nazare, but also on the outskirts. You drive another 15 minutes from there, then you get to the castle up the road. Here we go, live action. Miguel Rodriguez. Wave better shape up if he wants to get a higher scoring wave. He's looking for 5.65 to get into that first place spot. He's trying to get the most out of it, and the question is it a 6.66 or more? I don't think so, but we're going to leave that to the judges. So unofficially, Tanner McDaniel taking that first place spot. Miguel Rodriguez and William Lorenko may end up into that second round. So don't go anywhere. We're going to come back with round number 1, heat number 8, right after this. Welcome back, everybody. Manny B here with David Hubbard, bringing you the live feed from the 2016 Nazare Pro here in Praia do Norte in Nazare, Portugal. The waves are totally contestable, and we're moving on to heat number 8 of 16. PLCs out there. Are we going to see a backflip?
Chances are we will see a backflip, but let's get right out into the water to verify that and see what will be shown in the lineup. And we do have 3 riders who live in Portugal out in the water, but each representing a different country. It is PLC from France, Manuel Centeno, the local boy from Portugal. Nicholas Rosner, of course, born and raised here, but representing Germany. And so that's the colors. That was Tanner McDaniel walking up the beach. Congratulations to him, as well as his rivals in that last heat. Everybody moving on through. Non-elimination, round number 1.
So PLC, Manuel Centeno, and Nicholas Rosner out in the water. PLC, I believe he is on his first wave of the heat. Cuts in and out of that one. PLC living in Portugal for one reason and one reason alone. His beautiful wife is from Portugal. Yep. Oh, wait a second. Live
and we
action.
know she's watching.
Manuel Centeno, the Portuguese, born and raised, heading back out, and Nicholas Rosner in the blue jersey. So this is a pretty stacked heat. One of the more crazier heats, I guess, in the first round here. So PLC, Manuel is known for his big wave riding skills, and Nicholas Rosner, he's got all the tricks in the book and is able to pull through each heat undetected. So he's definitely one to watch. So Nicholas in the rider in blue. All of these people, super cool. Great to know them as friends, and it's just going to be amazing if the bigger sets now roll through in this heat. So big shout out. Yeah, go for it.
No, and we're hoping they do. We're hoping those sets march on through. We haven't seen them in a couple of heats, so let's hope they come through. But
yeah, I was just gonna say Cámara Municipal de Nazare and Praia do Norte from from here in Nazare are two main sponsors of the event, including our APB brand supporters, ISS, Stealth, Bodyboard King, NMD, and yes, The Journey, You Riding. So, Dub, we just went through one of those heats where it was a little slower pace, but now, hopefully if the pattern continues, it will change to a more active and bigger sets and more sets in this heat, which would be very fun to watch with Manuel Centeno in yellow, PLC in red, and Nicholas Rosner in blue. And look at this. We got a little paddling action going in, out the back. Both of them caught inside. Not far enough outside, but PLC is.
Up and riding on this left, and he finds a frothy one. Looks like the top of a latte, as it was just all foam. But here's Nicholas Rosner. He scoops up around that one, and he's now eyeing this triangular section, throws the air forward transitionary peak, and he kind of continues riding the momentum of the wave. Interesting to see how the judges interpret that, because he kind of went off the back, even though he kept riding. Very fascinating.
Well, we've been talking about it pretty much all morning, is that there's so many peaks down the beach, and we got Manuel Centeno up and riding. Nice clean bottom turn and a big backflip right there. Lands perfectly, whips it around, and he cuts out of that wave. But, yeah, we're going to take another look. Perfectly executed backflip right there from Manuel Centeno. Straight off the bottom turn, straight up to the lip, and pulls it off flawlessly. So a solid maneuver right there for Manuel Centeno. So we do have the winner of the last heat right now with Vilma Vicente. Vilma, take it away.
Hello, Tanner. Congratulations. It was a slow start, but then you did your job.
Yeah, it was pretty tricky. There's a lot of up and down the beach. It's kind of hard to pick a spot to sit, and I didn't really have much for most of the heat, and kind of luckily got one at the end. So yeah, just kind of lucked into one.
What are you expecting for Praia do Norte in the next few days?
Yeah, big expectations, I guess. It's pretty 10 days and got some really sick waves, so hopefully it provides for us for the rest of the competition.
Yes, we hope, because we're gonna have a big with you guys. So back to the water.
Welcome back, everybody. So congratulations to the Hawaiian from the island of Kauai, Tanner McDaniel. Very beautiful island. I suggest everybody take a look at a possible next vacation to the Hawaiian Islands. So David Hubbard and Manny V here, bringing you the live feed. Once again, from heat number 8, round number 1. And the action has begun with Manuel Centeno, PLC, and Nicholas Rosner. So, yeah, we have yet to see all the scores drop from all the riders. Each of them have caught a wave. But, yeah, it is going to be a full day of action. And it's oh my gosh, it is just beautiful out. The sun is out, the sand is warm. It's just a matter of us getting out of the shade, because I'm wearing a jacket. I actually got a little cold earlier and had to put the jacket back on. But the difference between being in the shade and being in the sun, easily 10 degrees. So it's one of those perfectly fall mornings.
And we've got a paddle here from Rosner. And he's stalling at the top of this one, waiting patiently. He eyes up the section. He releases his speed. It's not cooperating where he was on that wave, and he ends up getting out. So they're having to navigate through these rips, and these rips are starting to interfere a little bit with these peaks, a little bit more than what we've seen earlier today. So, patience as well as wave selection, I think, is going to be the big difference. We have seen Manuel Centeno, a 4 and a 6.5 puts him way above the rest of the field, but there's plenty of time, Manny, and a lot can happen.
PLC is coming into this event ranked number 3, and he is on the hunt for a world title. So these two events, oh, look at this. Out the back, speak of the devil, PLC slides under the pocket, tons of speed, comes out with a big carving reverse, clean move, pulls it off. So PLC, again, coming into this event, ranked number 3, definitely on the hunt for another world title. But he's right up in there with 4 other top riders, and he had priority, and he's able to catch this wave. You can see him just perfectly navigate under the lip, gets a little bit of a pocket ride, but comes out with a ton of speed and pulls off that nice clean reverse and kicks out of that. So PLC definitely will get out of that third place spot and move Nicholas down into third for sure. So, yeah, there it is. So that last wave coming in at a 3.9. And he was essentially that carving reverse that they scored it on. He was more of a pocket ride than a barrel. And you're...
That's exactly right, Manny. No, that's exactly what happened, and great call. Definitely a fair interpretation. And like you said, that carving reverse earning him that 3.9. And, you know, just having a little look off of what we're going off of. We're looking at the monitor, and so most of the time we're seeing exactly what you guys are, but we have a beautiful view behind us, and I just snuck a little peek of what's happening behind us. And there are some waves in the competition area, but next to and not exactly where our competitors are located. So Pierre's now moving away from where the other 2 riders are sitting. They're on screen right now, but Pierre has shifted. He was sitting next to them, and he's now moving away. There are waves, you know, peaks come in. I know you mentioned it while talking with Teza here at Praia del Norte. There's peaks up and down this beach for a solid mile, if not more. And they're happening all over the place. So they're not just in one specific area, but these riders are trying to find them and hoping they're consistently coming in one spot so they can kind of hone into it and lock in. Pierre doing a pretty strategical maneuver right now, shifting away from the competitors, finding a new peak.
Not only will he have the opportunity to catch any other wave, but he doesn't have to deal with anybody as far as priority is concerned. So that's a big strategy right there to move down the beach and find his own wave. So PLC showing his competitive smartness as we see him live coming with a big backflip on that right-hander. And again, that is his textbook maneuver. Does he come out of the whitewash? No, he does not. So PLC going for the big move, but that will cost him time, but not points. Let's take another look, see what happened.
And here's the flip. Manny called it. We're going to see him do one, and I think that was pretty complete. I mean, he started coming back around straight, rode with the wave, then he got gobbled.
Let's take one more look at that backflip. To me, it looked like he did land out in front of it, but again, it is right about there. It did look like, it looked like he pulled it around, and I mean, his patented hair flick showed that he did look like he was in control. Nicholas Rosner coming around that section and cuts out of that.
And one thing that was interesting about that, Manny, was the way he rotated out of that backflip. It was actually counter to the typical rotation. And take another look. Usually he's going to come around the other way, but he came around, it seemed, hard to tell from our angle, but it seemed like he took the shortcut and faced the wave and the section he hit on his way to coming and riding that out, instead of facing the shore on his way to continuing the ride. But I don't know. Tricky. That was just my first.
I don't know if we can pull that up one more time just for our viewers so we can see the landing. But if we can, sweet. If not, it'll be on. This whole program is being recorded, and you'll be able to pull it up later on the APB Tour YouTube page. So make sure you check the recorded feed of all the day's action. Here we go. PLC once again. Another big backflip, and that one, yes, he turns it around perfectly, and he finds that other section right there, and is able to pull off another maneuver on the inside. And PLC putting together a nice piece of work right there.
Indeed, and he cut out of that second roll super quick. Let's take a look at this backflip as he times it really well. Clean flip and pulls it around. Now he's going to find that roll, and right after he lands this roll, he ducks out, making it real hard for the judges to ensure that he had control of that second maneuver, but it wasn't going to add too many points to his first. 7.5 for the previous flip, and we'll get you scores for that last one when they drop.
So those last two waves from PLC are definitely going to help him get into that first place spot. Now it will be Manuel Centeno and Nicholas Rosner to come out firing. Again, this is round number 1 in the men's division. It is a non-elimination round, which means that you're going to see each one of these riders once more in the event. First place goes straight into round number 3, bypassing round number 2, and second and third place in these heats will go into round number 2. Here we go, Nicholas Rosner.
He's up and riding on this left-hander. It looks sweet, but it does not eventuate, and just a wild attempt there. But speaking of wild, some mad dogs suiting up for their next heat. Ryan Hardy, Ian Campbell hitting the shore, as well as Andre Bernardo. He's coming up against two big heavy hitters.
That's going to be a very fun heat to watch. Heat number 9 is coming up next in about 12 minutes and 40 seconds. So make sure you don't go anywhere. There they are right there chatting it up. Ryan Hardy. This is his first showing, his first time ever to Praia do Norte in Nazare. So it's going to be very fun to see him out in these waves.
Yeah, amazing opportunity to see the Novak Djokovic of bodyboarding just roll up to this Grand Slam and just make his presence known. He has been putting on clinics literally in Bali all summer long, surfing so well, dropping a few beautiful little podcasts and the occasional Facebook and Instagram update. But to see him at a beach break with this caliber, the caliber that Praia do Norte and Nazare has, is going to be a sight to behold. I don't know if anyone is more excited about Ryan Hardy entering the draw and ultimately entering the water as I am.
Would you be super and beyond stoked if he actually won this event?
I would. I would have to say that I would be.
If anyone can show up to an event, first time to a beach, and pull off a win, that most definitely could be Ryan Hardy.
So stoked. This is going to be great. I can't wait to call this with you, Manny, and we're going to just stay exactly right where we are in these seats, best seats in the house.
Yes.
But we've still got a heat on our hands. It is heat number 8.
PLC in red, Manuel Centeno in yellow, and Nicholas Rosner in the blue jersey. So the last 2 waves for PLC have come in.
7.5 and a 7 puts him way up in the first position. Manuel Centeno needing, I think, like a 8.01. Nicholas Rosner in a combination situation to attack first position, but he's got a little more than 10 minutes. He could do it. He's going to need a pair of 7s, and one of them to be a 7.51.
Well, I mean, there's tons of time, as we mentioned before. I mean, anything can happen all the way up until the last second of the heats. And we've seen some pretty amazing last-second heroics in some of the events prior. So anything is definitely possible up until that last second has finished in these 25-minute heats for round number 1. Again, one of my favorite things about this format, we will see these riders once again.
At least
one more time, and you're going to see them in round number 2 or round number 3. And towards the end of the day today, we'll have a better idea on our scheduling and agenda for the rest of the event, or at least for the next day. So make sure you're tuning in towards the end, or make sure you keep an eye on our Facebook page, APB Tour, and that's where we're going to drop a lot of information. Dub, next stop.
Fronton in Gran Canaria. The men's world tour is going to come down to the Canaries, as it has in years past, but not in. Didn't happen last year there, but it'll happen again.
I'm going to make it a point each day have a banana milkshake.
Beautiful. And what would the ingredients besides banana be? I think if you made banana seawater milkshakes, it would be the ultimate way to really kind of connect and take in Gran Canaria.
I'm going to probably pass on the seawater banana milkshakes and opt for something more like an almond milk. banana milkshake. And the reason why I'm saying that, it is a ton of banana plantations in and around that area. But oh my gosh, back to the live action. In your face is PLC just going skyward with a giant air forward and lands and tries to go for another maneuver on the inside. So, oh my goodness, PLC put on the wings, and he is flying in this heat. PLC, here's another look.
Nice air forward there, lands on the top, comes down smooth, then throws the flip at the end just to kind of add some sprinkles on the top of that donut, and ends up catching some donuts by incomplete maneuver there. But yeah, that was terrific. Awesome.
I turned my head just for a second and turned back around, and here is PLC coming out of the sky. Here's another look at that big air forward. Lands on top of the wave and drops back down. If he would have pulled that second maneuver, definitely in the super high scoring range, 8s and 9s for sure. But PLC,
it comes in as a 9.
They're going to give it to him anyway. So that air forward, how difficult is that maneuver?
It's one of the most difficult maneuvers. It's a maneuver that I've been waiting to see performed out here over the last week that everybody's been riding, and something that I think would be one of the most exciting maneuvers is it's just been proved by PLC. 9-point ride, the highest score, I believe, of the event thus far. PLC, beautiful display of high-performance bodyboarding.
Well, what I've seen in the past are some of the competitors that are coming up in the next heats. They see and are listening to the scores that are being dropped on some of the maneuvers, and after seeing that air forward from PLC, we'll probably see 1 or 2 more before the end of the day, at least being attempted by some of the riders that are coming up next. Probably one in Heat 15.
I hope so. I've been hoping for that section. I want to do a big one, and I want to maybe try to double rotate it even. Throw the double forward if it's possible.
Praia do Norte here in Nazare. It means the beach to the north, and there is beach to the south. And that is just as beautiful as the main center of town. I mean, this place is very, very beautiful. If you ever get a chance to get to Portugal, make sure you put Nazare on your list. Definitely somewhere where you can actually get waves by yourself if you like the bigger stuff. But it's actually really good on the medium-sized stuff as well. Or just to take in the culture around here, too. Pastel de nata. Do you know what this is?
It's one of the iconic pastries of Portugal, and it is a delight for sure. Definitely a treat for all sensations, the texture, and just the delicate moisture of the taste and the aroma of it, and afterwards being able to just feel the power of Portugal in your belly.
And that's the thing. I mean, I think I have about 13 to 15 pastel de natas in my belly, and that's why I'm overweight by 5 pounds, because of the pastel de nata.
Well, I don't know. I think it could be other eating habits, lack of exercise. Let's not blame it on one thing, man. It could be a combination. So it's and again, Manny's being very modest. He's trim. He's actually underweight. Doctors often are saying, "Hey, Manny, you need to put on some more pounds." But he trains so hard, and he's pretty much an ultra runner, this guy. He's a trail runner.
Well, if you want some calories, this place is one of the best places to come to.
And one of the best places to burn calories is right out behind us, Praia do Norte.
That's right. And burning calories right now are the riders in this heat. PLC in red, holding steady on that first place spot with a 9.0 given for that big air forward, and a 7.5 for a big backflip on the right. So he's got both sides covered. Manuel Centeno, he is currently in second place, needing a 16. Oh, well, he needs a combination, I believe, of 2 scores. You can correct me if I'm wrong on that one.
Yeah, both Manuel and Nicholas are in combination situation to attack that lead. And a 6.51 required for them to even attempt to return from Combo Land.
Oh my goodness. So PLC throwing down one of the biggest, if not the biggest maneuver of the event so far. In heat number 8 is that big air forward, and I'm pretty sure we'll probably see 1 more or 2 more of those big air forward attempts from some of the riders coming up. Big shout out once again to our 2 main sponsors, Praia do Norte. And wait a second, hold steady. We got PLC up and riding.
Uh-oh. He's got a lot of speed. This is a left with a big section rearing its head. Throws a lofty, kind of lazy leg reverse there. But
bails mid-flight, and that is the end of that wave for PLC. But, yes, the Câmara Municipal de Nazare and Praia do Norte are two main sponsors and our APB brand supporters, ISS, Stealth, Bodyboard King, NMD, and You Riding with the Journey Bodyboard video game. Download it on your tablet or phone. Here's a great shot looking down the beach. And that is Sadio Hara, who is still competing in the women's division.
looks like she's ready to hike Mount Fuji.
Yes, she is.
I mean, she's bundled up. In the foreground and the background, you can see other people with less garments on. But boy, she looks like she's frigid, ready to even, with her athletic skills, maybe even attack Mount Midoriyama in Las Vegas.
Yes,
to be America's first ninja warrior.
But it is cool. I mean, this breeze coming in off the ocean is a little bit cooler than it has been. And, I mean, I'm wearing a jacket, but I'm also in the shade, so it is a little nippy out here in Praia del Norte. PLC paddling over that wave. 2 minutes, 20 seconds remaining of heat number 8, round number 1 of 16, or round number 1, 16 heats in this first round, and we are at that halfway mark. We're going to come up with heat number 9. That is a good heat. You don't want to miss that one. If your friends are not watching, make sure you send and share the feed. Let them know to tune in, because this next heat number 9, is going to be definitely a fun one to watch. We have Ian Campbell,
Ryan Hardy, and Andre Bernardo.
Yes, so Ian Campbell currently leading the charge on the rankings. Ryan Hardy, we all have grown to love him, not only because he's the coolest guy on the planet, but his riding skills, super clean. His lines are perfect. It's going to be fun to watch. PLC holding a really high line on this one.
He might be using this as a transportation wave, just scoots over. Maybe he's going to quickly paddle down the beach, get away from the other riders. He's got a little more than a minute left, and he's super comfortable right now. He's got a big heat total. His opponents are in combo land, so he just wants to show off one more wave. It'll be kind of a victory lap scenario as he's able to, if he's able to, get another ride and show us what he's made of.
Priority is now in the hands of Nicholas Rosner. Less than a minute remaining in this heat. Heat number 8 out in the water, coming down to an end. PLC with the two highest, well, at least for sure, the highest scoring wave of the morning so far. A 9.0 for a big air forward. Middle of the heat. Well, actually towards the end of the heat. Look at this. So stroking and getting inside of this left-hand wave, coming off the bottom. Big carving reverse right there for PLC. That may be the end of the ride for PLC, and pulls out of that one Pierre-Louis Coste, and down the beach, Miguel Centeno.
Whoa, he's tucking in. He's getting shacked on this one, man. He even comes out of this. That was probably his opportunity to exit combo land. He throws a roll at the end of that one. I think we're going to see a decent score. If it's a 6-5-1, he can hold his head up high, having left combination. Either way, it's PLC moving on into round number 3. Manuel Centeno and Nicholas Rosner going on to round number 2. We'll be back with plenty of action and a very exciting heat right after this.
Ghost rider, motorcycle hero. Baby, 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 ladies are looking so cute.
Welcome back, everybody. Manny V here with David Hubbard, and we're bringing you the live feed from the 2016 Nazare Pro here in Praia del Norte in Nazare. David Hubbard, 9.0.
PLC putting on the show of the men's round so far. Highest heat total we've seen of this event, highest single wave score of this event, and I'm not very surprised that it came from that man from France, now living in Portugal, PLC. But we've got an amazing heat on our hands out in the water, so let's get straight into it. It's Ryan Hardy, Ian Campbell, and Andre Bernardo, and the heat has just begun, and we are ready for some more fireworks.
That's right. So this is going to be very exciting. This is Ryan Hardy's first heat ever in Nazare. This is his first time to Nazare, Praia del Norte, and it's going to be very exciting to see what he's going to do out there. But Ian Campbell, your tour leader, your current tour leader, out in the red jersey, going against the local man from Portugal, Andre Bernardo. Well, I don't know if he's from this area, but Portuguese nonetheless. And, Bernardo in the blue jersey and drawing first blood, dropping in on this right-hander. It is Andre Bernardo.
He's flying down the line. He's got tons of speed, hits it real late, gets up there for an invert, and looks like he's going to muster it out and completes that.
So here he is, one more look at Andre. As you can see, he's got as much speed as possible, and he punches through the lip just a tiny second late on that one, but still is able to get the projection out and above the wave and pulls it off. So good start. And this was Ryan Hardy's first wave. Right here is a look, and he cuts out of that one. But, man, I'm holding my breath every time he drops in because I'm really excited to see what he's going to do out there. But Ryan Hardy in the yellow jersey, Ian Campbell in red, and Andre Bernardo in the blue jersey. So that was a really quick wave exchange. So you can see the scores dropping on your screen. And if you're just tuning in, I mentioned it before, but those scores you see on your screen, and just to the right of the total or the needs score column, you're going to see a P1 or a P2 or a P3. Those are the priority in order. So right now, with priority number 1 is Ian Campbell. Ian Campbell can essentially catch any wave he'd like out in the water.
That he can paddle for, and with the legs that he's got, that's gives him open access to the entire ocean. This guy can paddle so fast and strong. But I will mention, for the first time ever, I think, during some free surfs last week, I saw him paddle for waves and then not actually catch them. I was like, had to ask him about it. And he's like, yeah, I couldn't catch that one. And I thought, wow, I didn't know that could happen. He paddles that strong. So that was a rare case, but I'd say he has a 99% completion rate. What he paddles for, he catches.
Well, I'm very, very happy to hear that, because you gave me some heat when I wasn't able to catch a couple of my waves. But now I know that the current number 1 tour leader isn't able to catch waves. So me and him are pretty much on the same level as far as paddling.
Sure.
Perfect. I don't feel as bad. All right, so Ian Campbell has yet to catch a wave, and he's currently out there in the red jersey. Ryan Hardy up and over that wave in the yellow jersey, and Andre Bernardo. So it looks like we do have the winner of the last heat with Vilma. Vilma, take it away.
Hi, Pierre. You went crazy up there, always flying around, so that's you.
Very difficult. I was watching the waves, it was hard, so I struggled a little bit at the beginning of the heat. So I changed my option because my initial option was not working. So peak, and I got some good waves there. And after, when I was in the lead, I was trying to get a good one, to have fun.
You live close by, 1 hour and something, and you come here often, so you know this wave very well. What are you expecting for the next days?
Yeah, I swear it's going to drop a little bit. Maybe it's going to be cleaner by this afternoon, and maybe it's going to be meter, and you go here, and you still just have to be ready for it. And yeah, here is good for me, but you know, I think all the riders had time to train, so everyone is ready.
Okay, and we are ready to watch you putting a big show. So back to you guys.
All right.
All right. Congratulations one more time to PLC. But here's another look at Ryan Hardy's last wave right there. Clean bottom turn, a little check turn on the whitewash. And pulls a roll, slides under a little pocket right there. And the wave is not over until he says it's over. And he tries to pull a roll at the end of there. But Ryan Hardy riding that wave all the way across the beach. But was only able to get, a medium-sized maneuver in there as he went all the way down the beach. But his lines are perfect, his speed is high, and he is definitely going to be fun to watch throughout the rest of this heat. 19 minutes, 50 seconds remaining, and Andre Bernardo still in that first place spot with a 5.75. So PLC, he needed a place to stay, and we offered up an extra bed we had in our apartment for the first night. And I just let him know, hey, if I do snore, you're more than welcome to pull out the couch in the living room. And I woke up, and he was nowhere to be found. And
Except in the living room.
Except in the living room. And the next night, he was nowhere to be found. So it's either one of two things.
Except in Lisbon.
One of two things. One, he was lonely and went back to his wife. Or two, I guess I do snore like a bear.
Could have been a combination, but probably more one than the other. And we'll just have to ask him which one was more of the other.
I haven't asked him yet, so hopefully I get to talk to him on my break. But that won't be until the end of this heat. Heat number 9 is out in the water. Ian Campbell. It is actually Andre Bernardo taking a look at this one. Clean bottom turn, and there you go. This is going to be the start of, we're going to see some air forward attempts. And he connects to this other section, and not much there, and he kicks out. But now that 9-point air forward has been dropped from PLC, we're going to see a little bit more riders going for those maneuvers. And look at that. Ian Campbell can spit out of that barrel and bails at that very last second before it all comes down together. So Ian Campbell finally has a solid wave under his belt. Ryan Hardy in yellow, and Ian Campbell, your current tour leader. Ian Campbell's on a good one this year.
He is. He really is. He was surfing really well last year, but let's take a look at this.
Oh, my. That's what it was. I thought he was coming out of a barrel.
Big backflip.
I apologize. I was looking down on my sheet, and I just seen him coming out of the whitewash, but it was a giant backflip from Ian Campbell. Big apologies. So, my goodness, look at that. A 9.75 for that ginormous backflip from Ian Campbell. So, the judges are loving that as he got projected out into the flat. So, oh, my goodness. It's I wish I was a chameleon to have one eye on the screen and one eye on the paper in front of me. But here's another look at Ian Campbell's ginormous backflip.
Yeah, that was big backflip for sure. Nothing before or after. And it's enough for the highest score of the event thus far. You know, he would have heard and maybe even seen the 9 from PLC. And Ian Campbell, in the judges' eyes, has just one-upped him, getting a 9.75, a really large score. And just for that nice backflip there. So Ian Campbell moves up way into the lead on the strength of that massive number there. And Andre Bernardo is now needing a bit more, and Ryan Hardy's down in third spot. Still plenty of time remaining, but this is shaping up as we have kind of expected, and it's definitely a terrific heat that we have in the water, and this whole day of competition has been awesome, and it's not over once this heat ends. We're just going to keep on going, Manny.
Yes, we have 16 heats in round number 1, and we are currently on heat number 9 out in the water. This is a non-elimination round, which means you will see these riders once again in either round 2 or round number 3. First place in these heats will advance on to round number 3 and saving energy and being able to watch what the waves will do come their next heat of competition, which will be round number 3. So 15 minutes, 49 seconds remaining. And yes, we mentioned the food in Portugal definitely some of the most tastiest seafood that you'll have. Yes, in Europe or anywhere in the world. Portugal has some of the best seafood for sure, and bacalhau I have yet to have. I'm kind of disappointed in myself.
You gotta have some of this bacalhau. And a reverse bank from Hardy there. That was cool. Let's see what that comes in at. That was exciting. And the section was hard to deal with. Let's see it again. Hardy takes off on the peak on this one. He's going left. Gets a little cover up even. Shoots out of that with a lot of speed. Powerful bank rev. And pulls it clean. So that was pretty fun. Nice wave of Hardy. That brings him back into the heat. Here's our heat leader, Ian Campbell. Trimming down the line there. He's waiting for the section to offer him something. Huge aerial off the back. That was big.
All right, and we got some waves. This is the heat to watch. Ton of sets coming in. And look at this. There's another look at Andre Bernardo's last wave, but he just got shut down on a closeout. So right now there's no priority. So the first rider to get out to the outside will have that first priority. And it looks like it will be given to Ian Campbell, making it out into the lineup first, and he will now have that first priority. So second priority going to Andre Bernardo. A big shout out once again to our APB brand supporters, ISS, and no brainer if you have that in your on your board here at this event. You're going to go for a little bit more flexier stringer to put in the ISS system. Is that system?
Yep, ISS system. But Manny, I want to let the viewers know something. If they're jealous that these guys are competing out here, Praia do Norte, Nazare, I got news for you viewers.
Oh, my. Coming out of that deep barrel. Hold on, Andre Bernardo. He's not done yet. Yes, he kicks out of that one. So we're going to take another. What were you going to say?
That you can compete too.
Oh, yes.
Via you riding the journey. Make sure you got that mobile app and you log in and you can compete during the waiting period here at Nazare for you riding cash as well as prizes. Yep. And that has been just a tremendously exciting component of the World Tour this year that you riding has jumped along as a media partner and joined in and opened up this kind of category now that you can compete in these events virtually.
That's right. We do have a handful of riders that have been dominating the top 10 for all the way from South Africa to Brazil in the journey. You riding bodyboard. Download it, play it, multiplayer, APB Tour, virtual. Get in there. So we had a wave exchanges going on throughout this last few minutes, but you can see the scores dropping on your scorecard on your screen. And it is Ian Campbell still holding steady. Andre Bernardo in second. Ryan Hardy still waiting for a second high-scoring wave. A 6.10 was his highest scoring wave. But Ian Campbell's 9.75 still super strong and the highest score of the event so far. Look at this. Ian Campbell dropping in on this right.
He's got a lot of speed. This is a big peak. If it connects to the section, we're going to see a big move, but it doesn't, and he's out.
I don't know if you noticed that on the bottom, or on the drop, Ian Campbell actually spread his legs open and caused a little bit more stalling on the takeoff. What that does is tries to set him up to do a maneuver right when he comes off the bottom. And again, speed, if you can control it, that means you'll be able to do all the maneuvers in the books if you know how to control that speed.
Yeah, and I think speed control also coming into where to find these sections to hit. And as a big of a peak as that was, he was probably thinking something could either happen down the line or, like you mentioned, he might need to make something happen immediately. And very well discerned technique from Ian Campbell, Manny. Great call.
I mean, we see Ian Campbell. We're going to see Andre Bernardo do it, and all the top riders, actually the riders in this event, will be using every single tactic to be able to control that speed, whether it's spreading your legs on the takeoff or dragging your legs once you're in the barrel to slow down and stay in the barrel longer. And once you lift your legs up and draw a super high line, you're going to get all the speed possible. Ian Campbell pushing and shoving, trying to get into this one, and he does get over that last bump, and all for nothing. That wave just shut down on him. And he caught that wave in that rip current section where it's really bumpy and really difficult. You got water rushing out. You got bumps going up the face of the wave. But that shows how much power Ian Campbell does have to get into these waves.
Certainly, yeah. Massive thighs and quads and calves, and all his leg muscles are just pretty much built to kick those flippers and motor into waves. And his arms as well, you know. He's a swimmer. I think he's, you know, giving you some swim coaching as well. You know, his mother is a...
Not yet. I still have to...
Hit him up, man. Hit him up. Because he does swim coaching, as does his mother, back in South Africa. They have quite a dynasty of swimming happening there. The Campbell's definitely known for, in the pool, what they're capable of. And really cool.
Which you can carry over not only to your bodyboard or not only to the ocean for swimming, but also into any sport, actually.
Like water polo.
You're 100% correct.
Or are you talking outside the pool?
I'm talking about outside the pool, but I'm talking about bodyboarding.
Okay.
Carrying that into bodyboarding.
Like drop knee. Ian Campbell can drop knee very well, and he's won events on the knee as well.
Well, I think the majority of the bodyboarders at that level are pretty much well-rounded as far as not only being able to ride the board on prone, but drop knee. I know a couple people that can stand up on the board. But, yeah, I mean, watermen all the way around for those high top caliber riders. Where are we at right now? We have 8 minutes, 25 seconds remaining in heat number 9. Throwing down the biggest score in this heat was Ian Campbell with a giant backflip on this left-hander that are coming through. And Ryan Hardy waiting patiently out there. He's got a 6.10 and a 4.0. And Andre Bernardo currently in that second place spot. Needs a 5.51 to get into that first place spot. Again, this is a non-elimination action out the back. Ian Campbell bumping and driving down this face of the wave. Oh, going for a roll. Not much projection there, and you can see he lost a lot of speed once he got there, but he was able to pull that thing around. So Ian Campbell making his way back out into the water. So I'm turning around, and I'm finally realizing the tide is dropping pretty quick.
Yeah, massive tides here. And let's take another look at this roll from Ian Campbell. This will be his backup score. And good for him, even though that section was kind of bending away. Get something on the board. Add that to his huge number that he already has. Now he can be a little more comfortable. More pressure now on the other riders.
Here's another look at Ian Campbell's last wave. As you can see, once he got to the top, he had speed. But once that he got to that section to do a maneuver, the lip itself died off a little bit. But because of the speed, he was still able to project and pull off that roll pretty clean. So Ian Campbell heading back out, a 4.40 on that last wave. So now he just pulls ahead just a little bit more. 8.41 is what Andre needs to get that first place spot away from Ian Campbell. So again, the tide is dropping.
It is, and that's, you know, making the waves break a little bit further out, but then also it's more shallow on the inside, so it's actually tightening up the area where the waves can break into one location. But we've got a situation here. It's Ryan Hardy on the left, and he finds a nice little invert there, comes down in the tumultuous combination of that wave and pulls it.
Wow, Ryan Hardy. It looked like Ian Campbell was going for one, but kicked out. And here's another look at Ryan Hardy's wave. As you can see, it's all about speed. Comes around that section. I thought he was going to hit something there, but it just disappeared. And then he pulls an invert on that oncoming section right there, and it was able to ride it out. So A solid wave right there for Ryan Hardy, trying to better at 4.0. Here's one more time. Let's take one more look at Ryan Hardy's last air.
And he just collides with so much speed that once he hits that whitewater, it flings him into the air. He does well to use his board to throw up and out and get that invert nice and tweaked. And it does fling him a little bit before he gets there to the whitewater landing spot and pulls it. So he did great there, and he's kind of, just trying to pull himself back into this heat.
Ian Campbell currently sitting in that first place spot, 5 minutes remaining, and it's coming. I don't know what it is about Portugal, but I feel like it's just some of the best food that I've had during the tour, and I'm thinking about lunch right now. I don't know what they're going to surprise us with, but yeah, the food here is just amazing.
It is, and the seafood has been just really on point, and, the pastries, everything. And let's take a look at Ryan's right-hander now. Check turn, throws the 360. This section's really going to converge as he throws a bonus forward before throwing a front flip. He was trying to pack in as many maneuvers as he could.
So Ryan Hardy putting together everything he can on that wave. I mean, it was just one maneuver after another. Let's take another look. Right here, he's sizing it up, seeing what he can do. He does a quick little check turn, but maintains that speed, almost loses it right there, but pulls it around, and then goes for an air forward, and then straight into just a kick-out flip. Not much there at the end for him, but
that was really cool.
That was pretty cool to see him just be that quick to try to do something at the very end.
And be that spontaneous and fun and just unpredictable, Previously in his career, Ryan was known for being very predictable. And you could mind surf his rides, from takeoff to finish before he even did his bottom turn. But now, seeing him being unpredictable, we love it. Ian Campbell on this left, Manny.
Oh, my. Nice, clean bottom turn, big wave, and then a big backflip right there from Ian Campbell, and pulls it off, comes around to this other section, and he is going to punch through a solid roll right there. That's going to be in the 9, possibly 10-point range. But the judges have the last call. That was incredible. And Ryan Hardy on the right. Oh my goodness! So yes,
Hardy
back to
and
back.
Andre both caught rides as Ian was riding. Here we see Ian's backflip again. Landed at the top of the wave, but did complete it. And pulling a roll at this section was very triumphant.
So yeah, here's another look at Ryan Hardy on that right. Again, staying high, then drops down with a ton of speed and goes for air at the end of that wave, but cannot pull it off. He was projected out behind the wave. But for sure, best of those two was Ian Campbell's. So landing on top of the wave as opposed to landing out in the flats with big backflips.
Well, the difference there, Manny, is as we see here, the flight, the trajectory. Had he gone out into the flats, he would have been in the air for ages, and landing at the top of the wave. Just not quite as critical, not quite exactly what we're looking for, but still great. And he got a lot of height. And had he gone down into the flats, this would have been a massive score. I still feel it's going to be a nice, solid score and probably put the fellas in combo land. And, that roll, again, to pull that second maneuver was challenging. And with 2 minutes remaining, we'll give you the situation, but it's likely that Ryan and Andre might need a new set of scores.
I totally agree on that one, but Ian Campbell throwing it down here and not looking back. Ryan Hardy's just getting his feet wet, trying to feel a little bit of Pride del Norte here in his first heat of the event. Ryan Hardy in yellow. We are in heat number 9. We're about 1.5 minutes out, and the judges dropped that score for Ian Campbell. 9.25 for Ian Campbell's backflip, and then into a roll at that end section, which was a pretty big end section. So Ian Campbell pulls way ahead of Ryan Hardy and Andre Bernardo. So that puts them both in combination land.
And it's a super deep combo land. This isn't a shallow combo that you can get out of very easily. They're going to need a 9 9.01 to even attempt to get out of this combo. This is one of the highest heat totals we've seen of the 2016 APB World Tour in any of the divisions. This is a massive, massive heat total.
19 points total for Ian Campbell, so that
One
was huge.
1 point away from perfection from what the judges determined his performance to have been in this heat.
So Ian Campbell is definitely on a good one and holding on to that high he's been on this entire World Tour 2016. Ian Campbell, super stoked on his new sponsors that are fully supportive, and here he is again, Ian Campbell in the red jersey coming around that section. Was going to go for a maneuver right there, but there was no section and kicks out of that one. So Ian Campbell super stoked on the support he was given from the Theo Board Company and now riding for GT Boards. And here is Andre Bernardo's last wave of the heat, was able to catch it before the last horn was rung. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Ian Campbell with the highest scores. Here's another look, I believe, of Ian Campbell's last wave, that was his last wave. He is done. And we are done here in heat number 9. Don't go anywhere. We're going to come back with heat number 10 of round number 1 in the men's division. We'll see you in a couple minutes. Oh, hold on. Getting the word right now through the earpiece. Standing by right now. Heat number 10 out in the water, standing by. Prepping the goods, so don't go anywhere.
Shark Island's an incredible wave. It's a wave that you can get very hurt on.
The Skid Kids were this wild bunch of dudes from Cronulla.
Surf hard, play hard.
They exemplified everything, surfing was not. They weren't afraid of the ramifications of what they did.
Okay, so we're back live here at this nice live webcast stand. I'm not going to call it booth because we're not stuck in a booth, eh, Terry?
No, we are right on the beach here, folks, and it's a very cool setup here at Praia do Norte for what is a very exciting day of competition as we get into round number 1 of the men's division. So hope you're enjoying the action. Jump onto that APB Facebook page and let Nuno and Tessa know where you're watching from. But right for now, Nuno, we got some action in the water.
We sure do. And right now in the water, we have Maxime Castillo, the young rider from France. He's going to wear the red singlet on this one. And Dino Carmo, the local boy, well, in the yellow singlet. So we're watching out for Dino Carmo, one of the standouts here in Nazare, for sure, getting sponsored by Praia do Norte and the Câmara Municipal de Nazare. So he's one of the guys to watch out, definitely. Is going to be one of the standouts. And in the blue singlet, Anas Adar from Morocco, the standout last year in the World Tour.
Well, Anas says he didn't have much of a ranking coming into the competition here, but he's made it through the trials, and of course he's one of the in-form Moroccans. So it's an action-packed day here at Praia do Norte, folks. Hope you're enjoying the action. Of course, the Nazare Pro for 2016 is a APB Grand Slam event. Here's the replay, Nuno.
Yeah, nice backflip there off of Dino Carmo, the rider in yellow, and he combos it with a small roll at the end of that wave just to push up some points there. He's not able to pull that move, that final move, but that flip was very aggressive, and Dino starting off with a strong in this heat number 10 of round 1 here at the Nazare Pro, day number 2 of competition and day number 4 of the waiting period.
Well, that's right. Maxime Castillo coming into this contest here after Vienna at number 8 on the rankings. So this kid turned up like 4 or 5, maybe 4 years ago, the first time I saw Maxime as a young junior at Sintra. And since then, he has firmly established himself in the top 10 of the world. Dino Carmo, as you said, Dino is an absolute legend from Nazare, and that kid rips. And Anas Hadar, a trialist from Morocco. So big shout out to all of our friends watching Morocco. There's a huge bodyboarding community down there.
Yeah. Every year we see more Moroccan athletes joining in the ranks of the world tour, and that is very nice to see, as we do see Morocco's performing at a world level against the world's best, and we'll get to see more and more Moroccan athletes for sure. Meanwhile, the scores of Dino Carmo just dropped, and it's a 6:25. Meanwhile, there's a stop in the action, and we'll go to the interview. There's Vilma Vicente with the winner of last Eid. Take it away, Vilma.
Yes, indeed. I'm here with the winner of one of the most spectacular Eids so far. Hi, congratulations. Tell us all about it. How is it down there?
Yeah, the waves are pretty good. I mean, it's kind of shifty and always moving, and the start was very slow, but happy to get a couple under my belt towards the end, and happy with the scores. I mean, there's some cool waves out there, and just stoked to be riding well and going into this event.
The non-elimination round gives you the opportunity to go and try more things. It's a good thing.
Yeah, I feel winning the heat's kind of lucky, and you go through round 3, which is pretty. But yeah, it's tough the next day, so you're not really getting used to the conditions. Yeah, happy to miss around and kind of sit out. Had a couple this last week, so it's been nice to be back here in Nazare, so happy.
Thank you so much to you guys.
Thank you so much for that lovely interview, Vilma. And we do have another title contender advancing to round 3. We saw the likes of PLC advancing. We saw now Ian Campbell advancing and Jeff Herbert advancing early in this round, jumping into round 3. So the title contention is on fire here at Nazare, and no one wants to be on the back end of this title race.
Absolutely. And look, so far in this first round of competition here at Nazare, it has been the surfers in the red singlet that have taken nearly every heat. The only guy that didn't win these first round heat was Kevin Orihuela from the Canary Islands. He was wearing a blue singlet. Otherwise, it's been a perfect seating here with all the red singlets taking first positions so far.
And talking about red singlet, we just saw live action Maxime Castillo pulling into a nice barrel on the left-hander, but was not able to get out of that one. Unfortunately, as the end part seemed kind of frothy, we can watch the replay now, and there, as the wave gets into the inside section, a lot of whitewash and lumps, and Maxime was not able to exit that barrel. Unfortunately for him, it gets 2 points for that wave, and we just saw the first wave of the rider in blue, Anas Hadar from Morocco's, the score being dropped, and it's a 5-2-5. Right now, Dino is leading this one, but it's still pretty early as we have a little bit more than 20 minutes to go on this heat.
All right, big shout out to some of those people watching on the webcast. Nuno Franco from Portugal, along with Shane Lono from Hawaii. G'day, Shano is a mad supporter of the APB Tour. Mauricio Abranosa, of course, a Brazilian that now lives in Australia. He's a great rider, so good morning to Mauricio. Ben Peasley from the Gold Coast. We have Johnny Reid from Peniche, Gordy George from New Zealand, Nuno Vieira from the Madeira Islands. What's it like out there, Nuno? You've been out to the Madeiras? I saw some of the footage that came from the women's event there just recently was spectacular.
Yeah, the island, I've been there a couple of times. The island itself is beautiful. The landscaping in the north coast is kind of a Tahiti-esque scenery with eye cliffs just really close to the ocean. And they got a lot of swell eating the island and a lot of good waves as well. And as the competition for the women's European Tour, it's there. All of the women that are competing in the World Tour and Sintra have a chance to join in that competition. And this year's winner was Neymar Carvalho. But back into live action, that's Anas Hadar from Morocco. Nice flip there out.
Wow.
Bully section. I don't think he was able to land, but firing and answering back. That's Maxime Castillo on the wave just after that one. And then Dino Carmo on the right-hander of that left from Maxime answering back. So we've got a big battle on our hands. And another young gun battle here at E10, this first round of men's.
Here's the replays, and you can see most of these guys here just incomplete at the end of the ride. So I don't know if these waves will feature, in the early part of the head, of course they're going to feature, but I don't know if these three waves will feature heavily in the end. This is the replay here.
From Anasadar, the rider in blue.
The approach on the lip here was just spectacular, and big hit on the end section. Unfortunately, just incomplete there for Anas Hadar from the Canary Islands. Big shout out to Tracy Brewer and the crew watching from Box Beach in Port Stephens, my favourite beach in the whole world. It's very similar to Praia do Norte, big wedges, yeah. So hi to Tracy. Scotty Mace is watching from Hayman Island, and we've got John O'Megan from the Goldie and Johnny Lindsay from Canary Islands. Just a few of the people tuning in for heat number 10 here at Nazare.
That's so amazing. If you got people from all over the world tuning in to see this live action here at the Nazare Pro, here at Praia do Norte in Nazare. And the sun did come out today. There's a light breeze kind of onshore-ish, but still the conditions are pretty clean. And you can see some huge ramps and sometimes some huge barrels rolling in just in front of the judges' stand.
Absolutely. So very stoked to have you people here with Nunito. That's Nuno Cardoso. He's one of the best, particularly the best in Portugal, and Tessa McKenna, who's wearing a couple of hats here at the moment, doing a little bit of TD, some beach commentary, some webcasting. We're just a big team. We're all working together to bring it to you people back there in your lounge rooms and wherever you may be watching from around the world. So heat number 10 is currently underway. We've got some pretty good scores laid in so far. These guys will be looking to try and build from here. And coming up in heat number 11, Eda Luciano will take on Tristan Roberts from South Africa and Fabio Duarte from Portugal. What can you tell us about Fabio Duarte?
I'm not familiarized with Fabio that much. I'm sorry for the viewers that know Fabio, and probably should know a little bit more about Fabio. But he's a Portuguese, and it's in the main event here at the Grand Slam, so that's a big thing.
Absolutely.
To talk about Fabio here, just being in this event alone is just a big thing, and it means that you've got the level to compete against the world's best. So that's why he's in the ranks here at this competition, and he'll be facing some of the best, because Eder Luciano, as you know, is a competition machine, and Tristan Roberts has been putting some pain over his competitors on previous world events that we had been having here at the European League.
Absolutely, yeah. Tristan has, for my liking, he's probably he's probably one of the guys that, what is he, sitting at number 6 in the world at the moment? The guy wasn't even in the top 30 coming into 2016, so he's made some monumental, leaps on the rankings this year, and really establishing himself as someone that could be a potential future world champion.
For sure, he took this year's World Tour by storm with the events that he got to get in. And right now getting into this wave, it's Maxime Castillo, the rider in red from France, trying to find an ad section. Nice reverse off the top of that wave. But unfortunately, looking like a foam explosion there, he's not able to land that move. So incomplete moves for the last two waves of Maxime. Is still in the search of his first decent scoring wave, I would say. Meanwhile, last wave of Anas Hadar unfortunately didn't land that big flip that he pulled. But take us through this replay, please.
All right, well, Maxime Castillo currently sitting in third place at the moment. And he surfed really brilliantly in Vienna. He actually was stopped in the end by Mike Stewart, and it was a real tough heat for him. But he's come back here, and he's come back with a vengeance.
Yeah, and we just saw live action from Anas Hadar, the rider in blue, trying to back up his 525, and he sure did with that roll move, and he scored a 390. But meanwhile, up and riding the local boy Dino Carmo, and he just jumps off of that wave as he didn't see any potential, and he's paddling out the back, as you can see live in the screen. 40 minutes to go, and looks like Dino is having a look at the wave in the back, and didn't look good for him again. And you can see, like I was saying, it was paddling out the back, trying to back up his 625, and he did so with that roll on that right-hander that we watched on the replay, and he scored a 4.75, so he's currently taking the lead. But in second place is Anas Adar, and he only needs a 5.76 to take that first place away from Dino. And in a more complicated situation is Maxime, the rider in red, needing now a 9.01, but he still is in the hunt for that first decent wave on his scoreboard.
Absolutely. So hope you're enjoying the action, folks. You are watching the 2016 Nazare Pro. We're coming to you from Praia do Norte in Nazare in Portugal. Lovely little part of the world. And, well, it's an APB Men's World Tour event. Number 7, and this one, of course, is a Grand Slam event on the Men's World Tour.
These are my favorite events because there's so much points up for grabs, and it's 8,000 points. There's still 5 guys fighting for the title of World Champion 2016, this men's division. And I think this event will be very important to maybe get to decide who's on the lead going into Fronton. And this might be a title race changer, this event here at Nazare.
Absolutely. Well, Jeff Hubbard, prior to the European leg, Jeff Hubbard was sitting in number 1 on the rankings. He decided to stay at home and skip Sintra and skip Vienna. He's come into this event here at Nazare as number 5, so he's slipped down the rankings 4 spots. But he's not too concerned about that because he's got two huge Grand Slam events to come home with. As we see this one coming home strong is Dino Carmo. Dino, bang, big hit on the end section there. Looking to try and ride out of this, but Dino holds on tight, and he comes out of the froth at the end there. Dino Carmo, he's so strong.
No, he's very strong, and he knows this wave very well. As I take you through the replay, drives through that bottom turn and goes very fast to the end section. He knew that he didn't have much time, but he was able to pull that invert, and he's got one of the strongest grips in the Portuguese land. So is able to pull out this very hard to pull moves, and he was able to bring that home, and probably will improve his situation. Is currently in the lead, and will probably improve it.
Absolutely. Well, he's looking to improve on a 4.75 second best wave. So you got to think that Dino Carmo, with an effort like that, is probably going to come out. Here's the replay again for those people watching at home. And Dino Carmo driving it up and around. It looked like to me that he was gone forever in the suds there, and eventually coming out. When you do get caught up in the foam like that, judges do shave off a couple of points, and that's a 4.75. So he did manage to lose. Unfortunately, a little bit of momentum there, but not to worry.
Yeah, not worry. He's still in the lead. Currently, the rider in yellow, that's Dino Carmo, the local boy here at Praia do Norte, and he does represent Praia do Norte brand here, Praia do Norte Nazaré, here in Portugal. And the council, the local council, Câmara Municipal de Nazaré, sponsors 3 bodyboarders currently, and one of them is Dino Carmo. So the city is behind Dino, and I think all Portugal is behind Dino, especially because Dino has been performing so well this World Tour. He was able to do a couple of tour stops this year, and he was able to reach the quarters in Sintra and the round before the quarters in Vienna. So he's sailing quite nice. The only Portuguese ahead of him in the world rankings is Antonio Cardoso, a son of Nazaré and sponsored by the Council of Nazaré. So this is a beautiful love story here at Nazaré, and we can't wait to see what these boys can do here at the home spot.
Absolutely. Well, if you ever make it into Portugal, folks, you must come and check out this beautiful little holiday hamlet of Nazare because, during the summertime, the population goes from like 100,000 plus, and it turns into just a sleepy little village with tumbleweeds rolling down the main street when it says maybe like 10 or 15 people live here. Well, the rest of the places are... no, I'm only joking.
No, but it's
the
true.
population goes down by 80%.
Yeah, it's true. It's a good analogy for this kind of summer places, close to the beach. And we got a couple of those along the coast. And I can tell you one thing, Portugal is pretty safe. The food is still pretty good, as we have a lot of Eastern food. But we'll get back to that because that was Maxime Castillo putting on a reverse air there, and he was able to pull that one. That's a big move, and Maxime was in the need for this wave. As we take you through this replay, we can see there Maxime eyeing for this right-hander bowl, and he points it out, and he goes for a nice air reverse spin. You can see him pop up there in the foam, and then he just rides the foam in front of that foam, and it's a complete move. And Maxime was needing a 9.01 to take first place away from Dino. I cannot tell you because I'm not a judge. That's going to be a 9.01, but that's going to be a great score for that hunt of the first place.
Absolutely, and that's the difference between a good score and a great score is when you you go for it and you pull it off. So right now, time remaining around about 8 minutes left on the clock. As we said, it is day number 2 of the competition, day number 4 of the waiting period, and event number 7 on the APB Men's World Tour. And we hope that you love the webcast as much as we do, because we're just perched right here on the sand. Nunito Cardoso and myself, Tez McKenna, taking you through as Manny Vargas and Dave Hubbard have a little bit of a well-earned break. And, of course, interesting that, we have someone like Dave Hubbard who's elected to help out with webcasting around the APB World Tour, because it's something that you don't see. I mean, it would be rare that you would see someone do this on, say, for instance, the WSL Tour. And they don't have the competitors come into the commentary booth. And having someone and access someone like Dave Hubbard to be able to tell you what it's like out there, coming from a heat and have that, personal experience, it brings a whole new level to the commentary team.
Of course, definitely. Dave's insight as a multiple world champion, and as Dropney and as men's world tour events winner, he can bring you an insight of what is going on with facts and with live empiric experience, being out in the water and coming back here into the commentaries and being able to let us know what's going on inside of the water and give us all of the inside stories from what's going on in this heat. But meanwhile, in this heat number 10 of round 1, we do have Dino Carmo, who's leading this heat, and that last wave was scored the 6 points and has improved a little bit in situation. And Maxime Casillo's wave score just dropped with a 7, and now Maxime just better his situation. Is still currently in third position in this heat, but he now needs a 5-2-6 to take the lead away from Dino Carmo. Nazare, meanwhile, is in second place, but needs a bigger score of a 7-0-1. Live action now is Dino going for another big flip there, and he's able to land it, and he pump fists it as he knows it's going to be a great score to back up his highest scoring wave, which is a 6-2-5. And there's the replay as we see Dino driving with all the force and applying that flip move and claiming it. As he knows, he's going to improve his situation leading this heat so far. But don't count anyone out, as Nazare and Maxime Casillo can still pull a rabbit out of the hat and take away that first place from Dino. Meanwhile, it's looking good for the rider in yellow, the local boy, Dino Carmo, and we will wait for that score of that last wave, that nice flip, and see what the heat situation will be after this last score is posted. Meanwhile, live action, we've got Maxime Casillo, nice move there, and he combos it when another one is able to pull that one through. And this maybe is the wave that Maxime Casillo was hunting for, but we're still waiting for that last wave of Dino, and it just came out. It's a 6-2-5, improved a little bit Dino's situation, holding the lead now, but the replay here from Maxime Casillo, he goes for a nice roll, and he's able to combo it with another roll at the end section, and he pulls it through. He just needs a 5-5-1 now.
Yeah.
What do you think, Terry?
Well, I think that's a no-brainer. I mean, a 7.15 is going to change the situation. So Maxime Castillo with a 7.0 and a 7.15 coming home strong, goes into the lead. Dino Carmo back down into second, and the local now needing a 7.91, and Anas Haddad to take the lead, an 8.91. So we have a battle royale on our hands there,
For
Nunita.
sure, 4 minutes to go, and Maxime Castillo last wave just dropped with a 7.15, and now Maxime is taking the lead over Dino Carmo just at the ending of this heat, and Dino now needs a 7.91. That's a big toll right now to take the lead away from Maxime. And Maxime that started the heat with very low-scoring waves and getting more busy than the other riders, now is paying off being so active in this heat because his last two waves made the score that is holding on in the lead right now, and he's got a sum of 14-15 at this moment. It's taking the lead over the local boy and the Moroccan Anas Haddad.
All right, so coming down to the final couple of minutes here in this one. Once again, big shout out to all those people watching online: Nuno, Shane, Mauricio, Ben, Jono, Gordo. We've got Johnny Linzer, Tracy Brewer, Scotty Mace are all tuning in and loving the action live from Nazare. But Maxime Castillo, what a great comeback. Like, he was on the back foot for the majority of the heat, got those two waves back-to-back, a 7.0 and a 7.15, and now the French kid is in the lead. And this is why that guy is in the top 10 in the world.
Definitely. Maxime is one of the new young guns out of Europe, and definitely one of the young guns to watch out here in this World Tour, as we just saw live some big sets still rocking up here the Praia do Norte's shores, and the action is still plenty today. Here, it's the day 2 of this event, day number 4 of the waiting period. We've got heat number 10 in the water, round of 1 of men, and we've yet to see some of the world's best hit the water, but so far that's been so much action going on. That's crazy.
Absolutely. So we have 2 minutes left on the clock. You can see there's still some really nice waves coming through here at Praia do Norte, which effectively means in Portuguese North Beach, right?
Yeah, correct.
So, I mean, up until recently, this was a pretty sort of a desolate kind of part of town. It was the other side of the headland. There wasn't much happening here. And then everybody realised over the last 10 years or so that this place is pretty special.
Yeah, a little bit more of years than 10 years, I would say, because of the local association here doing a great job with young kids. Young kids like Antonio Cardoso and Dino Carmo that you see competing at an international level nowadays. And the funny story is that like people like my father, you know, the elderly people here in Portugal review this beach as a very dangerous beach. Since I was a kid, my father talked to me about this beach and saying, hey, it's very, very dangerous beach. The shore breaks, the currents, everything about it is dangerous. There's no element of safety when you hit this water here at North Beach. So the elderly got respect for this location, and we do have a lot of respect for this location as well, as we only bring you the action when conditions are viable, and we can make a safe competition for every competitor. We do remind you, we've got the world's best here competing.
That's right.
And the last 2 days was so massive and impossible to ride, I would say. And meanwhile, we see a replay of Dino Carmo finding a barrel on that left-hander, and he gets out of that one real quick because the wave didn't offer him much more.
All right, well, that was just a very quick cover-up for Dino, and he's in second place, needing a 7.91, so only 10 seconds remaining. This is Anas Haddad watching the live action now, and the Moroccan throwing it up, and big manoeuvre on the end section. Anas Haddad, well, is unfortunately incomplete at the end there. Let's just go through that replay.
Yeah, he finds a nice little left on the inside. He knows he needs the score, so he goes for it. He lines it up real well. He goes for the ARS. Unfortunately, gets stuck on that landing with the rebound off of the board, and he was not able to complete that move.
All right, so the red singlets continue to blaze their way through day number 2 here at Praia do Norte, folks. So it's Maxime Castillo who skipped around. Dino and Anas Haddad will go into round number 2, and we're going to be back with more live action right after this ad break.
Shark Island's an incredible wave. It's a wave that you can get very hurt on.
The Skid Kids were this wild bunch of dudes from Cronulla. surf hard, play hard.
It exemplified everything, surfing was not.
They weren't afraid of the ramifications of what they did. Welcome back to the action. Dave Hubbard alongside Teza McKenna here. Day one of the men's, but this is day two of the Nazare Pro.
Yeah, and we're seeing some really cool surfing. That hooter that you can hear in the background, that is the start to heat number 11. And Dave, this is going to be another Titanic clash.
Yeah, so let's get right out into the action so we can bring you the call. It is going to be Eder Luciano in red, Tristan Roberts in yellow, and Fabio Duarte in the blue.
Yeah, this is going to be another great heat coming your way, folks. After this one, heat number 12, will feature Uri Valadeo, Roberto Bruno, and Dan Quintana from Canary. So stick around for that one. But right for now, Eder Luciano is coming into this competition here, event number 7 on the APB Men's World Tour, as number 11 on the rankings, Dave, and he's up against Tristan Roberts, who is really the whiz kid for 2016. Tristan is currently sitting at number 6 on the world rankings. There's big things ahead for this guy.
Oh, yeah, and he was one of the strongest competitors a few events ago at Sintra and really kind of put his stamp on the performance. Of course, he had a terrific event in Arica as well, finishing in 3rd place, I believe.
That's right. And he had a little stumble in the first round at Vienna. And you know what? I tell you what, you can always judge a man. My dad used to say you can judge a man not by his wins, but by how they handle their losses. And Tristan really copped that on the chin. He said, you know what? I'm going to learn from my mistakes, and I'm going to walk away from here a better man. And I really loved it when he came through with that.
Yeah, that was awesome, and I think that's something very, very good to point out, Tez, that it is sportsmanship, how you handle your losses, and also how you handle your wins, but you see it a little bit more come through, who's got tough skin and who wears their heart on their sleeve in those tough situations that Tristan, had to experience a little bit in Viana after coming off a big roll in Sintra, and he rolled with the punches, and now he's here at Praia del Norte in Nazare.
All right, well, a bit of a sleepy start to this one. There's no priority at the start of these 25-minute heats for round number 1 of the 2016 Nazare Pro. And it looks like we have someone up and riding. That is Eder Luciano, and getting a lot of speed and power through those maneuvers, and that's a hallmark of Luciano surfing. He's such a big, strong kid from Brazil.
He is, and he's able to manufacture so much projection throughout his maneuvers, as you mentioned, Teza, that, it's no surprise when he gets a lot of air, and he really flies.
All right, we'll wait and see what the judges think about that one, but it was a nice way to start. So he'll go back into to the end of the priority sequence. Tristan Roberts is in yellow from South Africa, and a big shout-out to all of our friends watching over there. I know there was a whole bunch of people tuning in from Cape Town. And speaking of, this is Tristan Roberts on his first wave.
Ooh, he was hoping that end section was going to fly him into the air, and it didn't quite give him what he was looking for, and he gets out of there. And as we can see, the tide did just bottom out, Teza. It's filling back in, but we are at pretty much the bottom low tide right now. And I think that's kind of revealing itself in the water quality right now. We're seeing that frothy kind of turbulent white water, and those rip currents are active out there, and they're going to have to kind of navigate their way through the field.
That's right. Most of the wedges, I've always loved surfing like TPs or A-frames or whatever you want to call them, but most of the A-frames around the world I've surfed have always been better from mid to high, back to mid. Just something about that sort of nature of those waves that high tide seems to really suit it.
Right.
So we're just seeing a couple of scores. Eder Luciano opened up with a 6.25 on his first wave. Then
And yeah, let's wait to see Tristan's ride.
all right, so yeah, 3.75 first wave scores for Fabio Duarte from Portugal. 6.25 Eda Luciano, and Tristan Roberts with just a 1.0. But Tristan goes back into a priority situation, and he'll be on the hunt.
Yeah, he will be for sure, and the priority system is definitely something that all these riders are so stoked to be using, and it enables them to be patient, wait their turn. They don't have to sit where they don't want to. They don't have to worry about someone sitting deeper than them. They can just go and wait for their wave where they think it's going to come in. And it does look like we do have an interview down on the beach with Vilma and the winner of the last heat, Maxime Castillo. So take it away, Vilma.
Yes, indeed. I'm here with Maxime Castillo. Felicitaciones. How was it?
Yeah, got some wave, but the wave is pretty hard. In the beginning of the heat, I have nothing. I just catch wave, and it's so difficult to catch a good one. And after, I have a good reverse and another one, another right, and I pass first. So yeah, I'm happy. Just need to wait a little bit to concentrate in the good wave. But yeah, I'm very happy to pass in the round 3.
Thank you so much, and good luck for the next rounds.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
All right, thank you very much. Vilma having a talk with, of course, Maxime Castillo from France, who is in very good form. Of course, he finished an equal 5th up there at Vienna. He was eliminated at the end there by in a very tight heat against Mike Stewart, and I saw him running up the beach there, and he was really angry at himself, and he's come back here, and he's going hard.
Yeah, he is, and he's fueled up, and as you can see in that post-heat interview, he's carrying those positive vibes through, and he's pushing himself, and we're stoked to see from that young Frenchman, Maxime Castillo. And, you know, he does spend quite a bit of time here in Nazare. He is dating Teresa Almeida.
Ah, there we go.
And Teresa Almeida, of course, a local here from Nazare, and
Sure.
actually one of the 3 riders that is, you know, supported by the municipality of Nazare. You know, they wear Praia do Norte on their wetsuits and have the stickers on their board.
Have you seen the shop, Walter's shop, the Praia do Norte shop down in Marine Parade on the main drag?
I haven't gotten in there yet,
Yeah.
but from a few photos that I've seen some fellas stopping in
Sure.
and big smiles on their face.
I've got. I'm actually wearing one of the shirts here today that I bought for €15.
Yeah,
I bought a couple to take home as well.
Beautiful.
Yeah, it's really nice to see the city's actually created a brand from this beach, and using the money from that store to put back into the athletes. It's a very cool concept, and once again, just another example of how the Portuguese are really advanced in so many ways for such an ancient land. They are super advanced in so many different other ways.
Yeah, it's really awesome to see, and I couldn't agree with you more, Tez. It's fantastic. Here we do see Tristan Roberts, who's advanced for his age as well, and he doesn't find what he's looking for on that. But there are plenty of peaks out there, and a nice little pulled back shot of the crew.
Yeah, that's just a glimpse of the crowd here at Praia do Norte, folks. But it's a big, long beach that goes for about 20 kilometres, and the sand here is just, it's like no other in the world. It's a very, it's probably grade 3, grade 4 sand, but it's big, chunky sand, and it moves around a lot with the waves as well. You tend to find the beaches that have got finely packed sand. It's almost like a car park, the sandbanks. You know, they don't move around too much. But here at Praia do Norte, this big, chunky sand, it's got shells in it and stuff like that. Even when you walk on it with your feet, it's almost like quicksand.
Yeah, and we saw with the different vehicles that have been helping us set up this contest area, you know, easy to sink in the sand, whether you're trudging on foot or in a vehicle. I mean, exactly what you're saying, Tessa. Very soft and very easy to move through, and I think that attributes to us having such great waves right out here in front is the rip currents cut little channels through the sandbank and help form up these beautiful A-frame peaks.
Yeah, it really is one of the better beach breaks in the world for this sport of pro bodyboarding, as we see. Eda Luciano open up with a 6.25. Just having a look at some options here. Nice extension on the roll, which is once again another trademark sort of move from Eda. Always got those long arms, pushes them right out to accentuate the maneuvers. Zeroes in on that end section, and again, he's a smooth operator, isn't he?
Oh, he is, and he's one of the best competitors that we have on the tour when it just comes to being so focused on how to surf a heat and what to do specifically for heats. He's, right up there, so interested in all the technicalities that go on to putting on these events, wants to know what's happening with the judging and everything. So here we see the replay, and like you said, Tez, a nice extended arm roll, very round, fluid, puts a reverse there, so, just stays active while on this ride and finds another section to project a nice round extended arm roll for the second time.
All right, well, that's kind of basic 101 bodyboarding, but it's done at the highest level there from Eder, and he's put another good foundation score in the bank with a 5.0. There's Ryan Hardy, and how cool is it to see Ryan Hardy back on the World Tour, even if it's only just for a cameo appearance?
Oh, it's amazing, and, he's, competing here and as well as at Fronton, and everybody's just so pumped that Hardy's around. It just brings a different kind of energy to the beach. And, we're super stoked. We know people in WA are tuning on in because, and even just people around the world, hearing that Ryan Hardy's in the draw, I think would have perked a lot of interest from people who have, remember those days when he was the best in the world.
I tell you what, I mean, I saw him. I haven't seen him for a couple of years because he's been busy with his family. He's got a business. He's always over in Bali doing some surf school and coaching stuff. But he's looking as good and as strong and as ever. And he actually looks younger now than last time I saw him. So here's a nice little replay of Tristan Roberts. And, Tristan with a 4.0, that's his best wave so far. But he's really still hasn't, with a 1.25 and a 4.0, Dave, he still hasn't really started his heat.
Right, yeah, and especially for what we expect out of Tristan, and we've been talking about it through the opening minutes of this heat, that he is an incredible performer, capable of huge numbers, and was putting up the biggest numbers of the event in Sintra up until his, heat with the eventual event winner. And so, he was definitely the guy putting up the biggest numbers, and we're expecting something similar here in Nazare.
Yeah, that's right. And I really like his the way that he constructs and choreographs his heats is pretty interesting as well. More of a kind of free surfing approach. He picks up a lot of waves. And he'll just be paddling back out at three-quarter wave mark and think, I'm going to go this one. He doesn't really care too much for the whole priority thing. Sits away from his competitors. He really free surfs his heats, and it seems to work pretty well for him.
Yeah, he does have his own approach, and it is definitely meticulous, and it can kind of seem carefree and that he's free surfing, and that's the way it appears to us watching.
Uh-huh.
And I think that's like kind of one of the best ways that you could surf a heat is if you're just free surfing, because he rips in free surf. Here we have him doing a little roll there, continuing on, finds another little roll. So.
Right. Oh, there's a nice little melody of moves on that one for Tristan Roberts from South Africa. You are watching heat number 11, and it's round number 1 of the men's main event, of course, here at the 2016 Nazare Pro, coming to you live from Portugal, Praia do Norte. Lovely little beach break. Here's the replay of Tristan. So, milking that one for around about a 5.15, not enough to take the lead because at the moment Eder Luciano with a 6.25 and a 5.0 still in the lead, Dave.
Yeah, so Eder surfing a good heat through the opening part of this heat. We're now into the second half. Eder Luciano's being very patient, just 2 rides apiece. Fabio as well, Fabio Duarte from Portugal, just 2 rides apiece for him. Tristan's been the one staying busy, and he's on the cusp of finding a score that could take him up into that first place position, which will, again, skip round 2 and move directly into round number 3.
All right, we can see Eder there just waving to the beach announcer, pretty much just asking for a bit of an update. He saw Tristan's last wave, 5.15, and thought, is he challenging me? He didn't probably hear the first wave. Tristan's is only a 4.0, so it is Eder Luciano in the lead, looking to upgrade to 5.0, second best wave. Then you have Tristan Roberts in second, chasing only a 6.11 to take the lead. And Fabio Duarte is holding on to priority, and Fabio needing a 7.51. But this kid's got some skills. He's fought his way through the trials, and he put in some very good performances a couple of days ago when we kicked off the competition.
Yeah, one of our top qualifiers, Fabio Duarte, and he's holding that first priority. Needs at this point a 7.51, and his best wave is a 3.75, so he's going to want to improve on that. But here's our heat leader, Eder Luciano, gets caught behind that section and has to dive out. It looked like that wave was going to hold up for him, but ended up not eventuating.
All right, well, the forecast at the moment, it looks like it's going to be similar size tomorrow, but maybe with a little less wind. So expect similar kind of conditions tomorrow, maybe a little better. We've still got some residual wobble going through the lineup, Dave, from those Titanic swells we had a couple of days ago.
Yeah, and from what I understand, on the decline, if this beach gets an opportunity to kind of rest and catch its breath, it resets itself really nicely. So I think today we are kind of seeing some of the echoes. The Portuguese, actually, as funny as it is, they call it a hangover.
Sure.
From the big day as well.
That's good.
So once it gets over this hangover, I think tomorrow we are going to see just the pristine and the real crisp conditions that we expect.
All right, thank you very much to some of the APB brand supporters in 2016, including the game from ISS, the interchangeable stringer systems, which really have changed the game as a great innovation into the construction of boards. Thanks again to Stealth and Bodyboard King, and of course Mez has been fantastic. He's been really one of the guys that really throws money into the sport. Keeps it all moving forward. And a big shout out to you riding, of course, the Journey. Download it now onto your Android or Apple device and have a play.
Yeah, and that's a terrific opportunity to get just that much more involved in this event. And you can compete here at Praia do Norte in Nazare virtually via the U-Riding game.
All right, well, we're watching now again, Eder Luciano, just keeping it nice and tight and bright right in the pocket. A lot of froth on the wave face, Dave, but again, these competitors looking kind of unfazed about all the foam.
Yeah, and they have to deal with it as long as the other guys in the heat do, so they're pushing through and making the most of each opportunity that they can get a score off of. And, Eder Luciano, we've talked about how just amazing he is as a competitor, but here's the guy who's known to go huge, and he does just that big air reverse, and he pulls it. Tristan Roberts
all right.
With the move of the heat thus far, and we could see a situation change, Tez.
Ooh, that's going to be very interesting. Eder, of course, got the first wave, and here's the replay for Tristan. And you can see him hit that one pretty sweet, Dave. That was a big rotation, and he came out pretty quickly out the front there, and I would not be surprised to see some big numbers drop for Tristan. He only needed a 6.11. Again, take us through this.
Yeah, so the contact with the lip was just precise, perfect, and he was able to hold on through the rest of the maneuver. So, even though that was a bit frothy where he had to hit it, he did so well. Here we see the bottom turn. He's got plenty of speed, and there, perfect contact. It flings him up and around. He rotates it. He lands softly, pulls out in front, and dives off. We're going to see a very nice number drop for Tristan Roberts.
Yeah. And I think you really hit the nail on the head. He didn't have the speed. The wave didn't seem to have, an excessive amount of power. There was a lot of froth all over the wave face, but it was his timing that got him to the lip at that moment that helped to just throw him up and over and almost kind of pole vaulted him into that maneuver.
It did, and that's something that, as young as Tristan is, he is ahead of the curve with wave experience, and he knows how to utilize and maximize what the wave can offer. And he typically goes for those big aerial maneuvers, which is, what scores so highly, especially what we're hoping to see here in Nazare. But Eder Luciano up and riding on this one, big through the lip ARS, completes it cleanly, and we got another ride test.
Yeah, so just a little camera switch there, and got to keep in mind that, we are in the middle of nowhere at Praia do Norte on this big old open beach. The wind's light on shore here at the moment. It's a replay. And like you said, that was just executed right in the pocket. So a great comeback against Tristan Roberts. We're waiting for both those scores to load up, but that's an interesting exchange from the judges.
And so Eder Luciano bottom turns around this section, and where he has to hit it, he actually has to push through a lot of the lip, but he gets that projection we talked about earlier, and he really launches himself out. Clean performance through that maneuver, pulls it off clean, and here we're going to just see it one more time. There he extends through, projects it, nice clean, through the lip ARS from Eder Luciano.
All right, well, the judges say that is a 7.75. Last wave for Tristan was 4.75. Judges must have caught something that we didn't get a real handle on there, Dave, but maybe it was the sloppiness of the execution at the end or the wave. I'm not too sure.
And I even have a feeling that maybe that number hasn't registered in the system yet. That 475 could have been
a previous wave.
Maybe could have been a previous wave. We'll have to be waiting and see.
There we go. Maybe I think you're on the money.
The system's going to update. Hopefully we'll be able to get you the score. And again, up until that point, we thought that was the best maneuver of the heat. But hey, Eder Luciano not letting Tristan, run away with this thing, getting that 7.75. So let's see the situation now.
All right, there it is. Tristan was it was an 8.50, so you're on the money there, Dave. It was the best wave of the heat. But Eder's two-wave combination with a 7.75 and a 6.25 is enough to give him a very slender lead over Tristan, who's now only chasing a 5.51. You can see Tristan out the back there. He would have got that from the beach announcer. And that looks like it leaves Fabio Duarte from Portugal. He's the lone and unfortunate resident of Combo Land.
Yeah, so that combo land, the moniker we put to the situation a rider needs when two new scores are needed to attack the situation for advancement. So he'll need at least a 401, and even if he got a 401, he's going to need then a 10.
So he has got a mountain of work to do, that is for sure. Ladies and gentlemen, there's 3 minutes and 20 seconds left on the clock. We certainly hope that you're enjoying the action here at Nazare as much as Dave Hubbard and myself are. But, mate, it has been just a treat. And this is so cool just being set up on the beach and feeling the wind on the back of your neck. It's a real cool setup.
Yeah, this is a great setup because, our feet are in the sand right now. We got the waves behind us. We can almost feel the sun on our backs. I mean, we're right here at the beach, Praia do Norte in Nazare. It's such an awesome opportunity. We're so glad that you're tuning in live. We're trying to bring you the ambiance of this beautiful beach right into your home where you're viewing us from. So thanks again for tuning in. And Teza, this has just been a great day of action thus far with still more heats to go.
Yeah, beauty. So we're just going to have a little look here, but Tristan is currently sitting in second priority. Eder Luciano has first priority. Tristan's going to take this little one, Dave. And he only needs a 5.51 at the moment to change the situation. And again, just flipping off next to nothing. This kid's technique is flawless.
Yeah, that was a nice flip for sure. And then he was even able to continue that ride further on. So, wow, he's milking it all the way to the shore. He doesn't want to let this small number elude him. He's not going to let any of that scoring potential go.
Well, there's the APB replay, and you can see Tristan just zeroes in on this first section. He goes, I need to do something big, perfectly executed for what he had to work with, throws it up, bangs off a roll, and he looks to try and put the bit of magic sauce on the end of that ride to get the score required. So that's going to be super interesting. Some of these replays also come back multiple times, folks, because they do get requests from the judges, because I have a big screen in the judges' tower. So we'll see what...
Fabio Duarte throwing it over the back of that one. Incomplete, off the back maneuver for Fabio. And, yeah, as you mentioned, Teza, being able to offer the replays to the judges, just another awesome advantage of having the technology that we do, and thanks again to Refresh, of course, for bringing this to us. We're down to that 1 minute that you like to call the mad minute, Tezza.
Well, you can see Eder Luciano, the score still hasn't come through for Tristan. Ed is holding on to priority, and he knows that 4.5, it's not enough to change the situation. So it looks like Eder Luciano holding the lead. 45 seconds, there it is with the beach announcer save, and still it's Tristan chasing a 5.51 to try and snatch the lead.
Yeah, and we're down to half of that time remaining now, just 30 seconds. And Eder Luciano up and riding on this right-hander. He's got some speed. He's waiting patiently. This is looking really tricky near the end of this one. He ends up diving out. That might be the last wave ridden because everybody was pretty far inside, and now with just a few seconds remaining, it does look like Eder Luciano will be skipping ahead into round 3. Tristan Roberts, Fabio Duarte. But we have one more ride. Tristan Roberts is up and riding on the buzzer, carving reverse. That won't be it.
No.
And as this heat comes to an end, we're going to take a short commercial break, but please stay with us. There's plenty more action in the Nazare Pro.
Nice one. Jamie.
I feel like I'm gonna drop real soon. My mind's hurting, I'm over the moon. Pulses sagging out, I'm losing the pace. It's the way you feel, man, now the way you taste. Rebel, rebel, I see you with your gun.
Welcome back, everybody. Manny V here with David, the smiling David Hubbard, bringing you the live feed here at the 2016 Nazare Pro here in Praia do Norte in Nazare, Portugal. So, yeah, intense action going down, big backflips, big barrels, and just big moves going down all the way through this first round of the men's division.
And we are not done yet, Manny, as you've mentioned. Great action thus far, but more still to come. Let's get right out into the water to see what we have going on in this next matchup. It is going to be Uri Valerao, Roberto Bruno, and Daniel Quintana.
Oh, my. That is going to be an exciting heat for sure. And let me tell you, this little cool breeze is a little chilly. And I found out the word for that surfer's ear is the nickname. Exostosis, I believe. Yes, so if you're in the cold water, in the cold air, make sure you get earplugs. But for now, everybody is looking good and healthy out in the water. You can hear the horn in the background. The heat has started for heat number 12 out in the water. Former world champion Uri Valerao, Brazilian, going against fellow Brazilian Roberto Bruno in yellow, Daniel Quintana in the blue jersey, and Danielle, wild card from the Canary Islands. Very excited to watch this heat. Definitely some big air maneuvers going down for sure.
Yeah, this should be awesome, and Eder Luciano was able to pull out all the stops, and I can't wait to get that beach interview with him. Vilma's going to be bringing that beach interview with Eder, and I'm really looking forward to it. Another guy who I think is going to have a similar performance is Uri Valerao or Roberto Bruno, because both of those guys are Brazilian. They have a similar flair when it comes to finding projection in difficult conditions. As we see the tides, it's on the upswing, but we're still pretty much at the low tide of the day. So we're seeing those rips. We're seeing the disorganization of those peaks just a little bit. And so we're going to have to to see what these guys can produce out in the lineup.
I was sitting on the beach on my break looking out to the lineup, but man, some waves that are coming through are very, very big and perfect, but it's just a matter of being in the right place at the right time when those waves do come through. And if the riders do get them, definitely some big maneuvers are going to go down.
And we did see some huge maneuvers and huge scores being dropped in some of the previous heats. We're hoping that trend continues throughout the rest of round number 1. And then we're going to even see, we'll get a call from the technical director here, but potentially going on in to round number 2.
Oh, wow. Okay, so the call will be made shortly, getting closer to the end of round number 1. So make sure you stick around, and a big shout out to everybody who has been tuning in from all over the world. And we do post something on our Facebook page, the APB Tour Facebook page. That's where you can give us a comment and tell us where you're tuning in from. Matt Brennan from San Diego is tuning in, and we got a shout out to Del Wall Marias, and here we go, up and riding, live action.
Daniel Quintana with a huge backflip, lands with the tail poking, but still pulls it around. That was critical. That was a huge score. Gilberto Bruno on a nice-looking left-hander, and he doesn't find the section he wants and cuts out.
All right, so Danielle's first wave, and here we go. Uri Valdao, keep your eyes on the screen. This guy is incredible when it goes for these big backflips, big invert maneuvers, but he kind of forced that one, but had enough speed to actually extend and make it look like a pretty big inverted maneuver. So Uri Valdao and Danielle Quintana putting their first waves down on their score sheet. Kyle Yogi is tuning in from Oahu, Hawaii. Here's another look at what just went down.
So that was just a brief replay of Roberto Bruno, but we're waiting to see this one of Uri Valdao, and he has the speed, but that first section's frothy. Now he finds it, throws a lateral invert, so he has flight, but it's, across.
Okay, check it out. We do have the winner of the last heat with Vilma. Vilma, take it away.
And here I am with another winner of another heat. Eder, you were not listening anything. Just when you came outside, you realized you won.
Yeah, I can't read anything during the heat. I stay so stressful during the heat all the time, asking about the situation. But so happy to advance in first place for the next round. It's really, really good to advance in first place in this round and stay one round out of the competition. And really stoked.
What do you think about the Praia do Norte's waves compared to the other ones in Portugal and compared to the rest of the beach breaks in the circuit?
It was his power the last days. Is just stay waiting for the really massive, yeah. Good to see Dudu and Mikey surf some waves. Really good. Just drop a little bit and you can surf and start the main event. And really happy to advance, and let's see what happens for the next round.
Okay, thank you very much. Muitos parabéns. Em português, estamos em Portugal também.
Agradecer a toda a torcida do Brasil e a galera de Portugal também, que eu tenho grandes amigos aqui. Estamos 2 dias em espera aí, né? Os mar gigantes, a gente viu ondas aí de 15 a 20 pés. Realmente, Nazaré esse ano mostrou o power, né? E obrigado, torcida de todos, é isso aí. Feliz de ter avançado em primeiro e vamos com tudo para a próxima aí. Brasil!
Okay, guys, back to you.
Congratulations one more time to Eder Luciano, who has just thrown it all down on the line in his last heat and coming out on top. And he advances on to round number 3. We saw a couple waves in the background during the interview. And Uri Valdao still holding steady with Roberto Bruno and Danielle Quintana still in that second and third place position. So Eder Luciano. I'm digging the white fins.
Digging those fins for sure. That was cool. And, just such a professional. Definitely one of the guys who's, really, really showing the rest of the Brazilians how to be a professional competitor.
Yeah, he's a very good guy, too. Very happy and just pretty much stoked on life.
Yeah, we love having him around. Love having him on tour. Thanks, Eder.
Fellow Brazilian Udi Valadão currently out in the water, along with Roberto Bruno. All three of these guys usually travel together and hang out together when they come to the international competition. So it's pretty awesome to have this group just pushing each other and see who can go bigger and harder. And right now it is Udi Valadão in that first place spot. We got a ton of time left. It's 18 minutes, 27 seconds remaining. And if you're just joining us, I know it's early morning in the west coast of the USA. But if you're just waking up, thank you for tuning in to the Nazare Pro here on the north side of downtown Nazare. Big old canyon on the outskirts, on the outside, making for these perfect waves like this one right here. Roberto Bruno in the yellow jersey coming across the bottom. Finds the lip section, goes for an invert, and does he come out in front of the whitewash? He does, just for a split second, and there he is, holding steady, Roberto Bruno.
Nice effort there by Roberto Bruno. We're going to see this again as he makes his way down the wave with speed. Tricky to find this section. Seemed like he had to deal with some surface difficulties on the way there. Got to it a little late, but still got the projection necessary for that invert.
Looks like a little bit of a cloud cover is starting to come in, which is cooling down and calming down the winds a little bit, making it a little bit more glassy, but here's another look at Roberto's last wave. As you can see, he's holding on as much speed as possible and is able to punch through that lip for a nice clean invert. So that is definitely going to help Roberto Bruno as his highest scoring wave so far, as 8 minutes have passed already in this 25-minute heat. Heat number 12 of 16, currently out in the water of round number 1 in the men's division. Again, non-elimination. I love it.
We love non-elimination rounds. What's so cool, Manny, is we start with the non-elimination round in round 1, and then those semifinals, non-elimination, because second place from both semis moves on to that podium final. First place from both semifinals into the grand final. So we virtually start and finish with non-elimination rounds. I think it's the best way to bring to you the best action.
Whoa, look at this side in the blue jersey. Oh, nice big backflip right there from the Canary Island local, Daniel Quintana, and pulls off another maneuver at the end there. So a solid wave right there. Not only is he killing it out in the water right now, but he's actually one of the top professional bodyboarders that does very well in the bodyboard video game, The Journey. So here he is one more time, sliding in under the pocket. Finds a nice clean section to pull off a big backflip right there and pulls it around to pull off another maneuver, a roll. But live action out the back, Udi Valadão.
And he's screaming down the line on that one and ends up diving out. But he had so much speed approaching that section, it just didn't quite cooperate with him, and he has to get out of there.
Here's another look one more time at the Canary Island local Daniel Quintana's last wave. Slides under the pocket and right there decides to go for a big maneuver and pulls it around. So, and not only that, little icing on the cake with a roll and a spin, then kicks out of that one. So Daniel Quintana from Isla Canarias pulling it off. And as I was mentioning, that was one of our top riders in the event, a wild card that came in. Also, pretty awesome playing the Journey bodyboard game. So it's pretty cool to see him when he's out in the water and playing the game. So Daniel Quintana, a solid wave 6.9 on his last wave. So as you can see, these peaks down the beach, it's just amazing to me how that canyon just on the other side of that peninsula where the fortress is sitting just creates these perfect A-frames all the way down the beach.
Yes, it's similar to what we need a combo swell to create at other beaches, but it's happening with just one swell direction. Here we do see our heat leader, Daniel Quintana, up and riding again, but he cuts out quickly out of that one. It didn't materialize as he would have liked. But as we were just mentioning, combo swells is a combination of different swell directions. So at beaches around the world, if you have two different directions, there's a chance you could get peaks and A-frames. But this happens with one direction. Let's check this out. Udi Valadão. Big flip on the front end of this one. Throws a spin. And now we're going to just have to play the waiting game. Wait and see what the judges score that.
Udi Valadao can do backflips in his sleep. He's got these things down, and he's able to pull them off anywhere on 2-foot waves up to 8-foot waves, and it's pretty spectacular to see him out in the water. So Udi Valadao able to sneak in a backflip right there on that wave. That will definitely help him out. But again, it wasn't a sizable wave, so he's not going to get the maximum amount of points possible. Udi Valadao heading back out and waiting patiently on the outside as the birds fly through the screen. It is Daniel Quintana in the blue jersey.
And the first half of this heat has been dominated by Daniel Quintana, but we're getting very close to moving into the second half, the latter half of this heat. Some people call it the business end of the heat.
All right, here we go. It is Udi Valadao dropping in on this left wave, and he finds a big section to do a big backflip right there. Again, he makes them look just so easy to do a maneuver in that particular section of that wave. So Udi Valadao, another backflip, another high score on his card.
Exactly that. He's got a couple of 5s. He's got a 4-5. Let's take a look at this replay, see where the score is going to fall in. Nice bottom turn, projects clean. And lands kind of on the transition, almost at the top of that one. And so pretty cool to see. And, beautiful day for a bodyboarding event here at Playa del Norte in Nazare. We've talked about it all day. Beautiful food, gorgeous scenery, and very culturally rich nation that is a bodyboarding superpower, Manny.
Yes, there are 3 professional riders that are actually sponsored by the city here. Teresa Almeida, the beautiful bodyboarder who lives just up the road from here, and the legend himself, Antonio Cardoso, and along with Dino Carmo. These 3 have the fortunate, and they've proved themselves on the bodyboarding in the bodyboarding world, and the city recognizes that, and they're getting pretty much hooked up. So it's pretty awesome to see that type of recognition from the city to the bodyboarders here in Portugal.
Yeah, I love it whenever they rock up and you can see Praia do Norte on their wetsuits. I'm always just thinking they're so stoked.
Yeah, Udi Valadao out. Oh, sneaks under the pocket there and gets covered up. But the door slams shut as the exit disappears from Udi Valadao. But a nice little in the barrel view for Udi Valadao before the wave closes out. And taking a look at this, Daniel Quintana taking a look, but decides not to go. Here's another look at Udi's quick little barrel ride. He got under the barrel. He got under the lip, inside of the barrel, and not much there after that. So Danielle taking a look and pulls back. Again, it was Carl Ingram and Shane Lono who talked to us about exostosis.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, surfer's
Thanks,
ear.
Shane and Carl.
Lorenko is a Portuguese living in Japan. Thank you for tuning in. Rogerio is at work. Sorry, brother. But thank you for tuning in. Tracy Brewer saying go Tanner McDaniel. Daniel Worsley, come on, South Africa is what he's saying. Peru is Kalolo Sanchez. Dylan Luke in the Goldie. Michael Ryan is tuning in as well. Pete Webb from Redcliffe, Queensland, Australia. And yeah, the list goes on. Kiko Galdos.
Yeah, Kiko.
Yeah, brother. Stoked you're tuning in. We got Justin Becker, Darren Hotker. And you know what? Just head over to the APB tour. Keep this window open of the live feed, and then open another window and drop us a comment on our Facebook APB World Tour Facebook page, and we'll do our best to try to get a shout out. So TMP Mawini, good vibes from Tahiti. Thank you guys.
Awesome. Love the good vibes, especially when they're from Tahiti. It's definitely a epicenter of good vibration.
Yes, it is.
Sure.
Yes, it is. So, yeah, Portugal, definitely put it on your places to go, especially Nazare here just to the north of Sintra. I think it took me about an hour and a half to get here from Praia Grande area. So all these beaches are really relatively close to each other, which is amazing that you can drive from Lisbon to here within minutes.
It's terrific.
See the fishermen driving by your...
Fishermen have bounty on their hands. That deep water canyon that gives us awesome waves, it also brings the fish right into Praia de Nazare, right on the other side of where we're located from that headland. Just the fish just virtually swim right through that canyon up onto the shores. Occasionally they'll stop in the nets of the fishermen so the fishermen can kind of feel like they did something about bringing them to the shore, but almost right up the shore they keep flapping. They flop themselves onto some grills. People start eating them. It's just the way the cycle works, and we're experiencing it the same with these waves. You know, in the deep water canyon, they just get refracted and then just find their way to what we're showing you on screen all day today throughout round number 1 and potentially round number 2 of the men's here at the Nazare Pro.
Well, that would be pretty amazing if we were able to see that live. Just have a grill on the beach and have the fish jump onto your grill. But unfortunately, that really doesn't happen. But they are pretty close to the shore, and the canyon again, it's phenomenal. It was pretty insane to see that this thing it does exist here, right in the beautiful town of Nazare. So if you've been watching Facebook, and if you do follow Isabella Sosa, not only did she win the world title here on one of the legs in Europe, but she was also getting towed in on some of the big waves from Dudu Pedro in the last couple of days. So Isabella Sosa, congratulations to another world title. The Brazilian just holding it down here in Portugal.
Yeah, amazing. She is definitely an inspiration to all bodyboarders, and just to see the domination that she's shown this year has been amazing, and she's on her way to a potential clean sweep that it would be the first time ever in bodyboarding history that someone has won all of the World Tour events in the women's category and achieved a world title in the process, of course.
All right, you can see some of the waves still rocking, coming in here to Praia do Norte in Nazare, and taking a look at this one. Roberto Bruno looking left, nice clean face, but as you can see right there, that wave really didn't have much to offer. I think he was just trying to keep warm, keep the legs loose, keep the body loose, just in case the bigger sets do roll through. But as you can tell, he is currently looking to replace that second lowest or second highest score of a 1.0. So he's just scratching away, trying to find something and make it happen.
Exactly that, and we see a ride here. It is Udi Valadao up on this left-hander, and he just trims off the back of that one. So just another attempt, but he's going to need something more than that. Daniel Quintana in first position and in first priority, and looks like a wave's approaching potentially. Just a quick look there from Roberto Bruno. But what a beautiful day.
Coming up next, you can see right there walking down the beach in the rider in red. That is going to be Sergio Luis making his way down to the bottom or to the shoreline. And I can hear the signal, and you can see the time on your score. We're just under the 5-minute mark. Sergio Luis is coming up next. He'll be facing off with Miguel Adao and Jeremy Arnaud from France. So it's going to be another exciting heat, Heat 13. And it's going to be pretty amazing to watch this next heat. So Jeremy Arnaud won the wild card for his performance at the Anel Challenge.
What a terrific competitor from France. Jeremy Arnaud has really been a force to be reckoned with in French competitive bodyboarding for years and years. And I was even speaking with Amaury Laverne recently, and he was describing how this guy has had awesome style. Moss has been competing against him since they were fairly young, and he's been impressed with his riding since 15 years ago all the way up until present. Sergio
Luis getting ready to jump into the water, and Sergio Luis was telling me a story. He bought a bunch of oranges and was offering orange juice, but squeezing the orange juices with his hands as exercise to be able to hold onto his board tighter.
You're kidding me.
No, it's pretty awesome.
That's how he's juicing?
That's what he was doing.
Wow.
It was pretty incredible to hear that story. And if you look at his forearms when he makes a fist, you can see that he's got some power in those guns. So we'll have a chat with Sergio Luis later on today and get the full story, but pretty awesome to hear these kind of stories of the athletes here in Portugal.
And I loved getting a chance to hang out with Miguel Adao, the third member of that trio, going out in the next heat. Of course, he's from Figueira de Foz. I even got a chance to speak with his coach, Nuno.
Oh, nice.
And, being able to visit that town and visit the school there in Figueira de Foz was a terrific experience. And Miguel and Nuno and the whole crew took such good care of us. And it's right up the street, Manny. It's just another beautiful city. Probably about 40 minutes, maybe just under an hour up the street. And, we got to surf and we got to have a beautiful meal and we spoke to the children. I mean, what more could you want? We even visited the shop that Miguel Adao and his sister Ana Adao and his mother own and operate. Just a beautiful little surf shop right there, central Figueira de Foz.
Yeah, I'd love to visit more of Portugal, but we do have action. Roberto Bruno dropping into this one, comes off the bottom, goes for a nice conservative roll right there, goes into a spin, and he finds more open face, and he pulls another roll right there and adds another one right there. He's not done yet. I think he may add one more, but that one's just not going to really help his overall score, but he did pull it off on the inside whitewash. But a solid ride right there for Roberto Bruno, driving that all the way across the beach. So a ton of maneuvers, medium-sized wave, but very clean all the way through. That was Roberto Bruno. His definitely will be his highest-scoring wave, or one of his two high-scoring waves. And yes, it comes in at a 4.10. Not all those maneuvers, none of them are really critical, very conservative. And that first extended roll in the beginning was essentially what the judges saw and scored to make that high score, or make that score what it is.
Exactly, and good on him for doing whatever he could to get something going this late in the heat. He needed to go on that wave. He needed to milk it for whatever it's worth. Even if it didn't get him the score, he needs to improve on that 4.75. He needs to edge his way closer. But we're down under a minute now, Manny, and it does look like Daniel Quintana has a near stranglehold on this heat. And Uri Valadao is, totally within grasp of getting this thing, but Daniel Quintana using priority wisely on this one.
All
It's
right.
a nice right-hander, but he has to dive out.
That rip current ripping through this contest area is definitely hindering some of the waves as far as the keeping it nice and clean and open-faced, smooth face. But the riders definitely are trying to make something happen if they do get that wave in the rip current area. Right there, pulling into this barrel. Does he come out of that? There's no way. Too deep. Roberto Bruno getting shut down on that barrel ride. Inside of that rip current area, it looks like. Coming down to the last 10 seconds of this heat, Roberto Bruno turning around, knowing that there's not much that he can do right now as far as getting out of that third place position. You can hear the horn in the background sounding off. That is the end of heat number 12. Roberto Bruno, and actually it was Daniel Quintana in the blue jersey who will come out on top of that. Uri Valadao in second, Roberto Bruno in third. Don't go anywhere. We're gonna come right back with heat number 13 right after this. Welcome back, everybody. Manny V here, now with Nunito, holding it down for the Portuguese here in the live feed of the 2016 Nazare Pro. We are in round number 1 of the men's division. We are plugging away out of the 16 heats out in the water right now. It is heat 13. And Nunito, let's just go right into the action. Let's bring it home. You can hear the horn starting the heat now.
Please
so,
do.
Out in the water.
Take us through this action. It's the number 13, and in red from Brazil, Sergio Luiz. In yellow, local boy Miguel Adão has been doing very well in this World Tour this year. Portugal riding the yellow singlet, and with a blue singlet from France, Jeremy Arnaud, veteran French rider here and Isit. So we got a good battle in our hands, and looks like a setter is approaching, up and riding. Sergio Luiz, take us through this one, Manny.
Sergio Luiz bumping and just riding the horse right there through that section, and he was able to pull a roll underneath the barrel right there, but as you can see, that wave rushed into the rib current, which made it a really bumpy ride for Sergio Luiz, but he was able to maintain that rail and hold his edge all the way through that beginning part of this section, and is able to pull a roll. Let's take another look.
Like you said, the bumpy wave there, but he was able to pull a roll move out of that lip, and was able to finish that move. And then the wave continued to be bumpy and full of whitewash, and did not cut it for him. But meanwhile, we have the replay from the Miguel Adão, the rider in yellow. Nice spin there and nice reverse to end that right-hander there. But unfortunately, he did not pull that move.
Now, Miguel Adão had a nice clean maneuver off the top in the very beginning of that wave, but at the end of that section, he didn't have enough speed to pull off his last maneuver. But both Miguel Adão and Sergio Luiz get that first wave right off the bat in the first 5 minutes. And Guilherme Temega, he was one of those riders that I love seeing. He's able to get that 1 or 2 solid moves, solid waves before that 5 minute, where then he can chill out and be stress-free for the next remainder of the heat. So it's good to get those first solid waves right off the bat.
You're describing one of the best competitors ever in the bodyboarding sport, and you would use that strategy, and we get back to that. Meanwhile, we watched Jeremy Arnaud from France trying to flip that right-hander there, but getting stuck there at the end section. Not able to complete that move, but going back to Guilherme Temega, one of the most strategic competitors in the World Tour ever, and he would do that fast start in the heat and apply pressure to his opponents, and he was known all over the world for doing that. And everyone there that was competing against Guilherme knew that he was up against probably one of the worst guys you can draw on a heat, and he would apply that pressure from the beginning of the heat, and you know you're in trouble as soon as the heat started.
All right, check this out. We do have Vilma ready with the winner of the last heat. Vilma, take it away.
Yes, I'm here with the winner, a very surprised winner, he told me before. ¿Cómo te sientes? ¿Sorprendido?
Sí. Igual entré al hit sin expectativas, sin nervios, y de repente, boom, y pasó.
It's like in Vienna, he just went to the heat with no expectations, and he just, with no pressures, so he went through, and it's in the third round in here. So what do you think about the waves? ¿Qué piensas de las olas aquí?
Las olas de Nazare son muy buenas y muy potentes. La verdad, yo pienso que es uno de los mejores beach breaks del mundo, seguramente. Y tuvimos la suerte de surfearlo increíble hace un par de días. Y pienso que más adelante, en esta semana, vamos a tener un buen pumping.
Of course, he thinks this beach and these waves are amazing. He said himself that he considers one of the best beach breaks in the world. So thank you. We also think that. And he surfed amazing waves in the last days, and for sure we're gonna have a big show and amazing waves in the end of the week. ¿Quieres dejar un mensaje o algo?
Un saludo para mi isla Canarias, para mi familia, para mi novia, para todo el equipo Atlas, y nada, a seguir duro. ¡Woo!
Back to you guys.
Congratulations one more time for a strong showing from the Canary Island local, Daniel Quintana. So we're going to see him in round number 3, but back to the live action. The Frenchman, Jeremy Arnaud, with a nice, clean, cylindrical roll right there. Comes around the section and does another one right there. So a solid ride right there for Jeremy Arnaud.
Wow, that was a very good wave. And like you said, he got busy in the beginning of this heat and is now wanting to back up that 350 on his first wave, and this will be his highest scoring wave and probably the highest scoring wave of this heat so far. We just have to wait on that score. Meanwhile, the first wave from the red rider Sergio Luis from Brazil was 4 points, and Miguel Adão with that spin and incomplete reverse got a 3.25. Still earning the heat, and we'll wait for those scores to drop, Manny.
Yeah, if you're just joining us, welcome once again to the Nazare Pro 2016. We are hitting round 1 hard. We are almost done with round number 1. There are 16 heats in this non-elimination round. We are currently out in the water with heat number 13. Sergio Luis in red, Miguel Adão in yellow, and Jeremy Arnaud in blue. We're going to keep plugging away at these heats, and when we get close to heat 15, 16, we're going to have a call whether to run into round number 2 or hold off. But back to the live action in yellow. Coming across the bottom, we have Miguel Adão.
Yeah, the Portuguese young rider. He was trying to find something off of that right ender section, and he was not able to pull the move that he probably wanted and improve his situation. He's currently now sitting in second place in this heat, but plenty of time, like I was saying, and as you see,
look at the ground, look at everybody on the beach.
The squad watching the free surf area, which is a little bit more south to the competitions area here, and you can
Tanner
see just
McDaniel,
yeah.
Tristan Roberts, and rest of the boys chilling on the beach. And yeah, I mean, it's a beautiful place to chill on the beach and watch some beautiful waves come through.
Yeah, it's sunny and it's nice temperatures, although it's autumn here in Portugal. But still nice temperature outside, and we got a couple of locals just strolling in the beach and having a fun-filled day here. The first day of competition for the men's division, that is, because it's the second day of competition and the fourth day of the waiting period here at the Nazare Pro 2016.
Yes, we have a pretty incredible showing of athletes. The top, I mean, the best in the world are here in Nazare. Out in the water, we have Miguel Adão, the Portuguese, trying to make something happen here, punching through that lip with as much speed as he can get on that wave. But Miguel Adão, time is ticking away, and he still has to he has yet to have a solid ride. 3.25 is his highest score, and we've seen a couple patterns where the waves seem to just pull back a little bit, but then come back firing for heats that follow. And it looks like, just looking at the scores, that may be one of these heats, but Jeremy Arnaud has a 6.25, so I could be wrong. It's just a matter of those bigger waves to come through for these guys.
Yeah, definitely. And Jeremy pick and choose one of the better waves so far in this heat and was able to combo 2 moves. The last roll was even better than the first one, in my opinion, and the judges deemed that a 6.25, and he's now taking a lead comfortably, I would say, but it's still in the beginning of this heat, and now Miguel Adão sitting in second place. He now needs a 6.51, but still Miguel is still struggling for a first decent score in this heat. Same thing as Sergio Luis, that's holding on to 4 points, and I'll hope that the boys will get more scores out of the judges, and potentially there will be some sets, like you said, coming through, and we'll just have to wait on that. It's very typical of Praia do Norte. You'll be surfing like a day like today. I would call it like 3 to 4, like maybe 3 to 5, and you could see some like surprise sets coming in the range of the 6 foot, maybe a little bit bigger, and caught the boys off guard. And this is the conditions on offer, but all of the riders have been performing very well, and we see all the title contenders that have hit the water in this round 1 advancing through to round 3. We do remember this is a non-elimination round, so the first rider in this heat will advance to round 3, and number 2 position and number 3 position in this heat advance to round 2, which already is an elimination round, and they have to battle it out man by man.
All right, thank you, Nunito, for that long speech. But since we got you here, you can give us the inside scoops. We walk around town, and I see a lot of. Hold on. I got a question for you after this wave. Jeremy Arnault on a nice clean wave, going for a big ARS right there. Can he pull it off? And he does not punch out of the whitewash and does not complete that maneuver. But Jeremy Arnault ready to put together bigger maneuvers now that he's feeling comfortable in that first place spot. Here's another look at what went down.
Yeah, he drives off of a nice bottom turn, and he goes for the air move there. There was a nice backflip. Looks like he was going to land it, but then just the whitewash just consumed him, and he was not able to complete that move.
This was, I believe, an ARS attempt. As you can see, the projection, he throws that air into his spin, and then all encompassing a roll in that whole sequence. So an ARS, air, roll, spin, and unfortunately he wasn't able to pull that off, Jeremy Arnault in the blue jersey. So I've been seeing a lot of souvenirs and a lot of just a lot of cool things like coffee cups, and they have, hold on, I got my question, don't go anywhere. Yellow, up and right, Miguel Adal, live action, goes for an ARS right there, but he's able to pull it off. Not much projection, won't be super high scoring, but his highest scores right now, 3.25 and a 2.9, is what he's trying to better, but that maybe knock that 2.90. Here's that ARS once again.
Yeah, it's medium-sized wave. He goes for the ARS, and he was able to complete it. But it was not a set wave, so let's wait what the judges reward them with that move. But it was in the need of betting his situation because, like I said, he's still looking for that first solid score to start his campaign in this heat.
So what I was going to ask you, a lot of trinkets, souvenirs, and coffee cups, they have a rooster emblem on design on these things. What does the rooster symbolize here in Portugal?
Yeah, it's the Galo of Barcelos, and basically, to sum it up real quick, it represents honesty because there's a tale of a man from Galicia that was accused of a crime, and when he was about to being hanged, he was always trying to say that he was innocent. He would say, as I'm being hanged, the rooster in the table will wake up and sing. And the legend says that happened. So it's Galo de Barcelos, the rooster from Barcelos. And it's a very typical symbol that represents Portugal, not only a certain area, but especially this area, of course.
And it's symbolizing truth and honesty, is that?
Yes, correct.
Okay, so there you go. Now you got a little inside scoop from the Portuguese himself, Nunito. So when you see the rooster on your souvenirs or anything you pick up in Portugal, now you have some insight on what that means. But what means right now for Jeremy Arnault is holding on into that onto that first place slot. But again, a low scoring, and a little slow heat out in the water right now. But again, we've seen the pattern where you'll have a slow heat and then turn around and have a solid run of heats, and which was pretty good because we were coming down to the last 4 heats of the first round of the men's division out in the water. Again, you have your scorecard right on screen. Here we go, taking a look at this one.
Up and riding, Jeremy Arnault, the leader of this heat, going for a nice reverse spin there, trying to come with a normal spin. And unfortunately, the wave didn't offer much after those moves, and he paddles out the back.
Look at this one, lining up for Miguel Adal, the Portuguese, holding on as much speed as possible, finds a section, banks a reverse off of that. So Miguel Adal pulling off a nice, clean, banking reverse 360. And we just like it. We either call it a reverse or a banking reverse. And that was Miguel Adal with a clean maneuver. Is he going to get better? Is that going to score better than a 3.25, his lower of his 2 high-scoring waves? Quite possibly, but he needs a 5.36 to get into that first-place spot. And as Nunito mentioned, it is a non-elimination. You are going to see these riders again, but here's another look at that banking reverse from Miguel Adal.
Yeah.
Live action.
Live action, the rider in red from Brazil, Sergio Luis, nice reverse out of that left-hander, and he was still trying to find something to complete that wave, but that move is enough.
I did not expect that at all.
Neither did I, but Sergio Luis looking for a score to back up his 4. No, the 4 is going to be his backup, really. So drives a nice bottom turn there. There's kind of a wedgie section coming over his way, and he made the best of it and completed that move. That was spectacular.
Yeah, the timing on that, I mean, it looked like there was nothing there, and then he saw it before anybody else did, a section coming right at him, and he was able to the timing was perfect. He got air, so that was an air reverse from Sergio Luis. Pretty textbook, pretty solid maneuver right there from the Brazilian in the red jersey, Sergio Luis.
Yeah, and there it is.
Oh, my goodness.
The 7-2-5. This is one of the hardest moves, one of the most technical moves that you can perform on a bodyboard. So Sergio Luis being rewarded with that approach on that left-hander. So he's now taking the lead. He jumps from third place into first place with the strength of that 7-2-5. But look at that set outside. Like I told you, Manny, looks like a sleeping monster, but then it wakes up and just delivers with a hard punch over the sands here at Praia do Norte.
Well, I mean, this is one of those beautiful beaches that just seems to deliver perfect A-frames all the way down the beach. I've been to a few beaches. It's all sand bottom. That's the beauty. But, again, with this much power, that sand bottom will feel like concrete if you were to hit it at the right angle. But, yeah, I mean, A-frames all the way down the beach, courtesy of the Nazare Canyon just on the other side of this point. But 9 minutes to go. 9 minutes remaining in this heat. We are coming down to the end of heat 13. We're going to go into 14 with Louis Finnegan, Brahim Idosh, and Hugo Pinheiro. They're going to be coming up next in heat number 14. And right now, we're about at 8 minutes, 55 seconds remaining. And I mentioned it before, and if you're just tuning in, the P1, P3, P2 on the just to the right of the scorecard, those are priority. So right now, holding first priority is the rider in the blue jersey, Jeremy Arnault. Priority essentially means that he will be able to catch any wave that comes his way if he so chooses. If anybody else, Sergio Luis or Miguel Adal, is near him, he can opt to take any wave that he wants, whether he is on the inside or outside of them. So priority system is in place in round one.
Yeah, that's exactly what it means. It means that the rider has priority over the other rider, and P1 stands for first priority, of course, and P2 second priority in P3. So the rider with the first priority will have an option over the other riders to choose a wave that he wants to ride, even if is more to the outside of the wave than the other rider. But yeah, going back to Praia do Norte, I reckon this is the heaviest beach break I've ever experienced here in Portugal, and I don't know what it is, if it's the sand, like the very... But going back into that, we got light action from Jeremy Arnault, the rider in blue. He was leading the heat after just before that wave of Sergio Luis, but after Sergio Luis applied that air reverse and scored the 7-2-5, the situation changed, and right now we have Miguel Adal on the hunt.
Miguel Adal
6-8-6.
Miguel Adal dropping in and coming around that section, trying to put something together on that smaller wave, and it just turned into just a frothy nothingness, and not getting much from that way for Miguel Adal. So, again, Miguel and Jeremy are in that second and third place slot, but you will see them again because this round number one is a non-elimination round.
Correct.
Out in the water. 6:50 remaining in this heat. And because you live pretty close to this area, it took me about an hour or so to get here from Iracema. The best pastel de nata that you know of in this area?
Here in Nazare?
Yeah.
I reckon you can get a decent pastel of nata in every corner of Nazare, in every snack bar. So there's no place that I can call to say that it looks like Sergio Luis is injured or lost a fin, maybe?
Actually, he's raising his hand up for, I'm going to say, help. And you can see the other riders. Oh, Sergio is pissed off right now.
He's not doing good, and he's asking for help. You can see the riders that are
in the next
getting
heat.
ready for the next heat are helping him. And we still don't know what's going on with Sergio Luis, but we didn't know that he got a wave. and it was rewarded with 1.5. So he did not complete possibly a move or got stuck inside one of the waves that he caught, the last wave that he caught. And right now we see the lifeguard helping him and all of the riders for the next heat helping him out. And we're watching live action here, and something's not good and something's up with Sergio Luis there.
Well, his arms are okay. He's it looks like he may be holding his knee. I mean, what you're seeing is what we're seeing on our screen as well.
Wow.
The lifeguards are out there. The emotional part right now is taking over more than anything because he was having a good run here in Europe, and we'll get you the update. But back to the live action. It is Miguel Adao, the big extended roll, and he comes into the inside section, and another roll right there. Miguel Adao looking for a 6.86. That may have been what he was looking for that first place spot. But Sergio Adao coming to the inside. The lifeguards pull him out of the water. They're being very cautious on his leg, I believe.
Yeah.
I mean, we've seen bodyboarders get a lot of cramps in their calves when they fully extend and go into this anaerobic stage of their exercise. But, I mean, that looks very painful. Here's another look of Miguel Adao's last wave.
That extended roll, and he combos it with another roll, and he completes that two moves smoothly, and he was deemed with a 6.4. It's not enough to jump into first place, as Miguel was needing of a 6.86, but he now jumps into second place and improves the situation. He now needs the 4.86, but meanwhile, live action, and as you can see, all of the lifeguards and safety that we have in this event is on the go right now for Sergio Luis, the rider in red from Brazil.
Yeah, and the the Brazilian Socrates Santana and a few other friends are down there right now. I saw a thumbs up from one of the people down there. So Sergio Luis, we're going to give you an update on what's going down. Former world champion Alexander Rinder is down there. They've been staying together. No, they're not together, but they've been staying, hanging out together with Alexander's mom. So they've been traveling together here in Nazare. So she's down there. She ran down there to make sure he's okay, holding on to his board. So we're going to bring you an update as soon as we find out what is happening with Sergio Luis. There's 3 minutes remaining in this heat, but very interesting. I mean, I didn't see anything happen.
Yeah, I didn't have any replay. We do know that there's a score posted as 1.5, as we see live action from Miguel Adao, that I said previously needed now a 4.86. But it's kind of not funny, the injury that Sergio Luis is going through right now. But he's still leading the heat, although he's been in the sand shore for 5 minutes now. And 2 minutes and some seconds to finish this heat. And Sergio Luis is still leading and possibly could advance to round 3. But looks like it's a serious injury. And probably you're not going to see Sergio Luis anymore in this event, Manny.
Well, we don't know for sure what's happening down there, but Jeremy Arnault, it comes off the bottom, and not much there for Jeremy Arnault, but typical injury in that situation by the looks of what we've seen is either probably a duck dive where one of his legs just got rattled and may have hurt a ligament. It could have been a cramp, a serious cramp. But I mean, he's still breathing. He's still mobile. His arms, his upper body. He's able to move his upper limbs and everything. My guess would be that he may have been duck diving in one of those heavy rip current waves, and his legs just got rattled more than he expected. But we're going to give you we're gonna give you an update.
Of course.
But it could have been that move that he did on that wave. We don't know for sure 100% what happened, but we're going to give you the full update as soon as we find out. But Sergio Luis had to come out of that. I think it's more of emotional right now. I'm sure it's painful, but I think he's more upset of doing so well here in Europe and now being hauled off the beach in this heat. Knowing that he had a chance to keep his strong showing here in Europe, may have come to an end right there on that last move from this heat. And again, these aren't the massive waves of Praia del Norte, but even a medium-sized wave can cause some damage.
Yeah, I was telling you, I reckon this is the strongest and hardest beach break we have here in Portugal, and I don't know if it's the sand, because it's very thick sand, and I do know another beach break that the sand is similar to this, and the short break is very heavy. Not as heavy as this one, but it's heavier than a normal beach break that I would probably surf here in Portugal, like Praia Grande or Super Tubos. And I don't know, this wave just you have to pay a toll when you surf this wave, and unfortunately for Sergio Luis is just being evacuated off the beach, and we'll get an update on that. But meanwhile, I think that Miguel Adão, needing a 4.86, just got a 4.65, not enough still, and it looks like it's finishing.
Yeah, so what a crazy heat. It started off slow, not too many big scores. Oh, Jeremy Arnault finishing up that heat right there. But he needed a 4.86. I don't think he caught that before the horn, so it probably will not be scored. You know what? Don't go anywhere. We're going to come back with an update on Sergio Luis, and we'll be back right after this. Yes.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. It is day number 2 of the 2016 Nazare Pro. Tez McKenna and Nunito, of course, Nuno Cardoso, one of Portugal's finest, taking us through what is an interesting day of competition. Looks like Sergio Luis has re-injured an old knee injury from about 2 months ago. He had a pretty heavy bang on his knee. He was in recovery mode, and it looks like he's re-injured it, so hopefully he'll be okay.
What's funny about this, nothing funny about an injury, but what's funny about this is that it placed first in his heat, so he's advancing into round 3 that probably will out tomorrow. But like you mentioned, an old injury, that might be some serious thing to deal with here.
That's right. Well, we hope that he recovers quickly, and we'll be keeping you up to speed with how Sergio Luis comes through that. But either way, we've had a really good day here of competition here at Praia del Norte. The waves have been pumping, and we're into the next heat, so let's check out what's happening in the water. But there's some interesting stuff happening here, Nunito.
For
and
sure.
Who we got? Louis Finnegan from Australia.
In the red singlet and yellow, the Moroccan.
Brahim Idoish.
And our very own and very talented and former world ISA champion and former many times Portuguese champion and European champion
Hugo Pinheiro
riding the blue singlet, and we're frothing for Hugo Pinheiro here in Portugal, hoping that he gets through into round 3. This is a non-elimination round, so even if he places last in this heat, he'll advance to round 2.
Absolutely. And like you said, he's probably one of the most seasoned campaigners, along with Manuel Centeno. I remember back in the day when these guys were coming through the ISA games together. If you ended up in a heat with Centeno and Pinheiro together, look out. That would really hurt, because these guys really know how to surf. That is for sure.
Look at this good-looking wave, and there is Brahim Idoish going for the flip there. ARS move, and he completes it. There was a very good-looking wave, and like I was saying to Manny, we do see some lulls in the action here, but right now there's no lull here from Brahim Idoish, the rider in yellow, just applying that flip move, and that will be a very good score to start this week with.
Yeah, that is a very good way to start his campaign, that's for sure. There's Ugo Pinheiro just getting a little sneaky one. So Louis Finnegan's holding priority, and it looks like we've got someone paddling for this one. Pretty sure that might be Pinheiro. Yep, that is Blue. And getting a nice little combo on the end section there.
Yeah, for sure. Ugo Pinheiro does know how to compete, like you mentioned, and he's no stranger to this battlefield, internationally battlefield here at the World Tour. And as I take you through this replay, there goes Ugo Pinheiro driving down this left-hander. He just eyeballs that section and he goes for it, that nice flip move, and he tries to combo it with a little bit more, but the wave just shuts down and doesn't offer him that much. So he's paddling out the back, waiting for that score.
All right, well, Ugo Pinheiro lives over at Caprica, of course, on the south side of the bridge. If you go over to the other side of the Golden Gate,
correct,
to where the big statue is on the hill, it's a kind of a combination of San Francisco and Copacabana, isn't it?
Yeah,
with the statue and they've effectively got two classic landmarks from other places in the world and jammed them into Lisbon. I love it; it's fantastic. So, but it's interesting over there. There's a lot of groins and there's some really good waves over that side.
Yeah, for sure. They got a place called Cova do Porto, which is a wedge, and you got left-handers and right-handers all over that beach that bounces off a pier. And some of the best competitors from that area do surf that often, and it explains why they are so good, because the waves on offer there are really, really, really good.
All right, well, they've got some good waves in Morocco, that's for sure, because Brahim Idosh has opened up with an 8.50 on his first wave. Ugo Pinheiro with a 1.5 and a 5.0 sitting in second. And then you have Louis Finnegan with a 1.0 and a 3.5 currently holding down the tail end. But as we said, as far as priority goes, it's Brahim Idosh in the box seat. He's got priority. He's got an 8.5 and he started perfectly in this particular heat.
Definitely. He must be feeling comfortable right now with a little less than 21 minutes to go. He already posted an excellent score. So that must be having him with a very high confidence level at the moment, as Ugo Pinheiro posted 5 points for that flip that we just saw. And Louis Finnegan with 2 waves ridden in this hit is still trying to find out a wave that will make into his 2 top scores, and probably try to take a very comfortable Brahim Idosh, who is leading this heat right now.
All right, well, coming up in heat number 15, stick around, folks. We're going to see Dave Hubbard. He's going to go onto the other side of the microphone, and he'll be in the red singlet. Socrates Santana from Brazil, of course, well, he's still the reigning world pro junior champion, taking on the French Polynesian in the form of Julien Miamont. So lots of action coming away. The final heat will be Amaury Laverne taking on Kevin Torres and Martin Meridian from Guadeloupe. So talk about an international potpourri of competitors.
It's full riders from all over the world, hailed from where they come from here into Nazare, and looks like a lot of riders this year didn't want to miss this event, and as you see live action, you know why. This is peaking A-frames all over the place, and there's this chance for every rider to perform and probably take away the title of Nazare Pro winner.
Yeah, it really is like a fun park for bodyboarders. It's amazing out the front here. So just little TPs popping up left, right, and centre. Also, a big shout-out to some of our APB supporters, some of our brand supporters, including ISS with their interchangeable stringer system. Thanks again to Stealth, Julio and the gang, BBK, of course, Bodyboard King, and Mez and the guys from NMD. And, of course, you riding The Journey. If you haven't...
action, Louis Finnegan, big backflip off of that right-hander. He's still trying to combo that move with a nice roll. Let's see if he can come in front of the foam, and he just did. And that's a great answer to Brahim Idosh's wave. So let's see what the judges deem that. Take us through the replay here.
Yeah, nice little punchy one here, and Louis just flipping and riding out of that one pretty cleanly. So also just rolling off the end section, putting a little bit of magic sauce on the end of that thing. So let's wait and see what the judges' interpretation of that one was in the form of numbers. They gave Brahim Idosh 8.5. Brahim's section, to me, looked like it was a lot bigger.
Yeah, definitely. The wave was looking so cleaner.
6.75, Louis Finnegan. It has pushed him into the lead, but Braham's only got one wave, and here goes Hugo Pinheiro from Portugal.
Answering back to that last wave of Louis Finnegan, but unfortunately there was not much there, so Hugo opted to paddle out the back and try to find a better wave. And what is good about this first round is we got already title contenders getting in the mix, and all of the 4 of the 5 title contenders have advanced to round number 3, and we still need to watch the last heat of this round, so don't go anywhere, please, because Amaury Laverne, it's on heat 16. The last heat of this round 1 is one of the title contenders as well, and let's see if he advances to round number 3 as well.
Absolutely. Well, we've been calling them the Fab Five, of course, because there's 5 guys that are in the
fabulous
in the race for the World Championship in 2016. It's currently being held, of course, by the South African alpha male himself, is Ian Campbell, who's really just been on an absolute tear through Europe. So coming down to 17 minutes left on the clock. These are 25-minute heats. So we're approaching half-time in this heat in the water. Coming up next, Dave Hubbard, Socrates Santana, Julian Mirmont. And the final heat, Amaury Laverne, Kevin Torres, and Martin Meridian from Guadeloupe. So, as we said, plenty of action coming your way, and we'll just wait and see what the conditions do. And we'll get a call from the APB boys and see if we're going to roll into the next round. The sun seems to be coming out again, so it's going to be interesting.
As we watch an invert from Louis Finnegan live action, the rider in red from Australia just was able to finish that move and bring it up in the front of the foam. As we were looking at Hugo Pinheiro having a look of the left that was going to end off the right that Louis Finnegan was riding. And as Louis Finnegan had priority, he applied that invert move, landing it. And let's wait for the scores on that last wave of red. Louis Finnegan from Australia.
All right, well, that looks like a 6.0. So Louis extended his lead over Brahim Idosh. Braham still only needing a 4.25 to take the lead, so this is still very close, mate. But the sun finally starting to bust through the high cloud here at Praia do Norte, and it's the temperature is heating up, not just in the water, but also out, Nuno.
Yeah, for sure. This is autumn season here in Portugal, and during this period, which is mid-October, as you know, looking at the calendar, we still have this kind of summerish days. And it's so good, light winds, and this year Praia do Norte just lit up, as we saw the last 2 days, lit up a little bit more than we expected. But actually, comparing it to last year, this is what usually happens. We have 10, 12, 15-foot faces here usually. Last year we had flat days, which is very, very rare. But now day number 4 of the waiting period and the second day of competition here at Praia do Norte. Praia do Norte is delivering some really heavy waves.
Whoa.
And it's still in the range of the 5 foot, 6 foot range.
That was a good 6-footer right
there.
there.
Easily. And we watch Louis Finnegan working on this one, going for the backflip there. Did not land it, as you see his board jumping out the foam there, and that's not a complete move. So situation will not change so far. But like you were saying, Terry, Brahim just needs a 4.26, and if he just got an 8.5 on his first wave, that is easy score for him.
Wow.
Let's see what happens. That's Hugo Pinheiro riding the barrel there and coming out.
Well, that was a nice little tube ride there for Hugo, but this is the wave that we've been waiting for here for Brahim Idosh. Of course, Brahim just flipping, big time, huge move on the end section. He doesn't have to really do too much. He throws in a little floppo in the froth, but, gee, that was just perfectly executed. And you can imagine that we're going to have big numbers dropping for that last wave for Brahim Idosh.
As we watch the replay from Hugo Pinheiro's wave, he scoops into that wave and comes out and was not able to find the end section. And we'll probably have a look at the replay from the rider in yellow, Brahim Idosh, that will probably take the lead in this heat. Take us through this replay, Terry.
All right, well, this is the Moroccan. As we said, Brahim was the first guy to qualify for the major world tour back in 2012, and since then has been really at the top of his game. And, well, we'll just wait for that score to come through there. Some of the locals there hanging out in the sand, including our former 2-time world champion, and that is, of course... Miss Rinda,
Yeah.
who has surrendered the world title to
Just
Isabella Sousa.
A very angry Isabella Sousa that is already taking 3 wins in this year and got crowned world champion. I'll take you through this replay once again. The last wave of Brahimi Douche. He drives a nice bottom turn out of this left. He goes for the backflip and completes it quite easily. And the judges just reward them with a 7.75.
Yeah, well,
oh my God.
That is going to raise the bar for Louis Finnegan. So the young Australian, you can see him on screen there at the moment. Must say a very good afternoon. Boa tarde from Portugal to the Finnegan family who
Correct.
are back there in Mandurah checking out the action. Louis has been doing Australia very proud over the last couple of years since we've lost a few of the big guns, but it's great to see Ryan Hardy back in the competition arena, isn't it?
Is another living legend. I call that to Mike Stewart, of course. Mike Stewart is a lot older than Ryan Hardy, but I think Ryan already deserves that status. And as he walks through the beach, everyone is turning their heads because they know the man is here and competing. He did not advance to round 3, but we'll see more of Ryan Hardy in round 2 on a man-to-man heat. And we'll just have to wait for the call. Like you said, Terry, after heat 16, that's 2 heats after this one. If we do advance with round 2 today.
All right, well, time remaining, 11 and a half to go. So Brahimi Deutsch is doing the Moroccans proud. Couple of big scores locked in. Surfing pretty much a perfect heat with an 8.5 and a 7.75. There's the little A-frame peaks that Praia do Norte is infamous for, thanks to the Nazare Canyon, which will always send big plumes of water into North Beach and create this very unique wave. It's probably one of the best bodyboarding beach breaks in the world. In fact, it's probably just one of the best beach breaks, hands down. Whether it's 20 foot and Garrett and the guys are towing in, or whether it's 4 to 6 feet like today and the guys are putting on a World Tour bodyboard event. It really has everything that you can imagine, Nazare, and it's one of my favourite places in the world.
For sure, it's a complete package, and I'm so proud to be a part of this. It's history in the making as we see all of these waves bouncing back out of that famous cliff we call Promontorio, whereas there a fort with a lighthouse on top, very famous lighthouse, as Garrett McNamara broke the world record for the largest wave ever caught on a surfboard. And this is just a place, a magical place, full of history and full of science as well. As if we break through the canyon and what the wave does here, it's amazing. It's almost and always double-sized than any other beach here in Portugal. As we look at live action, there was Louis Finnegan battling against that right-hander and unfortunately getting a little bit stuck on that flip move and was not able to complete it.
No, that's right. All right, so at the moment, right now, we're watching, this is Hugo Pinheiro needing, Hugo's gone into a combination situation, and, when you've got someone like Brahimi Deutsch sitting on an 8.5 and a 7.75, it can be a little bit demoralising for the other opposition. It's you just have to dig deep, and when you got the talent that Louis Finnegan and Hugo Pinheiro have, they can easily get those kind of scores, if not, come back and win this heat. But Brahim, you must say, is really in the box seat and in control with 9.5 minutes to go.
For sure, you see that the rider in blue, Hugo, has already rode 7 waves, and Louis, the rider in red, has rode 6 waves. This is his 7th wave, as we see live action from Louis going for the backflip there. Unfortunately, I think he's not able to land that one as well. And Brahimi Douche just sitting with 2 waves on his scoreboard, and there are the 2 best waves of the heat so far. And he's taking a lead very strongly over Louis and Hugo, who are very seasoned competitors and are not able to throw down Brahimi Douche. Only 2 waves on this heat. Amazing stuff from the Moroccan.
All right, well, hope you're enjoying the action, folks. You're watching the 2016 Nazare Pro coming to you from Praia do Norte in Portugal. And, after this, the crew will be heading, of course, to the Canary Islands, to Galda for the one of the most infamous and heavy waves, reef break waves in the world. This is one of the best beach breaks, but Fronton is hands down one of the heaviest reef breaks that you can find on the planet. So we're just going from one incredible venue to another. And coming up next, another one incredible heat to another. Dave Hubbard, Socrates Santana, and Julian Mimon will be going at it in the next one.
Yeah, definitely. And as we see a set approaching, there's no time off for Praia do Norte. As we see the rider in blue, Hugo Pinheiro, having a look at this one, and the wave just spits in front of the screen that we're watching live action here. And Hugo has a look at this wave once again. Let's see if he goes on this one live action. And he pulls into that barrel, but unfortunately the wave had a lot of froth and was not able and did not allow him to pull in comfortably into that barrel. Probably have a little bit more time to thank the local sponsors here for this event, and that is Credit Agricola, one of the banks here, and Nazare Qualifica, which is an institution that qualifies this area, and it's responsible for having most of the championships and getting Nazare to be known worldwide, mainstream, that is. And Água do Vimeiro, a very known water here from Portugal, and we do have Mayo NZ Travel, and Benecar, Rent-A-Car, automobiles, Hotel Maré, and the brand Oeste Portugal. This is the west coast of Portugal, and there's a brand representing that area, and they've been doing a very good job, and they've been supporting most of their campaign, marketing campaign, on sightseeing, of course, because we got a lot of castles in this area and palaces and monasteries, but as well in surfing. So this is a very well groomed event, as we have live action from the rider in red, Louis Finnegan. Nice backflip. Once again, the go-to move from Louis Finnegan in the last waves, but once again, he did not complete that one.
No, so the intentions were good, but the execution not quite up to scratch there for Louis Finnegan, as you said, who has a very good backflip on him, but that time around just kind of forcing it a little bit, and it's very important to use the power of the wave. And when it comes to powers of the wave, there's no more power on a beach break around the world than right here at Praia do Norte. If you've got the ability to hang onto your board pretty strongly, and that can be really tough in the cold water, can't it, Nuno? I mean, when the water's freezing, it can take the strength away from your hands sometimes.
For sure. This is what we call heavy waters. When the waters are cool, and we call it heavy waters here. And especially in the winter, when those offshore breezes are so cold coming from inland, you're already freezing your hands and your feet, and once you get into the water, it just gets worse. And as soon as you have to perform, like today, and you have 25 minutes to perform, it makes it even a little bit harder to save the energy and complete those moves.
Yeah, that's right. So, right now we are down to around about 5 minutes remaining. Brahim e dois. 8.5, 775, 725. He is really choreographing an incredible heat there, that is for sure. You know what? Just a little side note here, Nunito, but almost every heat here today has been won by riders wearing the red singlet, the number one seeds. So it's like all the big guns really lived up to hype. The only heats that weren't won was Kevin Oliveira from the Canary Islands. He was actually wearing blue, as was Daniel Quintana. The two Canary Islanders in the blue singlet, just kind of changing the whole concept of those top seeds winning every heat.
Yeah, it's funny that the yellow and blue is part of the Canary Islands flag, and as they're using the blue, it kind of gave them hope, and they made it through to round number 3, so good job for the Canary Islanders. I think there's only two representatives of the Canary Islands, and they both advance. So it's like there are two young guns from Gran Canaria, and it's so good to see that big country in bodyboarding like the Canary Islands is still being represented here in the World Tour through the form of young guns.
Yeah, absolutely. There's been so many great competitors come out of the Canaries, and it's pretty easy to see why when you go there and check out the quality of the waves that they have. It's just one of the most incredible. It's like the Hawaii of the Atlantic.
For sure.
That's what we like to refer to it as. Well, we're coming down to 3 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock. Great to have Manny Vargas back and heading the call team, of course, and also fantastic to have Dave Hubbard, who will be actually on the other side of the microphone in the forthcoming heat. So stick around for that one.
Yeah, definitely. And after that heat, which is the next one, Dave will be wearing the red singlet, will probably get him back and get an insight of what it is to be in the water competing in these conditions. Like you said, the sun just came out. The winds are still a light breeze, and it's probably not still pumping as we see live action, and we can see a very common thing here at Praia do Norte, a rip current taking the riders so far out that they have to paddle in to get into place and be able to catch the waves when the set comes. Comfortably is Louis Finnegan on another part of the competition area, and nothing has happened. You don't see any rip current. And before, you were just watching Brahim and Hugo fighting for their lives against that current, making sure they are in place when the set comes through.
Yeah, well, it's just an ever-changing beast, isn't it? The old Praia do Norte, that is for sure. Boa tarde to Walter, of course, the mayor of Nazare, who's probably watching the webcast. And, mate, we are so stoked to be here, and thank you very much for your support. As I like to say, nothing is impossible when it comes to Walter, the mayor of Nazare. He's made everything happen here for us.
Yeah,
so thank you very much. Obrigado.
Yeah, obrigado, Walter. Walter Chicharro, o presidente da Câmara Municipal de Nazaré, the mayor here of the
I heard
Nazaré
that it's the
Council.
surname. Is it related to fish or something?
Yeah, Chicharro actually means a fatter version of carapau, which is a very common fish that we eat here at a determined season, when there's season for that fish. And we eat it with a Spanish sauce.
Gotcha.
We call it Spanish sauce. But when there's a season when the carapau is a little bit fatter and greasier and very tasty, and it's called chicharro. And he's got that name.
There
And
we
so
go. That
it's-
explains why he's been taking me to every seafood restaurant in town. He has a connection. I knew that there was
He's a
something.
specialist.
He is. He's like a mermaid, but he's the man.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we've got around about 1 minute and 10 seconds remaining. He's not a mermaid.
No, of course not.
He's far from a mermaid.
He's
Seen him
Neptune.
in tights. All right, so we're down to around about 1 minute left on the clock. Yeah, he is like Neptune. That's
Yeah.
probably a better one.
Yeah.
Okay, so Brahim Idois, he's almost unstoppable. Louis Finnegan with second priority needs a 9.51. And Hugo Pinheiro, again, it's been a pretty slow start for Hugo.
And live action, we've got Hugo Pinheiro on the hunt for that exit of the combination situation that is in right now, as we watch Brahim Idush going for his fifth wave there, but the wave just closes out on him. But he's still leading the heat very comfortably. And right now, holding priority on the outside is Louis Finnegan, and he needs a 9.51 to take the lead away from Brahim Idush. That's a big toll.
All right, well, we'll wait and see what happens here, folks. 20 seconds remaining. Don't forget, coming up, 2 more heats in round number 1 here at the 2016 Nazare Pro. We've got Dave Hubbard, Socrates Santana, and Julian Mirmont.
And live action, meanwhile, Brahim Idush going for this left-hander once again with an extended no-hand fly there. But he knows that he doesn't need any other score, and this is all she wrote.
That's all she wrote, ladies and gentlemen. It is Brahim Idois also bucking the system as far as the red singlets winning their heats go. So
But
Brahim,
that last wave of Louis Finnegan, big invert. I don't know
It
if
was
it's going
after.
to be the... Is it?
I think it was after.
Okay, I'm so sorry. We're going to have a replay. So
Yeah,
take
it
us
won't
through.
count. There we go.
Okay, it's not counting, but we'll still going to have a replay. That's a nice
Yeah.
extended invert.
It-
nice timing there.
But it was a little too late. Too late for Louis Finnegan. So Brahim Idois skips round 2. The other guys go in to the second round of competition. We'll be back after this replay with more live action from Nazare.
Welcome back, everybody. This is Manny V with Terry McKenna bringing you the live feed from the 2016. Sorry, I'm getting situated over here. We got to make sure we're ready for the action because there's a ton of it. But yeah, we are now in heat number 15 of 16 of round number 1, the non-elimination round here in the men's division. And you can hear the horn. The action has started. Let's get out there.
Yeah, let's check it out, folks. And this is going to be a fantastic heat, this one. Of course, Dave Hubbard, who's been helping with the commentary team, is out there. And he's up against Socrates Santana. Socrates, of course, is the defending World Pro Junior Champion from Brazil in yellow. And, well, it looks like we've got someone getting a nice little opening ride there as well. Just try and get a handle on that.
I think that was blue, Julian Merimont from the Polynesian French Islands, I believe, Tahiti. So, yeah, so Julian Merimont, no stranger to these heavy, powerful barreling waves. So it's going to be a very, very exciting heat to watch with Dave Hubbard, Socrates Santana, and Julian Merimont.
Oh, yeah, you betcha. Look, Manny, we want to continue with the competition here today, but one of the problems that we are fighting from a technical aspect is, in fact, the sun. The glare in the afternoon here can be just like it can burn your retinas out. So we had a lot of cloud for the majority of the day. It's just starting to burn off. That could spell trouble for trying to move forward with the competition, because if that glare comes in this afternoon, that's going to just put a line through the rest of the day of competition. We'll wait and see what happens here.
I mean, what you're seeing on your screen is what we have here, too, and I believe that is red. David Hubbard on his first wave left, and he was trying to bail on that one, but he landed on his board and rode it for a couple seconds. But that was just a bail from David Hubbard.
That was funny stuff. Dave Hubbard doing a little bit of. Here we go. Here's the replay. And you can see Dub throws it up there, and he does a little bit of bodyboarding at the end of that thing. I don't know if that's actually in the criteria.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he was just getting out of that wave, but pulled off, I don't know. He'll come back and give us a name for that maneuver later on in the event. But, yeah, this is going to be an exciting heat if these riders can get those solid waves that do run through.
Well, they're still out there, that's for sure. If this place is breaking, you know that you're going to just be in the right spot at the right time, and you're going to get something that's pretty special. So Julian Merimont gets the better of the first wave exchanges with a 4.50, followed by Dave Hubbard with a 1.5, followed by Socrates Santana with a 1.0.
Yeah, I mean, this is just the beginning. We're at 3 minutes that just started, 3 minutes in of the 25-minute heats. Top two waves are scored, and again, non-elimination round. We keep mentioning it just in case we got viewers just tuning in for the first time, because it is the wee hours of the morning for some of you that are tuning in. But yeah, this is it. We're coming down to the last few heats of round number 1, 25-minute heats. Non-elimination round, you are going to see these riders again in the event, which is one of my favorite things.
Absolutely, yeah. And that's, the whole non-elimination concept allows competitors to let their hair down and really go for it.
Check this out. We do have the winner of the last heat with Vilma. Vilma, take it away.
Yes, he's right here with me, Brian Medush. Congratulations.
Thank you.
How was your heat? You were in the lead the whole time.
I was lucky to get good waves. I was checking the left wave inside, so I was waiting a little bit. So I get the first one was good. So I was like, I said, okay, I need the best one. So I was lucky to get the second one, and I am happy to make it to the round 3.
Congratulations. Do you want to say something to the people in Morocco?
In Arabic? المغاربة أنا فرحان بزاف ندوز ديريكت الروند 3 تنشكركم بزاف على التشجيعات ديالكم الحمد لله غادي ندير لي ريزولتا إن شاء الله في هذا لا كومبيتيسيون برومي إن شاء الله allez ciao
شكرا
merci.
All right, well, thank you very much to Vilma, and great performance from Brahim Idoisham. There'll be so many fans back over there in Morocco. They'll be pretty stoked about that one, Manny Vargas.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we have a lot of viewers tuning in from Morocco as they're putting down some comments on our APB Facebook page. So it's really awesome to have an international field of competitors and viewers, and we thank you all for tuning in. But as you saw during that interview, Socrates Santana dropping a solid wave right there, and David Hubbard as well. So we got a show on our hands.
That's right. So this heat is finally starting to take shape. 5 minutes have slipped away so far in this 25-minute heat, so just on 20 minutes to go. Socrates Santana with a 5.35 and Dave Hubbard with a 6.0. So Dave goes out to an early lead. He wouldn't be feeling too secure right about now, because not when you've got, people like Julien Mirmont, the Tahitian, and Socrates Santana, the young Brazilian.
Look at these waves coming in. I don't know if it's just me, but I've seen some of the bigger sets roll in during my break as I'm looking out into the ocean.
Well, of course, Dino Casimiro, he's our go-to guy around here. No one knows North Beach like Dino. He just, he's here at 6 o'clock in the morning. He's here at 5 o'clock in the morning listening to the surf. I said, what do you do when it's dark? And he goes, I listen to it. No, honestly, that's a true story. So this guy has such an affiliation with this beach. And you know what? Just a bit of a side note, that Dino was the guy that sent the email to Garrett McNamara and introduced Garrett to the big waves here at Praia de Norte. So he did say with the incoming tide that we'd see an increase in swell, and that's what's happening, Manny Vargas.
All right, look like Socrates Santana dropping it in and out of that one. Not much there for Socrates, so he kicks out of that one. But, well, I mean, it sounds like we couldn't ask for a better person to give us the info. As far as
come and jump on the webcast and have a talk. You said, no, I'm the guy behind the scenes. He's such a classic, and he's such a humble guy. But one of the best storytellers that I've ever heard. He is like the Hans Christian Andersen of Portugal.
Nice. All right. Well, I need to have dinner or something with him, because I haven't heard any of his stories
they're
yet.
Fantastic.
Okay.
He's such a good storyteller. But right now, telling a good story is Dave Hubbard with a 6-0 and a 1-5. So Dave Hubbard looking to improve on that second best score. Socrates Santana only chasing a 2.16. A big shout out to Axon Jackson and the Posto Cinco crew, probably tuning in from Copacabana.
That's right. I'm sure he's hanging out with the crew down there in Posto Cinco, Rio de Janeiro. And it was great to see him in Itacochara. And he's holding it down with the bodyboarding scene down there, which is pretty awesome for a New Jersey guy.
Absolutely.
To go down there and be able to settle his feet in the sand in Rio de Janeiro.
That's right. I had a good time with, I've had many good times over the years with Axon Jackson, but I hung out with him when we did the Janks contest with Bits years ago.
Oh, yeah.
And I was in his home turf, and he was really on fire. So big shout out to Steve Jackson, who we all know and love, and miss, for that matter, with all his statistics and his great knowledge of the sport. I've been following along his blog site for a long time now, so it's very interesting as well. All right, so time remaining, 17 and a half to go. Coming up in the next heat, Manny, who can we see, man?
Wow, former world champion Amaury Laverne from Reunion Island will be facing off with Kevin Torres from Chile, and from Guadeloupe, Martin Meridian. And Martin Meridian had a pretty good run in Sintra, or was it Viana? One of these two events where he had a good run in the drop knee division.
Yeah,
so it
that's
was
right.
Sintra.
That would have been Sintra, yeah, because that was the one and only DK event on the APB World Tour. As we go back to a bit of live action, this is again...
It's like Dave Hubbard.
Yeah, Dave just exploring the options on that one, but they were limited.
Well, it was good to see that Dave is not afraid of the big stuff, as he was one of the few bodyboarders that went out and tried to give it a shot yesterday as it was maxing out. Well, actually, I don't know what maxing out is here. Apparently, it's bigger than what I think. But, yeah, he was out there trying to feel it out. But look at this, Socrates Santana.
All right, well, Socrates just waiting.
Oh, can he pull it off? Is he going to come out of that whitewash is the question. No.
I don't think so. No, he's going to get a little tied up on that one. But maybe just waited a little too long. Sometimes it's funny, like if you just have too much time to think about something, you can overthink it and overcalculate it. Take us through.
Well, he's drawn a high line, and he saw a little barrel section, but he opted to go around it and go for a big air reverse. But you were right. He was just a split second off on the projection and hitting the lip, which didn't give him the rotation and the speed to project him out onto the flats instead of out on top of the wave and behind the wave. So
yeah, that's right. It's all about that first section here at Praia de Norte. If you can take off behind the peak and you have the ability and you have the skill and the guts,
yeah,
you know, the bravado to actually take that first section on, you can fly high and you can fly far.
And we've seen that throughout the day today. I mean, some of the biggest scores that went down was Ian Campbell, 9.75 on a gigantic big backflip on the left-hander. Here's another look at Socrates Santana. Right here, he's drawn a high line, and then right about there, he realizes that barrel isn't going to do it for him, so he releases the rail, gets as much speed as possible, but unfortunately wasn't able to get that projection section to get him out in front of the wave.
Manny, we see that time and time again with the athletes on the APB World Tour. If they get too much time to actually think about it, it can be confusing. When things happen in an instant and you don't have time to think about them, it's just a natural reflex, and sometimes that works better than having all the time in the world.
That's right. Julian Marymount trying to pick one off right here, comes around that section. Oh, and extends his roll right there. It almost goes into slow motion mode. And he does another roll right there, comes around the section. He may do another one just to finish off. And that was 3 rolls right there for Julian. It's going to be in that mid-range only because the rolls are more of a conservative maneuver.
Sure.
Those are one of the, I don't want to say the easier maneuvers, but it is one of those maneuvers that you're using the entire momentum of the wave itself, and you're rolling with the barrel as it breaks over. So they're not as tough as the backflip or the air forward or the air reverse maneuvers, but it's conservative, and he will get scored nonetheless.
Absolutely. Look, I guess the other downside to doing the same maneuver in repetition 3 times in a row is the fact that, part of the criteria actually asks for variety of repertoire.
Yep.
So that means that if you're going to do one roll, you want to mix it up with a reverse spin, you might want to throw in a forward spin. You want to show the judges that you've got a good variety of moves. If you keep doing the same maneuver over and over, every time you do it, you're getting less for the second and third time.
Up and riding, we got Dave Hubbard in the red jersey. A nice backflip right there. It goes straight into a spin, but catches a rail as he comes around that spin. But a clean, really smooth backflip from Dave Hubbard on that outside section. So that is definitely going to help him out as far as getting rid of his second of his 2 high scores, which is a 1.5 for sure. So that is definitely going to help him and may even bop him up into that first place position. Let's take another look.
All right, well, here's the replay, and you can see, he had hardly any room to move. It's rare that you see him make a fundamental area like that because, that's one of the more simple maneuvers. But he was just trying to milk that thing after flipping. He thought, if I can flip and spin, maybe get a little something on the end, I might get that half a point that might make the difference.
Yeah, but what's happening right now with this little texture on the water and a little bump from the rip current, there are little mini chops that are going up the face of the wave. So the riders, if they're not keeping their eye on the face of the wave the entire time, it may sneak up behind them, and that's what happened with Dave on that second spin as he landed. And you can see the whitewash rolling in right here. And rider up under the pocket, under the lip, comes out clean. And look at this section. Oh, that was David Hubbard coming out of that barrel. Almost pulled off that air forward, but ended up behind the wave and makes his way back out. So David Hubbard, it's just weird seeing him riding in a competition because it looks like he's free surfing, and he's making it look like it's just another day a walk in the park.
Yeah, well, for my liking, Dave would probably be one of the most versatile riders in the world. Here's the APB replay of Julian Marymount. Julian just got
annihilated.
Chewed up by the froth monster on that thing.
Yeah, he did.
So, but Dave is probably one of the most versatile riders in the world, along with Dave Winchester. Like Dave Hubbard, Dave Winchester, both incredible on the knee, both incredible prone riders, and 2 really good blokes.
Let's take another look at Dubs' last wave. You can see him. He stalled at the very top, and he snuck into the barrel. And then right here, he comes out, saw a section, and he went for air forward, but didn't see the actual wave bending. So he ended up on the other side of the wave. But nice clean drop, nice clean barrel, and comes out smoothly. But that thing was just perfectly cylindrical when he came out.
All right, so we're in the shadows of halftime right now, Manny. We just passed the halfway mark of this second last heat of round number 1 here at the 2016 Nazare Pro. And coming up next, we'll have Amaury Laverne from Reunion, the former world champion. We'll be taking on Kevin Torres from the
We do have action. We do have action out in the water. Man, you're right. That the glare off the water. The judges don't have this problem because they got a couple guys on with binoculars looking out there, but the glare is something to contend with for sure.
A little bit, yeah. And of course, we're just we're webcasting off a monitor here, and so we're seeing what you see at home. Except for our monitor is outside and the sun's shining on it, so it's getting a little tricky as that sun bursts through the clouds here in Nazare. So
that looked like
Julian Marymount still in the lead.
Yeah, Julian came out firing with those 2 solid scoring waves, but they weren't super high scoring wave. Dave can actually bump right up into that first place position if he gets a solid second ride. So Dave just hunting down
4.31, so that's he eats those things for
and here's Dave.
speak of the devil, and the devil appears in the form of Dave Hubbard right there. And, actually, he couldn't be any further from the devil. Because
Exactly.
He's got a very good relationship with God. So I take that back.
Yeah.
That's probably the wrong thing to say. No, he actually made a really cool speech at Sintra where he said, that God was his savior and helped him to steer him into a new part of his life. And when I first saw Dave, I hadn't seen him for a couple of years. I only saw him a couple of years ago with the beard. I saw him at Sintra and he goes, "How you doing?" I said, "Yeah, pretty good." And then he goes, "You don't recognise me, do you?" And I went, "Oh my God, you're Dave Hubbard." He's a handsome man under there with his little square chin.
Definitely transformation was had at the beginning of this year for that guy, Dave Hubbard. But here he is taking a look, and he may opt to go on this one. Or he can pulls out of that one.
Yeah,
But
I think he leant back and put the brakes on that one, Manny. But we're coming down towards the pointy end of heat number 15. Heat number 16 will be the final heat of round number 1. We will try and get Alex Leon and Tommy Wilson and the boys from APB to find out if we're going to try and continue on into the next round of competition. The sun is kind of peeking in and out. It's just kind of teasing us at the moment. But it looks like a lot more blue sky out there than there has been for the majority of the day. So I think these guys will be really lucky to proceed past round 1. But we'll wait and see because, we want to make sure we surf as much as we can here today while we got waves.
yeah, you're right. I mean, but like I said, I've never seen this place smaller than 4 foot since I've gone here. Sure. And it's got up to 20, 25 feet. Here we go. We do have a rider up. I believe that is Socrates Santana in the yellow jersey looking left. And not much speed right there, and just bails out on that wave. So a lot of the riders, they're going to ride these waves and hope for that end section if they don't get it in the beginning. And if they don't get it, then they'll get creative on their bailouts.
We'd like to also thank some of our APB brand supporters, including ISS, the guys from Stealth, and, of course, you riding along with...
That is Julian Marymount, I believe, on the left. Sorry to cut you off, but look at that invert right there on the inside. Kind of forced that maneuver with 0 to no speed, but he's pushing all the way through, trying to get in front of that whitewash. But Julian Marymount trying to hold on to that first place lead and trying to get better his 4.5, which is his lower of his 2 top-scoring waves. So, yeah, Julian Marymount's holding steady. Not a super-duper high-scoring heat, but wave selection is vital coming down to these last couple heats.
All right, well, that wind is still pretty good at the moment. It's kind of clean. You can see
my!
Boosting off the ends.
That was insane. That was Dave Hubbard with a perfect reverse right there. Sorry about that.
That's all good, man. No, that's what we're here for. And, we'll see if we can reach back into the hard drive, and hopefully the boys have got a copy of that. Here it comes now, Manny. Take us through it.
Oh, my. So Dave was just setting his sights on that one section that was available, and it looked more like a lateral reverse air maneuver, a reverse spin air maneuver, but it's a reverse air nonetheless. So David Hubbard made that look very easy, very technical to be able to have it at that angle. So David Hubbard timed it perfect. And he's going to get, I'm pretty sure he's going to get scored very well on that one.
All right, well, Dave was only chasing a 4.51. He got a 9.50. That is a big old situation change, many Vargas.
That's right, but it was David Hubbard who actually made that maneuver look so easy, but it was so technical that the judges saw that he had full control throughout the entire rotation of the maneuver. And like I said, he had a different angle as far as keeping the board a little bit more angled, which is not normal when you do those kind of maneuvers.
Absolutely. I was just trying to think back and remember the different mechanics of that wave, but it's like when he launched into that, he almost pushed his board a little further and then pulled himself back onto his board, and then he spun to give himself some extra extension in the air. The technique was just flawless, and he is really one of the world's best.
Yeah, what a lot of the riders are doing nowadays are they're combining the air maneuver with the reverse maneuver, and if you can hold that air maneuver just a little bit longer and then go into that reverse, air reverse, it's pretty insane to watch on the bigger waves and the bigger maneuvers, bigger moves. But this, if he would have held that air just a little bit longer, it would have been an incredible maneuver. And we've seen a tens drop for that type of maneuver where you actually do an invert and then go into that reverse. So
Yeah,
the judges saw that. That was pretty complex maneuver that
That's right, yeah,
Dave
that's
pulled
right.
off.
I remember when Sammy Bennett first pulled out the inverse, and
Inverse. That's the word. That is it.
It was pretty crazy, and I was thinking, how many more accommodations are out there that we haven't discovered? Because I think that there might be a couple more, and it'd be interesting to see, as time goes on,
Definitely.
what's around the corner. Because you always think, you can't do any more about it, or materials can't change much more than that. But time proves that that some kid comes out of nowhere, and whether it's a Sergio Alonso or a Sam Bennett or someone, and just comes up with a new move. And Tanner McDaniel.
Well, I think Tanner McDaniel, Dave Hubbard, and the rest of the Kauai guys, they get together and try to invent new moves, and I think that was part of it. So, and Dave Hubbard knows he's sitting pretty right now in the heat, so he decides to go up on the knee, drop knee, backside. He's not going to get scored for that wave because he got up on the knee.
That's right.
But he knows he's sitting pretty comfortable in that first place spot, so it didn't really matter for him on that wave.
He does that occasionally, and when you're the world drop knee champion, mate, you can probably afford to do that and put one in there for the boys.
He actually did that in Tahiti as well, and he was. It was known to him that he wasn't going to get scored, but he got in a position same to this where he was pretty high, pretty far away from second and third place, and he opted to get on the knee and catch a couple barrels on the knee in Tahiti. But it's not going to hurt him here. I mean, the only thing that will hurt him is he's not on the outside waiting for the bigger waves.
All right, well, we're coming down to, inside 5 minutes remaining, just a little over 4 minutes left on the clock. Dave Hubbard with that last wave score of a 9.50, really in the box seat now. Julia Mirmont needing a 9.71, and out in Compeland is Socrates Santana. That would be unfamiliar territory for that kid because he's been serving a very good campaign here in Europe.
Here we go. He's actually riding right now. Socrates Santana streaking a high line on the left and then goes for a big maneuver. And actually, no, he does not go for a big maneuver. He actually cuts out of the wave. And then we have Julian Marymount bottom turning. He is also getting denied. So we had two denials from Mother Nature to Julian Marymount and Socrates. But look at this. Dave Hubbard on a nice one.
All right, Dave getting a sweet little bowl on the
Oh,
inside there.
my.
No problem at all. Punches through the back. So Dave Hubbard really just nailing hammering the nail in a little further, rubbing a little bit of salt into the wound. Not what you want, Manny Vargas, but Dave Hubbard looks like he's about to extend his lead over the boys.
I'm telling you, he's making it look like fun out there. So right here, you can see Dub just dropping in right here, and he knows he's got a chance for a barrel, so he gets in there and stalls and hits the brakes as hard as he could to get as much barrel time. And before he gets out to the really open face wave, he pulls off a spin. And that was a pretty awesome, fun wave for Dave Hubbard. He's actually making it look really fun out there.
All right, well, look how many waves the Dubs had. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. He's like up to 10 or 11 waves at the moment, and he's just turning him over in... he's just loving it, really. He's just pigging out on the conditions here at Praia do Norte. I hope you're enjoying the action, folks. The 2016 Nazare Pro. This heat's coming to a close in about 2.5 minutes' time, and then we'll have Amaury Laverne taking on Kevin Torres and Martin Meridian from Guadalupe.
Yeah, that's coming up next, and that is the last heat of round number 1. We got about 2 minutes remaining in heat 15. Round number 1, again, a non-elimination round. And the sun is starting to creep around the corner here, and I got my black jacket on. I'm getting warm now.
Yeah, absolutely. Really heating up. And, I mean, we're off the back of the European summer, which, by all reports, was a record hot summer here in not just Portugal, but in Europe. And, in fact, not just Europe. I think the whole world obviously is heating up, man. It's all part of the global warming. And, we're getting reports. Same in Australia as well. We're already up to 31 degrees. Our summer doesn't start until 1st of December.
Oh.
So, it's this dirty little circle that we call Earth is getting pretty hot, mate.
Yeah, I mean, it's you couldn't ask for any better weather. I mean, obviously global warming, if it's true, it's kind of scary to think about it. But check this out. We got live action out the back, pulling in under the pocket. And again, trying to get denied on that one. But it looks like Dave Hubbard out the back. Tons of speed. Comes around that section.
My goodness.
Oh, my. Big air maneuver right there.
And that's the thing about Dave Hubbard surfing is that he is not scared to go for it.
No, I mean he went for it. I mean he's in first place, the first place spot, so he's going to go for it. So here's another look.
There's that's the APB replay, and you can see the thickness of that section, and that's where you got to hit it, folks. That's what we were talking about before. If you've got the skill and you've got the bravado to hit Praia do Norte right in the guts like that, you can fly high, but you can also pay the price as well because it can really hurt you. And in fact, we saw Sergio Lewis in a previous heat there, Manny. He won the heat, but he's re-injured an old knee injury, and hopefully he's going to be okay.
Well, I did talk to Dino Carmo, who relayed a message, and he said that he's going to go get looked at, and he's going to be here. He's going to be here tomorrow for round number 3, or whenever round number 3 goes out,
Right.
in hopes that he can, get out there and still compete.
Wow, I tell you what, these guys are pretty gutsy athletes. That is for sure. Just to even, to get out here on the big days that they've been surfing.
This is the last wave right here. Socrates Santana needing a big score, and that is not going to do it for Socrates Santana. Nice maneuver though at the end of the heat, but not enough to get that first place spot away from Dave Hubbard. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back with the last heat of round number 1. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a second.
Ghost rider, motorcycle hero. Baby, he's a looking so cute.
Shark Island's an incredible wave. It's a wave that you can get very hurt on.
The Skid Kids were this wild bunch of dudes from Cronulla.
Surf hard, play hard.
It exemplified everything, surfing was not.
They weren't afraid of the ramifications of what they did.
Woo! I took the jacket off. Now I'm feeling comfortable here. Bringing you the live feed, Manny V with Nunito, and we are in the last heat, heat number 16, round number 1 of the Nazare Pro here in Praia do Norte.
That's correct.
All right, heat number 16, out in the water. Let's do it. We're out in the water. We do have Amory Laverne in the red jersey, Kevin Torres in the yellow jersey, Martin Meridian in the blue jersey from Guadalupe. So Kevin from Chile, and right off the bat, we have live action coming around the section, and nope, not much there for our rider who took a look at that right there. It was Martin Meridian from Guadalupe, and that's it. I mean, we're rocking and rolling. We got the last 25-minute heat of round number 1 out in the water. Again, Amory Laverne, former world champion from Reunion Island, Kevin Torres from Chile, and Martin Meridian from the Guadalupe. So, did you see that last heat?
I did see it.
Yeah, Dave Hubbard's an animal.
It's amazing. That's why he has so many world titles under his belt in the drop knee division, and he's got some wins on World Tour events as well. So there he is, performing once again for all of you live watching. And I told you to stick to the action here, as in this Heat 16, the last one of round number 1, we're having Amory Laverne in the red singlet, and is a title contender. All of the other 4 out of 5 title contenders advanced through to round 3. Let's see what Amory Laverne finds here in this last heat of round 1.
Yeah, I mean, he's definitely somebody to keep an eye out anytime he touches the water. And in fact, here he goes, Amory Laverne in the red jersey, drawing that high line, trying to make sure when he releases that rail, oh my gosh, he'll do something like that right there. Big backflip, and then cuts out before that section closes out on him. Amory Laverne definitely looking good already. And look at this, nice clean bottom turn coming around the section. Little check turn, trying to get back in there, and not much there for, I believe, that looked like Martin Meridian in the blue jersey.
Yeah, definitely. As I take you through this replay of Amory Laverne's first wave in this heat, he drives a nice line on this wave. He finds that first section and he hits it immediately and turns around that flip so nicely. and the judges already rewarding him with 6 points just for that wave. And take us through this replay once again, Manny.
Well, I mean, his timing was perfect. See him staying up high on the wave? That's where he is going to draw the speed. And once that section comes to him, he has the speed to be able to just do a quick little bottom turn and then use the projection of that lip to fling him and project him in the air to pull off that backflip. So a solid start right there for Amaury Laverne. So we do have Vilma ready for the interview of the winner of the last heat. Vilma, take it away.
Yes, indeed. I'm here with Dave. Hi, Dave. You're everywhere.
No, it was fun out there. So I was stoked. I've been watching all day, and everybody's been ripping, so I wanted to go and have some fun, too.
That's not fair. You've been observing everything since the beginning, and
Well, I think everybody has the same opportunity to observe. Everybody's here at the beach, so I think it's fair.
yeah, it is. And you had one of the best scores, wave scores of the day.
Yeah, that was exciting. I was stoked that I got a ramp and was able to do an air reverse, so that was thrilling.
Do you also think that Nazare is one of the best beach breaks in the tour?
Yeah, I definitely do. It's an amazing beach here. We're so stoked. I'm so pleased to be able to participate at an event here at Praia do Norte. I've been looking forward to it for a long time, so we're all excited. It's finally happening.
Yeah, we had 2 lay days. You were one of the riders that had the opinion to stick with the lay day. It was a good choice. And why?
Yeah, I think so. The last 2 days were really big and almost out of control. I mean, doable. You can go out there and ride, and not many guys did. And so I think it was a good call to have lay days, and now hopefully we get amazing waves for the rest of the time. Let's see.
That's what we are seeing. It's been an amazing day, a great show, and the show probably is going to go on. We don't know yet. The last heat of the first round. We don't know if we're going to go to the second round, so stay with us. Back to you guys. What's happening?
All right, well, congratulations to Dave Hubbard for making it look really fun and at the same time pulling off a win in heat number 15 in round number 1. So we did see some action go down during the interview, and we do have live action right now. I believe that's Kevin Torres, the Chilean, streaking across. Oh, my bad, but a big invert.
Wow.
Nice, solid run right there from Amaury Laverne. Wow, that glare is getting my eyeballs for sure, but we got live action.
Again, Martin Morini getting busy on this. He going for the backflip there. Unfortunately,
big backflip.
Looks like he didn't land it. But yeah, getting busy. Martin Morini already is a 4th wave ridden in this heat. Still not able to post a decent score on a scoreboard. But let's go through this replay of Amaury Laverne.
Yeah, I can see Amaury's style now in this replay. But finds that nice section and then just tweaks that invert air. And it was pretty solid wave right there. Judges liked his control and gave him a 7 point. And this backflip right here from Martin Meridian, unfortunately, did not pull it off. We'll get a stick and a half for his attempt for that big backflip. So the Guadalupean throwing it on the line, but not coming up too successful on his first 4 waves. Amaury Laverne, he got a 7.0 and a 6.0 on 2 of his 3 waves, so he's sitting really good. And we're just, just a few minutes into this 25-minute heat.
And already Amaury Laverne just built his lead really early and now imposing his force as we watch Kevin Torres going for his 2nd wave right now as he opts to go to the right-hand side of this wave. Goes for a nice backflip there with almost any speed, and I think he's almost able to pull that, but it was a matter of speed there for him to be able to complete that move.
I didn't think he was going to pull it off because, I mean, look at this right here. You know, he's trying to set up, trying to maintain speed, and right here he finds enough speed, but that backflip looked like he was projected out into the flats, but not enough because there was no speed behind him. Look at this thing setting up right now. I believe that's a nice, clean bottom turn under the lip, getting barreled, coming out, punches through the lip with a nice, clean roll, and comes out to the section. And, yeah, that was a solid wave right there.
Yeah, perfect ride here for Martin Moretti. And he is 5th wave, and he was still searching for a decent score to be posted on his scoreboard. And I think this one might be a keeper on this heat as he got barreled as I take you through the replay. Nice scoop into the
That was
barrel.
amazing.
Got a little bit of time under that shade and goes immediately for the roll in the next section, and he lands it quite nicely, and he just bails out of that wave, and we'll just have to wait for that score.
That was solid right there from Martin Muridian. Yeah, and the Guadalupian. I'd really like to check out Guadalupe. I've always been wanting to go there. So I don't know. One of these days,
I'd like to check out everything
I know.
near Guadalupe, Martinique, and Trinidad and Tobago, Jamaica.
I want to go on my next trip, bodyboard trip. I'd like to go with you, Gigi, and the rest of the Iraceta crew. Let's make it happen.
Please, if you're listening, let's do it. Let's do it anywhere in the world would be nice.
Yeah.
So we might start in Guadalupe and ask Martin a lot of tips about where should we go. But meanwhile, the wave just dropped. The score just dropped for Martin. It's a big score, Manny.
Nice. An 8.50. That was a solid wave right there. But look at this. It's not over. Amaury Laverne turning around.
Wow.
Dropping in on this left. Look at how high he's staying because he knows he's going to need all the speed he can get. And then, boom, punches a big ARS, I believe, to land that and pull that around. But the timing on that section, you saw him staying at the very top part of the wave. That's where the speed line is. And then he decides, okay, I'm going to release, use that speed, and then pull that thing around. That was a big ARS maneuver for Amaury. That was pretty close to being a backflip, but it looked like he had a rotation going.
Meanwhile, Kevin Torres up and riding, tries to find the barrel section there, but as the wave, it's the inside section, and it's a little bit of the foamy section. The wave just crumbled and he got stuck, and you can see him pedal out the back in a very fast pace as we see the replay from the rider in blue. That's Martin Moridian pulling in a nice barrel.
I don't think he's coming out of that.
This is the wave after Amaury's, but the wave was so good, and you can see the bull at the end section as we watch the replay from Kevin Torres' wave that we just commented live, and we just missed that Martin Moridian wave. How good the waves are right now.
Yeah, right now these guys are taking full advantage of the waves, but the glare hitting the water is, it's there, but we're able to see what is going down. And you can see Amaury right now. He's waving his arm. We have 4 speakers, I believe, pointing out into the water. So Amaury is asking the beach commentator, hey, give me a rundown on what's going down in the water. So he's getting the latest scores and what is needed for each of the riders to be able to get into that first place spot. So Amaury taking advantage of that little.
Yeah, it's
piece
very
of
important to know your situation during a heat, so you know what kind of strategy can you impose against your opponents. And right now, Amaury Laverne with that ARS just posted a 7.5, improving his lead on this heat, and there he goes again, Manny.
All right, Amaury Laverne taking a look at this one. Again, nice clean bottom turn around that section, trying to size it up, seeing if there was something, and he decides just to kick out and head back out. Amaury Laverne, one of the strongest and fittest bodyboarders on the tour. Look at this. Dropping in on this right. Oh, my. Is he going to come out?
Oh, a nice invert.
Wow.
Oh, my God. And he pulls it. Nice performance, Kevin Torres. Meanwhile, out the back, Martin Moridian answering back to this wave of Kevin Torres. And he goes for a huge backflip. Oh,
that was
God.
amazing wave exchange right there from both of those riders. And Martin isn't done yet. Finishes off that wave with a big roll on the inside. So 2 solid waves right there. Amaury Laverne is he's got to step it up now if he wants to hold on to that first place lead. Will the riders come up bigger? He's got a 7 and a 7.5, Amaury Laverne. But look at these 2 wave exchanges.
Let's watch the replay. Kevin Torres ups go to the right-hand side of this set that approaches by the north, and he goes for a barrel and then an invert to combo that barrel, and he just lands it.
And this right here is Martin Meridian's last wave. As you can see, he's holding up high on that speed line and then finds that section right there with a big backflip, lands perfectly, pulls it around, and then finds another section as he gets back up to the high line and pulls off another roll right there. So big numbers for sure are going to drop for both of these riders, Martin Meridian in blue and Kevin Torres in yellow. So when Kevin pulled off that move, all the supporters from Chile on the beach where I can hear them in my other ear.
Just clapping and cheering up for Kevin Torres. That was a nice wave, and he was in the need of that score because he was in the situation combination. A little better off was Martin Moridian. He already posted an 8.5, and he was in the need of a 6-0-1. Who probably will get it because he comboed 2 really good moves on that last wave. And right now, Amaury Laverne is in need to know his situation now more than ever.
That's right, and he's out there with priority. And you see that P1 next to his scores up on top of your screen there? That means he has first priority. And he's still in that first place spot because of the scores have yet to drop from the other riders. So I don't know if that's going to make a really big difference because the other riders don't have that big second high score. Amaury does. He has a 7 and a 7.5. So Amaury Laverne, a.k.a. Maz, is looking pretty solid. Actually, I stand corrected. Martin Meridian's 8.5 is pretty solid.
Yeah, it's the best scoring wave in this heat so far. So it was just in the need of a 6-0-1, and the scores are coming out right now. And the last wave of Martin Meridian was 8.35, and now takes the lead.
Look at this. I think I can hear in the background some of the scores dropping. There may be a situation change, so keep your eyes on the screen. Yes, you saw it right there live. The scores dropped, and Martin Meridian from Guadalupe takes the lead away from Amaury Laverne, and now is looking very comfortable with 12 minutes remaining in this last heat of round number 1.
Yeah, but don't count out Kevin Torres. He's just posted a 9 points, the highest scoring wave on this heat so far with that barrel to invert. So right now, Kevin Torres is in need of a 7.86 as we see a nice panoramic shot of a northern beach as we see the cliff and the place we call Promontorio. And right now, live action. Take us through this one, Manny.
All right, dropping in, scooping up around the corner, and not much there after that. In and out for the rider in blue, Martin Meridian. So now, Amaury Laverne, a.k.a. Maz, is sitting in that second place position and looking for a 9.34, I believe. So a ton of time, 11 minutes remaining in this heat, which is a ton of time for all these riders to come out firing with another solid score. So it's not over till it's over.
Yeah, how quick did this situation change? Is Amaury starting so strong off the bat and with an opposing lead, and all of a sudden Martin Meridian just answered back with 2 excellent waves, and even Kevin Torres, which is sitting currently on the 3rd position, has the highest scoring wave of a 9. He now needs a 7.86, which is a high total and a big score, but if he did pull a 9, he can pull off easily his 7.86 that he needs.
Looks like we got some spectators making their way down onto the water's edge to see some of the last rides in round number 1. The boys are talking right now to decide to go on to round number 2. So as soon as we find out, we'll let you find out. And again, thank you all for tuning in from all over the world.
Definitely.
Hawaii, just waking up, I believe, or have been awake. I'm not too sure, but I know the other side of the world are middle of the night. I believe Japan. But I do have to say, one of my favorite dishes when I came to Europe, to Portugal for the first time, was bacalhau.
Which one? I got 1,001 ways to cook that fish.
Oh my goodness! All right, well,
it's the saying.
I need to find out which bacalhau I had, and then go on the hunt. But not today. Here we go. It looks like we may have just waiting patiently as they're waiting for the wave.
There's a little bit of lull in action, but what's funny about this is that this last heat looks like the waves that lit up a little bit during a couple of minutes, and we saw some of the highest scoring waves ridden in this round 1, especially in this last heat. So we can also see that the APB representatives here in Nazare are having a small meeting and deciding if you were advancing into round 2 today. But the sun is out, and looks like most of the people are storming the beach to watch this comp, and the beach is full like a summer day here at Praia do Norte, and everyone stick to the action as you are here in this live webcast. Me, Nuno Cardoso, and Manny V. 16 hits into this round 1, and we do have Amaury Laverne needing a 9.36, one of the title contenders here, This is an elimination round, so Amaury Laverne is safe, but all of the other 4 title contenders advanced through to round 3. So there's a little bit of pressure on Amaury Laverne right now.
Yeah, I mean, we are going to see Amaury Laverne. It's just a matter who will make it out of that third round. And in this case, round number 1, non-elimination, first place in these heats in round number 1, they get to bypass round number 2 and go straight into round number 3. Second and third place go into round number 2. I don't know if you guys can hear that background, but this sand is so soft and it's just so massive that they got to bring in the tractors from the farmlands up above. But that's how a lot of things are getting moved around here. And I feel like I'm in the country when we come to Nazare, just on the outskirts of the beautiful city. All of a sudden, we go from buildings, and then boom, you got pine trees, and you got farmland, and it's so amazing. I love it here.
Yeah, it's true. Once you get a little bit out of the Nazare village, you'll get into country mode, that's for sure, and you'll see farms with horses and plantations all over, and the tractors, like you said, and it's very nice surroundings here, especially here in the Praia do Norte. It's all just woods, and we got deers, a reservation for deers here that's supported by the local council here in Nazare.
I was actually running down a dirt trail with Jonah Romero on one of the first days, and he got scared. He's like, "Whoa, Manny." Hey, I'm like, "What?" And we turn, and there's this giant deer with these giant antlers just 10 feet away from us. So it was pretty cool that the city does this and gives the opportunity. And the land that they're fenced off is pretty big. I was pretty stoked to see how much land the deers actually get to roam around. But this is coming down to the wire. 6 minutes, 41 seconds remaining in this heat. And looks like we may have somebody paddling. Yep, dropping in on this one. It looks like, nice big air. I'm going to say that's Amaury Laverne looking for that 9.36 and turning around, going for this one. It is Martin Meridian dropping in. Tons of speed right here. What's he going to do? Section coming at him. Goes for another invert, but it doesn't look like he's going to pull it off. And Amaury did, so obviously Maz is going to have the better score out of this exchange. Another look at Maz.
Yeah, fast line there, Maz style, and he just hits that section in nice stylish tweaked invert, and he lands it right after he pulls that move. So that was going to be an high score that the Amaury is looking for. Probably not enough, but the replay here from Martin Meridian.
Martin, pretty much almost the same type of maneuver, same type of projection, but Martin did not have the speed or projection that Maz had, and obviously Maz pulled his off with a little bit more control in his invert. He actually did the air and inverted it and tweaked it a little bit. Let's take another look. I'm going to explain it. So here is a lot more speed, and his timing was perfect, and he was able to land perfectly. When the wave broke onto the flat water, it actually exploded upwards, and that upward spray coming off the flats is the perfect landing spot. And you saw Amaury land on that and was able to ride out through that flawlessly. So perfect invert for Amaury Laverne. And look at that, an 8.05 for Amaury Laverne. But that's not enough. He still needs an 8-point ride, 8.81.
Yeah, correct. It did improve his situation. He now doesn't need the 9.76 that he needed before. But right now he's on the hunt for 8.81. And holding priority is Kevin Torres that needs a 7.86 to take away that first place for Martin, and even putting Amaury Laverne in third position in this seat. We got a banger on our hands.
Yeah, these are some of the highest scores we've seen, combined highest scores from all the riders in today's competition. I mean, just look at the scorecard. Look at the scores you see on your screen. The only low score is Kevin Torres' second wave, and that's a 1 point ride that you see there for 1.5. But with 5 minutes remaining, Kevin Torres can totally pull out all the stops and get a high-scoring wave and just make this whole heat in 7s and 8s and 9s. Incredible.
Definitely. You can see Kevin Torres out the back holding priority and waiting for that special wave. And let's see if he can find that. A little less than 4 minutes to go on this heat. Still plenty of time, but we see a lot of action in the beginning of the heat. Then there's a big lull. Give us time to talk about all the aspects surrounding here at Praia do Norte. And right now we saw another set that Amaury, Laverne, and Martin took advantage of, leaving Kevin Torres out the back, which now is holding priority, waiting for that wave, and he needs a 7.86 to overthrow Martin Moradian in that first position.
Yeah, I mean, it's totally doable. And with 3 minutes remaining, it's just a matter of Mother Nature throwing down the good wave. And any one of these riders is capable of getting those 9s, 8s, 10-point rides if the wave offers it. And that's the thing. I mean, these riders are dropping in. It's not what they're able to do, because they are all at that caliber where they can do every maneuver in the book. The question is, what is the wave going to allow them to do? And that is the part of the whole wave selection, and that comes with experience. Taking a look at this one, Martin Meridian.
The leader of the heat right now opting to go to the left once again, but the wave doesn't offer him much, so he just jumps off of it, and meanwhile out the back.
All right. Oh, cutting out of that one. Not much there, but
Kevin Torres having a look at that one, but he's still holding priority. Looks like Kevin Torres was a little bit caught on the inside on that one, and there he is, riding.
All right, drop it in, coming straight off the bottom, going for a big backflip right there, pulls it around. Kevin Torres' second wave, definitely going to be contending now for that first place spot. Wow, so Kevin Torres, did he do it in the last few minutes here in heat number 16? Again, non-elimination round. First place is what they're after, because first place will bypass round number 2 and go straight into round number 3. This was incredible.
Yeah, medium-sized wave, not one of the bigger sets, but he still was able to find that section and apply that backflip move. He goes for a little 360 after that one, gets a little bit stalled. You can see him using the legs to turn around that move. He goes for 2 more spins, but that's not what the judge is looking at. Let's see what the judges reward them for that explosive move. That's where the points are, and we'll have to wait with a little more than 1 minute to go. Kevin needs 7.86, and it's official. He just got a 5.75 on the last wave, and it's not enough.
Yeah, you said it right off the bat. It wasn't a bigger wave. It was more like a medium-sized wave, so you're not going to get the higher scores. If that was performed on a bigger set wave, yeah, he would be right up there in the 8s and 9s. But great effort right there for all the riders. We're coming down to the last minute. So we're waiting right now for the countdown, and it looks like there's a massive meeting going on to determine whether we keep rolling or we come back for another day of action. And I think we're going to be coming to you live every day from 8 o'clock on, at least with the morning show. And if the live action is going on, then we'll go straight into the action. But for sure, tune in here at where you're tuning in from every day, 8 o'clock local time. So I don't know what time that is for you, but 8 a.m. Portugal time, and then go on one of those mini websites that'll tell you what time it starts in your home country.
Yeah, we have in the Greenwich Meridian, so go check that out. And that's our local time here. And
what is it? What is ours?
Greenwich Meridian.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, it is.
Oh, okay.
Exactly. So you can tune in on the internet and Google it. And last wave effort for Martin Meridian leading this heat. I don't think he's going to make a lot with that thing. But, yeah, don't go anywhere. We're probably going to jump into second round. We're still waiting for that call.
Yep.
So many. Going to go to a commercial break probably, and we'll get back to you with the call from behalf of the APB if we're going to run this round number 2 here in this day number 4 of the waiting period of the Nazare Pro 2016 with a sunny day and nice clean conditions still with a light breeze. And we're going to take you through a commercial.
Yep, we're going to throw it to commercial and then come back to us. We're going to give you the official call as soon as we get back. Don't go anywhere. All right, so there you have it. The last heat of the day, round number 1 just completed. And oh my goodness, Martin Meridian, the Guadalupean, what is going on?
Oh my God! Yeah, I think this was the best heat of round 1 with the highest scoring total, and Martin Morian just came on top of very powerful Amaury Laverne from the beginning of this heat, and even Karen Torres posting the highest score in this heat, a 9.
You know what? I think we're ready right now with the interview with the man himself. Vilma is ready with Martin.
Yeah.
Vilma, take it away.
Yes, I am. Congratulations, Martin. This was one of the best hits of the day.
Ouais, bah, hyper content, c'est clair, de passer là dans cette série. Ça paraît pas, mais c'est des conditions super difficiles. Là, c'est assez physique dans l'eau. Voilà, hyper content là de passer cette série. C'est cool avec 2 bons scores.
He's very happy this heat to the next round, to the round 3, and there is very good waves. The conditions are a little bit tricky and difficult, but he did good scores and he made it. So it's the best way to finish the day. And folks that are
Ouais.
fan.
Timo, live, tous les copains, ma chérie, la famille, tout ça. Merci à mon sponsor, Upboard et Ocean Route. Voilà, super content en espérant aller le plus loin possible dans cette compète.
And tomorrow we are expecting a big show, so come back with us. I'm going to be here with the best bodyboarders in the world. Okay, guys, back to you.
All right, congratulations one more time to Martin Meridian. And you know what? That last heat was incredible. The highest scoring total heat of the day. I mean, I'm looking at 16.85. 15.55, 14.75. That was a pretty awesome way to end the show, which means, yes, we are putting round number 2 on hold. And to find out when we go live again, go to our APB Tour Facebook page. And but for sure, we're going to be back tomorrow with the morning show, 8 a.m. local time, which is
Greenwich Meridian.
Greenwich
Meridian
time, GMT. So
yes!
go on the Google search. We're starting 8 a.m. GMT, and from there you'll figure out what time we start in your country.
Correct.
So a quick little couple highlights before we send you off. PLC started off really late in heat number 8 with these big scores with a big backflip and 9, but then right after that, Ian Campbell clocking in a couple high scores himself. All the riders, and we're praying that Sergio Luis gets better from his re-injury of his knee. I'm pretty sure it's a ligament, but we're going to find out for sure and give you a full report tomorrow. Nunito, quick shout out to the sponsors.
Yeah, definitely. I want to thank our supporters making this happen. ISS, the Stringer System, Stealth Boards, Bodyboard King, and NMD, and also the local sponsors, of course. We cannot forget the local council, Câmara Municipal de Nazare, and all of the entities and trades, brands that supporting bodyboard right here today. And we had a beautiful show today. And we posted some ice scores.
There's one more sponsor, and you're probably figuring out what you're going to do for the rest of the day before we come back live. Make sure you download the app, the Journey Bodyboard from U Riding. We do have the Nazare Pro in the game where you can compete against the best in the world. So download the game and play. And Android users, you can actually pick up the jersey, the same ones that everybody's using here. So you were going to say before we finish off?
Yeah, before we finish off, just to sum up the competition of the Fab 5 that are entitled contendants for this year's World Tour. Only Amaury Laverne did not advance to round number 3. So Amaury is jumping into round number 2, and we'll be probably seeing off that round early in the morning tomorrow. And meanwhile, the other title contenders just advanced to round 3. So things are very interesting after this day number 2 here at the Nazare Pro 2016.
There you go. So on behalf of the whole crew here at the Nazare Pro, Terry McKenna and Dub and everybody else putting up some serious hours here at the event. We will see you tomorrow bright and early, 8 a.m. So thanks again. We'll see you tomorrow. Oh.
Shark Island's an incredible wave. It's a wave that you can get very hurt on.
The Skid Kids were these wild bunch of dudes from Cronulla.
Surf hard, play hard.
They exemplified everything, surfing was not.
They weren't afraid of the ramifications of what they did.